Good morning, ice lovers and snow bunnies. MBTV Sports is proud to bring you live streaming coverage of Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club ice racing action from Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin, Washburn County, on the northwest central side of Wisconsin. We are ready to rip, and we welcome you all along for a wonderful day full of plenty of racing action. What we have here on Long Lake, built by the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club, is a quarter-mile plus oval and a GP track. We will give you track descriptions and let you know what the racers are going to be battling against as the day progresses, but I guarantee you, you will be seeing the best of the best. $34,000 up for grabs today as part of Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club's event today on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. As you can see, we are saluting the United States of America with quads on track carrying the red, white, and blue. We salute the United States of America with our national anthem. A beautiful way to start a day on the ice by honoring the United States of America with a salute with the red, white, and blue carried by competitors who will be hitting the ice shortly. Again, welcome to Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin, deep within Washburn County. I am Dan Bailey on MBTV Sports, and we appreciate you tuning in for this live streaming coverage of the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club's money event. Let me tell you what we have headed your direction. We have no fewer than 39 classes that will be competing today, many of those classes with multiple heats. Again, many of those classes have multiple heat races. So, for example, we have a class called C-Studded. We'll be running a couple of heat races. C-Rubber is going to have 3 qualifying heat races. For most of these classes that have multiple heat races, top 4 finishers, the results of those heat races will transfer directly into the main. Everybody else who finishes 5th on back in a heat race that has multiple heats for a division will then be tossed into some LCQs, last chance qualifiers, that will follow the first run through of the heat races. From those, the majority of those LCQs will transfer the top 4. For the one instance that I mentioned, C-Rubber, where they have 3 heats, they will have 2 LCQs. Top 2 will be transferring. But I tell you, we've got a lot of green flag action headed your direction. As you can see, corner marshals are already beginning the process of heading out onto the quarter-mile oval. Our first class to come up to speed will be the UTV studded class. UTV studded will have 7 racers in the game as we enjoy a flyover from local airplanes. As you can see, we have UTV studded already beginning to line up in the start gate. And I tell you, I'm honored to be joined in the broadcast booth by none other than Jason Swan. Jason is the president of the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club. Jason, I'm going to talk with you a lot about the club. I want to talk about yourself. But first, let's get into this very first heat race, UTV studded. Faith Conrad's going to be piloting that number 15, lined up all the way to the left. Chase Swerman on the 22. Rocky Kempe riding the 50, or driving the 50. Daryl Rath, everybody knows the Rathmeister, will be behind the wheel of the 67. Tony Swerman with the 69, Tanner Rundhaug piloting the 76, and Doug Priel with the 77 coming into action today. Chase Swerman, your current point leader in the UTV studded class. Jason, as you look at the preparations that has gone into bringing an event like this to life, watching that first group rocket off the line has got to be a good feeling, right?
Oh, it is. We're getting started early here. So far, so good. And thanks for having me, Dan. This is going to be fun. I'll do my best to keep up to one of the professionals, but let's see our studded UTVs coming out here first. So
look at that, 3 wide coming out of turn number 4 as they cross the line to complete lap number 1. Unfortunately, that 3 wide battle is a battle for third. Several of these classes today will be running multiple heats. This particular class, UTV studded, one and done for their qualifying heat race. So really, the results of this heat race will determine their gate choice.
Correct.
Main time.
It'll be moto scoring. So they'll this first round wherever they finish, and then the second round, and then they combine is the moto scoring. Guy with the lowest points wins for the day. When we do the heat races, it's for the finals, it's straight up.
Gotcha. I took a couple of laps inside the plow earlier today. It's if you were to hug the inside lane, it's about a quarter mile, this oval that you built.
We went really small this year just because we knew there's going to be a lot of entries. Keep the speed down a little bit, and hopefully we can have a good day. So Daryl Rath out front here in the 67. Well, Daryl, you'll see him a lot. He'll be back out later in a rubber quad and GP.
He's also fallen in love with some three-wheeled action, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Chase Swerman pulling up second here, it looks like.
Swerman, your current race leader, or current point leader, coming into this big money event. We were talking about the size of this oval. Maybe it's a quarter mile on the inside. These UTV studded, though, they're kind of pushing up out of that inside groove, so they are building themselves a bigger track. And of course, that momentum carries them to the outside on the straightaways. 250 feet in length for the straightaways, about?
Yeah, about 250, 275-ish.
And you guys have given them plenty of room to play. The width of this track that's got to be pretty near 100 feet, right?
Oh, yeah. I think they might be just over that. I got Rocky Kempe, number 50. He's coming around. That's it.
That's our first checkered flag of the day. Daryl Rath going to pick up the W in the UTV studded heat race. Tony Swerman across the line second. We're going to jump into heat number 1 for the Pee Wee C class.
Yeah, PWC, we got Cody Conrad, number 79. We got Wampole, number 7. We got a Peterson on a 16. We got a Kloss with 67. We got Knop 6. We got Autumn Conrad. We got Olfeltalter, number 3. Deisterhoff, number 23. 22, T. White, and they're off the line. 32, 44, and 10 Berlin. They're off the line. Here they go.
Keep your eyes on the 17. Autumn Conrad comes into today's big money event as the point leader in the Pee Wee C class. As a matter of fact, out front, Watson Wampole on the 7 machine. But here comes that 17. Autumn making a move first to the inside to take over second, then to the outside.
We got a Pee Wee down, so that'll be called for a red. So we got a kid off. We always stop the races. What they'll do is they'll bring them back to the line and we'll restart them.
We had them 2 wide, and one racer thought maybe 3 wide would work going into turn number 3. Not quite enough room as they were all trying to stay to the inside of that third turn. So again, red flag conditions right now, which means full stop for racing action, and we bring the field. We're going to bring them back to the start gate, or are we going to do a restart here on the front straightaway?
We're going to bring them back to the start gate. You got to get a lap in. So what we do is we'll restart them on the line. If we get 1 lap in, then we'll pull them out to the start-finish line, and we'll go from there. Studded quads, you'll see where they'll actually make a V, where we'll go leader will be in the inside, and then the next set of quad will go to the right of them, but back a little bit, and then we keep going. And then the rubber quads, they'll go nose to tail.
Gotcha. So while we're under this red flag scenario for PWC, gives us an opportunity to talk about the NWIRC almost 20-year anniversary for you guys, right?
Yes, we actually had our 20-year last year. So we did the 20 years, and we actually had Barry Serrar, who has been in it since 20 years, still with us.
Yep.
We actually got him a pretty cool coat. We did it, gave him a coat, 20-year celebration. Him and Steve, sorry, Steve, I can't remember your last name right now, but they started this, and we took over, and I don't know, 13 years ago I got involved, and then a couple years later I started being vice president, and then now the last handful of years I've been president, and it's been good. Back in the day there were 60, 70 entries. We're at 438 today.
I know, holy buckets. Yeah, I was writing that down, 438 racers here. And you know what, I think the purist in me wants to say that these 438 racers are not here only because there's $34,000 on the line. I mean, they just love the sport. I mean, you guys have you got a great 10-race schedule for the 2026 season. I think if you only had maybe one that got bit by some warmer weather earlier this year.
Right. The very first week we ended up, and we'll hopefully try to get that in. We have a makeup race. If the weather stays good, ice stays good, we'll get that in. But yeah, we ended up missing the first week. It's 8 weeks long. Next week we're out to East Bay on Holcomb, and then the following week we're at Lake Wissota and Chippewa there, and we'll see where that makeup race is. We're going to try to, if the ice is good, we'll head up to Birchwood, get back onto that one. But here we go, PWC gets rolling again.
PWC back underway. Hopefully we'll keep everybody rubber side down this time and complete a lap or two before we get anybody together. We were seeing the 7 of Watson Wampole being challenged by Autumn Conrad on the 17. There you can see the 3 of Briley Offhaler. But it's still the 7 of Watson Wampole holding on to the number 2 spot as the 17 of Conrad takes the lead to complete lap number 1. What's been the, as we see this battle going into turn number 1 here, challenge for position with the 3 of Offhalter taking over the number 2 spot. My question was going to be, what's been the biggest change that you've noticed in the sport through these 20, 21 years?
Just the variety of ages.
Yeah.
It's from, you got Jim Schweers, who's, he's in his 50s, and then you got these kids here some of these kids are 5 years old.
Yeah.
And it's getting to be where it's more family coming in, and dads are racing, and these Conrads here in this Offhalter, their dads used to race, and now they're getting more back into it. I see the one brought a rubber quad today, and now these girls you'll see come out, they'll be on studded quads, little peewees. It's pretty neat. It's this is the future of this racing, and you got 12 of them out here right now.
As a matter of fact, challenge for the lead here as Offhalter trying to get up alongside your race leader, Autumn Conrad, but with the checkered flag flying, Autumn is going to hold on for the W in the PWC first race, followed by Briley Offhalter second, and I believe Watson Wampole was able to hold on for that number 3 spot in the finishing order. We will let these quads exit the track as we get ready for the first of 2 heats for our amateur rubber class. So yes, indeed, you can race on ice with just the rubber tires. Obviously, when you think of ice racing, you think of studded up tires or spikes if you're in Eastern Europe. But this rubber racing, I think, has at least it appears to me, it's grown in popularity.
It's probably about our biggest classes. They're running a D10 Hoosier tire on the rears. Some of them run a D12 in the front. Some run sand dunes. A lot of different things that they can do. Some will just run a stock front too, but they do a lot of tire prepping.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Grooving and sliping, and
in order to get a little traction out of it, and it's amazing how much traction they can get. Brady Wilson out of Chippewa Falls going to be riding the 07. Tucker Kempe on the 19. Jackson Helen on the 20. As the green flies and they exit the start gate. Ty Osborne on the 28. Ethan Kramer riding the 32. Landon Tiller with the 33. And Parker Riedinger on the 72. It is heat number 1 for amateur rubber class.
Looks like you got Tiller. Oh, there's a little slide underneath there by the 28 slash. That's a little Ty Osborne.
Well, that's a great speed shot right there. Watching them finish the front straightaway and sling those things down into turn number 1. They're obviously doing the same down there in turn number 3.
keep your eye on that 20. He's only 14 years old, and he's coming through the ranks pretty quick. He's fast.
Jackson Helen with youth on his side, all right? No fear.
And, yeah, that kid runs go-karts. He actually jumped at a Midwest Mod this summer, too, up at the Red Clay Classic for the first time. And he's a good up-and-coming racer here.
Making a move to the inside, entering turn number 3. So the 33 machine of Tiller getting a challenge there. A little crossover maneuver coming out of 4. Side by side at the line, and I believe he's going to be able to make it stick this time. No, maybe not.
Good race for second. Oh, he got into him. He saved it. That's good. They had enough lead there. Tiller still running in third by the looks of it.
Now, these non-studded classes, these rubber classes, will we find them running more of the cushion on the outside as opposed to where the groove has been cleared off on the bottom?
You know, as the day goes on, you'll see a lot of different lines. A lot of these guys will like this fluff line on the outside, but as you get more and more studded quads rolling here, that inside gets pretty quick, too. So that kind of depends on what you're set up, too. You know, it could be some guys like that inside, some guys just like it wide open to the handlebar on the outside.
Heat number 2 for amateur rubber in the gate now, including Colton Froseth riding the 8, Colton Buckley on the 10, Jake Prosecki with the 21, Tommy Anderson on the 57, Trenton Goodenough, current point leader in this class, riding the 73, and Luke Anderson on the 75. On the inside is the 10 of Colton Buckley. Colton lifts the front end, but we get a whole shot from the outside. I believe that was Anderson, wasn't it?
Oh, that'd be Trenton Goodenough for the 73.
Oh, that was Trenton that got it.
Oh, yeah, he's quick. He's moving up through the ranks pretty quick, too. You got here that 57. Yep, you're reading it right. That 57, that's Mike Anderson. Modified his son, Tommy, running in third right now.
Trenton, your race leader, though, with the 73 machine. Look at that side-by-side action into the turn. So you had mentioned during riders meeting when you were explaining the reasoning why you have some of the classes lined up that some of these racers who are running these rubber quads will actually be doing tire changes coming back out for some of the studded classes. Will there be other changes to the quad that they will be making, or is it just more of a tire thing?
Your UTVs, your side-by-sides will do a lot of tire change. Okay. A lot of these rubber guys, they're strictly rubber.
They'll just keep it.
Yep. A lot of them will have a whole nother quad if they're going to run studded.
Gotcha.
I'm not aware of anybody that switches tires from rubber to studded. It's quite a big different setup change.
Gotcha.
So definitely
the way that you're getting bite from the studs is going to transfer to the way you want to try to set up that suspension on a quad. So
Trenton Goodenough out front, kind of checking out on the field.
Yeah, he took a peek over his left-hand shoulder there, and he sees he's got a little cushion there. Back to the nearest competition. Checkered flag flies, so it'll be good enough picking up the W. Apologize, couldn't quite see the numbers on the second and third quad there, but a couple of good heat races for amateur rubber four-wheel action. Now we're going to roll out some studs. A studded class about ready to rock and roll for their sole heat race.
Your A studded. This is going to be your big dogs, your Outlaw open studded quad. A lot of the same guys here. It's a big shoot coming at you. Number 47, Chase White. You want to keep a close eye on him. He's fast. He just won King of the Quads here up at Mira a couple weeks ago.
So he's bringing some momentum, if you'll pardon the pun, into today's big event with a lot of money on the line. Studded quads are going to up the speeds, obviously, with so much more grip. Look at that three-rider battle for position as they make their way through 1 and 2, turning it into a four-rider shootout down the back straightaway into turn number 3. That's just outside the top 3, I believe, those four shooting it out there.
Got Jim Schweers, the 08. He's holding his own. That Jim, he's over 50 years old, holding it with these 20-year-old kids. Does he see him on the inside as he gets by? He is now in 4th.
Top 2 have got a nice battle going. Separation there, maybe 5 to 6 quad lengths between 1st and 2nd. Then double that back to this multi-rider battle for 3rd. So a single heat here for the A-studded class. They will all transfer into the next group. No LCQ scenario here for this class.
No LCQ.
LCQs will only be those classes where they have multiple heat races,
correct.
Right?
Yep, if there's more than one heat, we'll run an LCQ, and we'll run that right before intermission. And there's quite a few LCQs today.
I talked a little bit during the opening of our live stream today. 2 formats of racing today. Obviously, we're enjoying oval action right now, but before we know it, we'll be opening up the GP track, which kind of exits turn number 2, and we'll give you a track rundown a little bit later on when we start using that track. But any indication as the checkered flag flies which these racers like better? You know, some racers love the oval. Some racers love the back and forth, the left and right.
You're right. You have a lot that just plain, you know, like Kennedy, my daughter, she loves the oval. You know, and then you got guys like Corey Anderson. He likes to be in the GP. You know, it all depends. Some guys are GP guys and some guys are oval guys. Moving on to our junior rubber class, quite a few today. Looks like we got 15 of these guys. We've got 2 heats of them. It'll be fun to watch. These are 16 and under, 16 to 12-year-olds.
Rylan Moore riding the 17, Caden Gulick on the 23, Laura Roggenholt on the 24, Axel Gass riding the 44, Calvin Willey on the 60, Cannon Schindler with the 69, Logan Berlin on the 79, and Braden Irish atop the 99. There's a 3-wide shootout down the back stretch into 3, 60, 44, and the 98. I believe that's a battle for second, third, and fourth.
Second, 69 out front, Cannon Schindler. Looks like Axel's pushing that second. You got Irish in the middle there, 60 sliding across. Nice move by Irish there, got underneath them, going to the inside.
Junior A rubber, these racers young enough to still be called youngsters, but old enough to bring some experience to this.
Oh, definitely. Right? You got kids like Cannon Schindler. He's been doing this since he's 5 years old on a Pee-wee. You know, he's now, 14 years old, 13, 14 years old, and you can see he's out front. You got that Irish kid. They're good.
10 years
really
of experience
good.
Will bring a lot of speed to the racetrack, won't it? Trying to get some rear weight there, coming out of turn number 4 and down the front straightaway. Get those rear wheels to dig. There's your...
That 44, Axel Gass, this is, I believe, his first year ice racing. He's in 3rd right now, looking pretty good. 3rd or 4th, he's doing good.
69 machine of Connor Schindler out front. Connor looking out to the haulers to the outside of turn number 4 as the checkered flag flies. Connor gets himself a win, or excuse me, Cannon. I apologize.
It's all right.
Gannon coming out of 4. The way that the pits are situated, they're along the front straightaway and they wrap around there. You can see in the shot there, they wrap around turns 1 and 2. So Gannon was coming out of turn number 4 trying to find probably the rest of the family and everyone else who's watching, and probably had a huge smile under his helmet. Heat number 2 is in the gate now. Jeremiah York's riding the 00. Bryce Ebert on the 15. Ryder Gerwitz with the 32. Chase Fridley riding the 33. Shane Granger on the 38. Henry Levens on the 41. And Kaysen Pretzman with the 88. It's a nice shot from inside turns 1 and 2. It's a unique starting setup here. This start straight is on the outside of turn 1, but they get a nice short shoot that brings them into the apex of 1 and 2. Then they finish the turn 2 and head down the back straightaway. Makes it interesting, especially when we get to the GPs. And as I mentioned, we'll talk about that GP track a little bit later on. But right now, heat number 2 for Junior A rubber going to complete lap number 1.
As you can see, Dan, it's getting a little slipperier. They're pushing out, you know. When you run back-to-back rubber like this, it's that second heat kind of gets the downfall because it starts to polish off, you know. So now we'll come back with the studded quads, a couple studded quads here, and then
kind of rips it back up.
Rips it back up.
What about as the 88 machine is able to work past and take over the number 1 spot, I believe, from the 15 of Bryce Ebert. They cross the line there to complete another lap. There you see our top 2 in turn number 1, 3rd, 4th, and 5th following them. Side-by-side battle to get into or stay in the top 5 there as they exit turn number 2 and head down the backstretch. But your race leader is beginning the process of trying to build a little separation. Look at him running that extreme wide exit out of turn number 4, just riding that momentum all the way up to the cushion. Here's the 15 of Bryce Ebert, trying to fend off the 33, I believe it was, of Friedley. Friedley, though, has got his hands full. Friedley's on the yellow machine there. That's the 33, but running around the outside is the 32 of Ryder Gerwitz. Not sure if that outside lane is going to be friendly to Gerwitz or not as the checkered flag flies. Kaysen Pretzman will get the W to wrap up heat race number 2.
Good run for Pretzman. So everybody's aware, too, these juniors, they're all 400 EXs.
400s?
400 EXs. They got to run an airbox lid, so it keeps them from building them too big. You got to have air. So, yeah, now we're moving on to C-studded here.
Just got one racer ready. While we wait for the rest of the field to get into the gate for the first of 2 heats in C-studded, we'll give you the lineup real quickly. Deanna Close going to be riding the 05, Clint Close on the 22, Emmett Salter, with the 42, Cameron Stindl on the 45, Mike Tanner with the 47, Sean Fleener on the 55, and Tristan Kalwitz riding the 63 C-studded class, heat number 1 of 2, rolling into the start gate. What about plowing? Will you wait until intermission to do any track work with the plow?
Yeah, we'll wait till intermission and we'll clean off as much snow dust as we can. Otherwise, you get the bikes. It gets hard for them to get through that snow dust to get to the main portion of it. So yeah, we will wait till intermission. We'll plow it off.
Gotcha. So this is Division 7 of 39. 39. Oh, we got one rider up off the back. Pulled a wheelie out of the gate. Didn't quite see the number, but you can see that racer is up under his own power.
We have a red flag, so they'll restart. So what'll happen here now that guy jumped like that and flipped it over, he pulled out the red. He'll have to go to the second row on this line, and then when that bungee goes, he's got to wait there's a green light on the bungee. He's got to wait 3 seconds before he can go now because he caused that red.
So when Jason says bungee, there is literally, think of it as a rubber band. There's a bungee cord that runs right in front of the racers, and that would be different than, say, for example, a motocross layout where they're looking for the gate to drop. There's literally a rubber band bungee stretched in front of the racers, and they are trying to watch that bungee for it to snap. That's when they can exit the start gate, except for somebody back on that penalty line, such as we're going to see here. There is a secondary light. A little bit is it a standard delay or is it different every time?
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Set every time. It's all automatic. We actually, this year, Woogie made it's all automatic. He hits a button, and 3 seconds later, that light will go off after the bungee snaps.
Gotcha.
Pretty automated. Hopefully, it looks like Emmett Salter with the 42 that took over. Looks like he's all right. Let's see. Hopefully, he can keep going here.
Getting a pull back from one of the track personnel, and unfortunately it doesn't.
I think he might be a scratch.
Doesn't look like he's gonna make it.
Emmett's been racing with us for a while too. He just got into the studded, and he used to race Pee Wee quite a bit.
Throw the studs on the wheels as opposed to a non-studded class. It's got to play a little bit with the starting scenario, trying to figure out how to work that clutch, how to get that power down. 3 wide for second, third, and fourth. Into turn number 2 as they head down the back straightaway. Race leader, though, out and away, enjoying a comfortable advantage, at least for now, up on 2 wheels there on the right side.
Number 45, Cameron Steindl. He's out front. He's pretty new this year. He's been dominating the C-studded class pretty good.
Background at all for the 45 of Cameron?
They have. Dad used to race. There's a lot of people that have been involved. Back quite a years ago, I think he was part of Good Enough's pit crew with Chris Berlin and TJ Thompson. There's a big group of them that used to race. Now the kids are coming out.
I'm sure you see this based on the number of years that you've been involved here with NWIRC. There's a myriad of ways that an individual can be successful in this sport. Some racers just have raw talent, just kind of natural, gifted talent. Some racers can be trained, whether it's family or friends, can teach them how to do it correctly. And then there are some of those racers who have just been around it. They almost learn by osmosis, right? By watching maybe family members do it. Not necessarily that they were trained how to run well, but they can just absorb and observe and see what is fast, and then they can transition that into their own success.
These studded quads is, you need a motor, but you also got to have what I would say big kahunas to stay in there.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. It's pretty amazing the traction that you can get on solid ice when you throw some of those studs onto the wheels. Doesn't matter if you're racing a quad or a bike. That's the checkered flag for heat number 1, C-studded. Heat number 2 for C-studded now is in the start gate. Caleb Passarella on the 04. Damian Brazzi riding the 18 slash. Matt Fernstall with the 18. Troy Sankey on the 24. Mally Jiskra riding the 29. Colton Ney on the 71. And Cole Ashbrenner with the 519 as the 55 machine of Sean Fleener. Boy, it sure appears that he may have gotten up and over the berm there. That would be just outside of turn 4. Actually, just outside our trailer where we're announcing from. But or was that turn 2? It might have been 2, but he's back on the quad, though, so no harm, no fall there. Second heat for C-studded is in the start gate. On the inside is that 519 of Cole Ashbrenner. Any advantage, Jason, that you see lining up inside or outside in a scenario like this where you are headed into a left-hand turn, which would be turn 2 of the oval?
You know, there's some good things and bad things. You know, the inside's obviously is a straight line, but you also get that little swoop a little bit, which helps you carry your speed and you won't push out as far. You'll be able to hold that inside a little bit. So it all depends how much fluff is out there, too.
It is funny. You can watch racers as they mature, and they will, many of them, not all of them, many of them will oftentimes gravitate to the same or similar spot in the start line. You will find one racer who just is always lining up on the inside if they're given the choice. Another racer might always be lining up on the outside. The real skilled racers, though, will learn and understand how to use either according to track conditions, competitors that they've got to compete against, how their bike or quad is running that particular day, what the weather conditions might be like, and those are the racers that are fun to watch coming out of the start gate because they can find success. Was that
just
Caleb
like you said, Dan. I mean, you watch the Outlaw and the pro guys go up in rubber quads. They'll make little circles and just kind of look at that line before they pick.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about that starting gate. If you got to get off this line and get out front, sometimes it's hard to beat you.
Caleb Casarella on the 04, that green quad that we saw up on the right side wheels coming out of turn number 4. He's got a spirited battle going on to get into the top 2 here. Now, this is one of those classes 2 heat races. They will have an LCQ. Now, a battle for second and third is not necessarily required to make that transfer because the top 4, I believe, in this class.
Top 4, yep.
Will be going
Top
direct.
4 will be going on, and then we'll take top 4 out of the consi.
Yep. Checkered flag is out for the second heat of our C-studded class. Pee Wee B. Another group for some of the youngsters getting started on 4 wheels here. Kate Knops riding the 6, Berlin Bernard on the 11, Leif Peterson with the 15, Tristan White on the 22, Carter Samplowski with the 28, Madeline Anderson on the 32, and Lincoln Close riding the 33. Before we turn these youngsters loose, Jason, well, we're already turning them loose. So let's watch our Pee Wee B racers head into turn number 2 on the oval. The 11 machine of Berlin Bernard is going to take the early race lead. There's 3 wide at the tail of the field with a 6 of Katie Knops on the inside of that 3 wide battle. Believe we had a change at the front of the field. It's the 20. Is that the 28?
Yeah, that'd be the 28, Carter Slampowski. I call him Little Pollock. His dad used to race. They own Slampowski Small Engines out of Stanley. Great family. You'll see his uncle will be out later racing Outlaw and Pro. So.
Tristan White actually got the whole shot. Tristan's riding the yellow quad on the outside lane there in that 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth. The 11 of Berlin Bernard now has moved up to second as our race leader is actually off to the left, already heading into turn number 3, and I believe it's Leif Peterson there trying to work to the outside. There you see our race leader coming out of turn 4 as that 2-rider battle goes way out into the snow. They're going to ride the fluff through turns 3 and 4. They open up that inside lane and let a couple of them freight train them on the inside.
Mom and dads are on the line right now yelling at every one of these kids to stay to the inside, stay to the inside. Some of them just keep that momentum rolling and just take her right to the outside. Don't even lift. And you'd be surprised, Dan. I mean, there's, 3-4 girls in this class. There's quite a few girls throughout this whole club, and there's a lot of fast girls. You know, girl or boy, it don't matter. They can get after it pretty good.
Checkered flag is in the air unofficially. I believe it was Carter out front. Carter Samplowski on the 28 machine. So our unofficial call there is that Carter's going to get the W in the Pee Wee B class as we get ready for Junior B Rubber. Junior B Rubber, 11 racers in this class. Jeremiah York on the 00. Isaac Anderson with the 1. Rylan Moore riding the 17. Bradley Korn on the 19. Caden Gulick with the 23. Alora Rognholt riding the 24. Chase Friedel on the 33. Shane Granger with the 38. Henry Levens on the 41. Axel Gass on the 44. And Calvin Willey with the 60. 11 racers. How wide is the start gate there? How many quads, if you needed to, could you fit into that start gate?
Today's we're pretty wide. We probably could get 18, 20, but we won't do no more than 12.
Gotcha.
Maybe you'll see some we might have a 13. It just gets to be too hard. You got to remember how this gets scored is there's that car on the infield.
Yeah.
And there's 3 girls in there that are
3 good old human beings
yelling out numbers as they go by and they write them down. Oh, we got a spin out coming out of 4. Looks safe. He kept it going. They look like
oh, look out.
Oh, Puma, number 1 there off the track.
Isaac
Spinning around.
Isaac had nowhere to go as that quad, was it Moore or was it Corn, I believe?
Corner 4, that was it coming
It went around, yep. And then the 1 machine of Anderson had nowhere to go. There was even a little light contact there. Maybe it was the 00 of York that went around. He's already battled back up into the field. Top 3 there across the line. What about lap counts for different classes, different divisions?
We're trying to average today down for rubber. It'll be 4 laps for rubber, 5 for studded. And then when we get into the pro, we'll do 6 and 6 for this first round. And then if the day keeps going the way it is, knock on wood.
Uh-oh.
Doing good. We'll add more laps so they have more laps to race.
There was some contact entering turn number 3, trying to make a move to the inside as they were coming down to the line. And then there was contact that took that rider in second, out and around, so hemorrhaged some positions there to wrap up or to at least get into the closing stages of this heat race. Still side by side for third and fourth as your top 2 are relatively close. Checkered flag is out for Junior B Rubber. First race of the day.
Yeah, earlier, Dan, I was talking about one of the original, Steve Eater. That's who it was. I couldn't think of Steve's last name. Thank you, Miss Melissa Serrar, for texting me and telling me that. I do got to say, though, Serrar's there last weekend. Mama was out of town, and I got fed last weekend. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Maybe Mama's got to leave town a little bit more, and we got to throw out some names out there. A lot of people go into this club that's helped Serrars, the Riders, Helens, the Thompsons. There's so many people out there that's helped this club become to what it's got to today. We couldn't have done it without them. And we can see it just by watching the live stream here, the number of people who are helping out, whether they're track marshals, they're starting marshal, scorers that you were just mentioning, printing out the lineups. There's something for everybody to do, and that's the beauty of these sports when you get involved in them. 9 times out of 10, if help is needed, someone's going to rise to the occasion and help you out. All volunteer. Yeah. We got 9 board members that there's 3 board members and 6 officers, and we meet every Wednesday night. We go live. We talk about the week before. We talk about future stuff, and and the club's doing good. When I got into this, one of the things I always said is I want to give back to the racers, and without these racers coming in week out, whether it's $20 here, $20 there, it adds up and it helps them. Oh, it helps absolutely. In the Pee Wee studded class, we'll have Riley Offalter riding the 3, Benton Berlin on the 10, Autumn Conrad with the 17. Macy Diesterhoft on the 23, Madeline Anderson on the 32, and Cole Conrad with the 79 as the band snaps and they head out of the start gate and onto the track proper, beginning with turn number 2 of the oval. Nice 4-rider battle at the tail end of the field. Side by side, 2 riders shoot out for the lead as 1 rider gets onto the berm. It's tossed off the quad. That's the 23 of Macy Diesterhoft. She looks like she's up and moving. Looks like she's all right. Kneeing her way back towards the infield. Couldn't quite tell from this perspective if she got forced down into that berm on the inside of the track or if momentum carried herself down there. Here's the instant replay. You can watch these two. They're side by side as they head into turn number 2 of the track official. They're close, but I don't think they're touching. Well, there was a little contact there after Macy got
her left side tires on the berm there. And, of course, also, we can point out some safety features here, especially with these quads. Automatic kill tethers. So in an instance like this where the rider does come off the bike, it shuts that engine down. You don't have to worry about a quad running across the lake to the north end, right?
Throttle sticks, and that rider falls off. It actually starts. And now, it's supposed to.
Yep.
Last week we actually had one that popped out, and it kept it going. It actually, we did a little different in tech this week to make sure they have loops on them, and we checked all their loops this week to make sure that it just didn't pull out on them.
Gotcha. Yeah, I did notice that in some of your social media posts that I believe you mentioned as top 5 riders across the line. Going to be doing some quick tech on some of the steeds as they finish up the races. Just want to make sure.
We'll do our C rubber, B rubber. They have to have stock swing arms. Gotcha. So 04, 05 stock is what we use, 18 and 5/8. Barry's our tech guy. He knows exact. So what we'll do is we'll stop them after the final, and we'll measure that out. And then all the junior quads have to have air lid boxes on them.
Oh, okay.
So with the 400s, they still build them, but it helps a little bit.
Gotcha. And it is motorsports. It's the name of the game.
It is motorsport.
Everyone's going to try something sooner or later, right? And you just want to make sure that they're not trying too much, right?
Exactly. Try to keep them as best evenly as we can. Try.
So we're not sure if Macy's going to rejoin us or not. We've got 5 of them back onto the start gate. Macy was up under her own power. You can see that I believe we've got a track worker over there. Yeah, I can actually see out from our broadcast booth. Macy's getting a helping hand, getting a tow back to the start gate, and Macy is on. Maybe not sure if Macy's going to rejoin the fun or not. Macy gets a ride back to the pits, and the quad gets brought back to the pits. Says, "Look at this, we got a plane just outside the racing surface. We're drawing all sorts of fans here today." You see this regularly, Jason, or not?
Every once in a while you'll see one that'll come flying in. We have our 100-foot mark, and you can see that snowbank out there. So he's staying 100 feet away, so we're good there. I just got radio here. Macy's not going to come back out, so hopefully she comes back out in the second round here. Hopefully everything's all right with her.
Got some snowmobilers out there, got some ice fishermen and ladies out there. A little bit of everything here on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. There's a question I've got for you, Jason. How do you pick and choose your locations where you want to try and build some racing venues?
Well, I'll be completely honest. Up to a couple years ago, we had our lakes that we raced on, and then all of a sudden people started reaching out more, like Long Lake up here. And their Chamber of Commerce reached out to us, and so last year we come up and tried it, and they raised $34,000.
Oh, yeah.
33 last year, 34 this year. That's just their Chamber of Commerce. You see all these awesome sponsors up in the corner of these. The TV, from Frolic Masonry to Meg Stainless to Andy Hagen to Pioneer to Summers, all these people that come together, they went around and collected money, and it makes us real easy. So back to your main question is, how do we pick? So this year what we did is, it's all about giving back to these racers. Yep. So we had a lot of people that want us to come, venue. I mean, we're packing 200-300 people after a race into an establishment. People are eating, drinking, doing all that stuff. So we charge $3,000. We don't care how they get it. They could get $10, $300 sponsors. They could get $30, $100 sponsors. Whatever works for them. That all goes back to our racers, and that's what we do. We got to be safe with what lake it is, but we're always looking for that next place.
Is it always the Chamber of Commerce that you're working with?
No, actually, that was really cool. The last 2 years is the Long Lake Chamber of Commerce. They get involved.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
I had Lake Wissota there in Chippewa. Their Chamber of Commerce got involved a little bit, but not like Long Lakes. Yeah. They're involved. Birchwood, that was another one too. They get involved too, and that's there's 90 trailers out here.
Yeah.
90 trucks hooked up to these trailers. They got to stop and get fuel. They got to stop and get food, snacks, whatever it is. So it brings a lot of tourism to town, and it gives somebody, in the wintertime something to do.
You mentioned earlier 400, when we were first getting on the air, 438 registered entries, but each one of those registered entries, as the checkered flag flies to wrap up the Pee Wee Studded, brings along with them mom, dad, brother, sister, grandma, grandpa, so it's not just one racer. Maybe every so often there might be some, a solo pilot coming up, but not very often. So they're bringing the family along.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that translates into business in the community, and that's neat to see that the Long Lake Chamber of Commerce recognizes that.
Exactly. I think there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of businesses to get involved, and it's a good thing. It's a sanctioned race. Everything is, we run it by the books, and we do our best to keep everybody happy.
Here's a big class, C Rubber class, 3 qualifying heat races for this class, so a big turnout here in the C Rubber class. What is the draw for this class? Is it just an easy way to get into the sport?
Yeah, this is your entry level. No hybrids, or no, actually, this can have a hybrid in it.
And by hybrid, you're referencing
you could run a dirt bike motor inside your four-wheeler. You can have a hybrid in this, stock swing arm. So yeah, this is your entry class. This is where your lowest level.
But look at this. We say lowest level, but they're still hauling the mail out there.
Oh yeah. Just because it's the entry level doesn't mean that they're slow. As you can see, Morgan Serrar out front here, number 8.
Right behind him, the 4 machine, I believe it is Casey Green. Tucker Granger riding the 3. Sidney Knops on the 6. Jeff Endish on the 19. Keegan Billington with the 21. Wyatt Kettner on the 61. Caden Gullick with the 70. And Savannah Fleener on the 75. Sometimes an individual on the outside of the sport might hear us referencing an A class, a B class, and a C class, and they may think that a lower letter like C might mean that we're, going to see them crawling around the track. But as I already mentioned, the speeds are up here, and they're showing a lot of skill as well. Great racing conditions in this quote-unquote C class.
Yeah, there's a lot of these, like Morgan out front there. She could probably go race B. She could probably race up to A. She's been doing this for a long time. This is I believe her first year in an adult class. She's only 16, 17 years old. So, gotta look at the ages.
Checkered flag flies to wrap up heat number 1. Morgan does get the W, picks up the win. Wyatt Kettner on the 61 was challenging there. Couldn't quite complete the pass at the end as we get ready for heat race number 2. I heard you mentioning in your riders meeting, and I'll bring this topic up here in just a moment, but first let me run through the list of racers in heat 2. Lane Nyseth on the 10, Colton Day riding the 13, Bryson Johnson on the 13X, Shaylin Rail with the 17, Lovan Hadleck.
We'll go with Mariah Guazda on the 26 and the 28, Ty Egan, and 31, Daniel Alfelter, and 519, Cole Aschenbrunner.
One of the things you were mentioning in the riders meeting before the racers got out on the track for their first runs here is that there's actually a process where racers will graduate out of a class.
Definitely,
and transition into a higher class.
After they win the class, they win points for that class, they got to move up. So that gets them all moving all the way up to the Outlaw and Pro classes. So, and then you got Mariah Guazda out front here, number 26, with Lane Nyseth pulling up second, the number 10. Then I believe you got Ashley in the 43 running third. Looks like Mariah made a mistake there. Nyseth getting underneath there.
Boy, Mariah was able to hold on to that lead. Nice way to race it out, despite the fact of pushing the cushion way to the top side of 3 and 4. Boy, Lane is giving
right
it everything.
There waiting for her to make a mistake.
One on the inside, one on the outside lane, trying that inside run, the entry and the exit of the turns, while Mariah's running the outside. At that time, Lane gets quite a bit higher in 3 and 4. Not sure if that was by design or if the quad just stepped out unexpectedly. And then third up into the cushion as well.
As you can see, that cushion's pushed out quite a bit. It's getting slipperier and slipperier.
That was a white flag that time across the line. It'll be checkered next time by. And let's see if Mariah on the 26 is going to be... Oh, Mariah pushes a bit. Front end, jump the cushion. That's going to open up the inside lane to Lane. The 10 of Lane Nyseth will steal the win on the final lap as Mariah, unfortunately, you could see that front end just push a little bit, got up over the berm into the deeper fluff there, and lost some speed there as we get ready for heat race number 3. Going back to that transitioning out of a class from C to B or B to A, of course, the objective there is to get those racers who are fast into a class that's more deserving of their speeds, right, and their talent.
Definitely. You know, as they get better and better and improve, just keep moving them up to, you know, let the next kid come in and be dominant or however you want to do it. So it works out good. And we keep a close eye on this, you know. We have somebody come in our club and we feel that they're not in a race class. We got the right to bump them up.
Yeah.
So we do that. We keep a close eye on them and make sure that they're in the right class they're supposed to be.
Heat number 3 on the track now. Noah Rudd on the 04. Jonathan Arat riding the 11. Alex Schauer on the 12. Damian Brazee with the 18. McKinn Sminsky riding the 22. Ashley Arneson on the 43. Desmond Gare on the 50. Ben Bowe with the 54. And Eric Goss with a 55. And there is another side-by-side battle for position at the front of the field as they complete lap number 1. Actually, second and third there with a little side-by-side fun just behind our race leader. 55 machine of Eric Goss on the outside.
You got Ashley Arneson on the inside. She's working it. That's Corey Arneson's wife. It's a family right here. You'll see her husband come out here later in the pro class, and it's family oriented, and they got a little 1-year-old. She's got to be just under 2-year-old daughter that they bring along too.
They're giving it everything there. Second and third still up for grabs, but I don't think they're going to be able to reel in our race leader who has exited stage left and opened it up quite an advantage. The 12 machine of Alex Schauer.
Oh, Ashley spun out there on the last lap. See Eric Gass going around on the outside. 43, Ashley spins.
How much of that is unexpected to the rider? Sometimes will that quad just take an unexpected set or an unexpected slide and you've got no way to save it?
Very well could. A lot of it is, you know, when you run in three back-to-back rubber heats like this, the track's going to get really, really slippery. Yep. Now you'll see we'll come back with an open motorcycle right now, which is studded, and we'll try to get some traction back into it. Doesn't put a lot since we've had so many rubber quads, but it definitely helps.
Yep. So open motorcycle, exactly as it sounds, run what you want, right, in this class. We've got 11 entries in this race. Ethan Eben riding the 0, Owen Lay on the deuce, Owen Nelson riding the 7, Ricky Staub on the 22, Cody Funk, who is a bit of a master in everything, riding the 25, Mark Will on the 66, Mason Barth with the 80, Nick Berg on the 92, Bryce Backus on the 94, Bryce, a former Nationals racer, John Dillenberg riding the 98, and Ty Fietzer with the 727. 11 racers in here, and we're about to see some speed here with open motorcycle.
Yeah, these are your big dogs coming in. You watch Cody Funk there. His sister Megan, she's the president of CWIRC, Central Wisconsin Ice Race, another club that runs a little more in the Central.
Yep.
Really good family, really good people here.
Look at them backing it into the turns, and out front by about 3 cycle lengths is your race leader going to lead lap number 1. It's the 25 of Funk holding on to, I'm not sure if Cody's our race leader. Whoa, look at that move right there. To the inside, 3 wide. That's the 0 of Ethan Eben, taking 2 spots for the price of 1. Yeah, I believe Cody's still running, Cody Funk running second. There's a 727 of Ty Fietzer in that multi-racer battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Is that Mason Barth on the 80? I'm not quite sure.
So it looked like Mason Barth on that 80 up there out front right now.
Tight quarters.
They see Riley Ginder here in the 5. He's coming in underneath. Riley must didn't get into this class. He must be an ad at the end.
Almost had a high side there in turns 3 and 4. That bike took a set.
That's Barth.
Yeah. Mason Barth, your race leader. Cody Funk unofficially holding on to second. But Cody's going to have his hands full here. Looks like Ethan's closing the gap on the 0. Catching Cody Funk is one thing. Passing him, though, can be a whole nother ball game. As I was mentioning about Cody, I've watched him race on asphalt. I've watched him race on dirt. Here he is racing on ice. He's been doing some road racing on asphalt lately. A little bit of everything for the Funk family, and that's neat to see when an individual can use their talents for a whole bunch of different things. But at the end of that one, Mason Barth on the 80 is going to get the W. Unofficially, Funk and Evan rounding out the top 3 as we get ready for Outlaw Rubber. 2 heats in this class.
Here comes your big dogs. This is your top class right here.
So what would we notice differently between Outlaw Rubber quads and other classes?
Outlaw Rubber quads, chances are their swing arms are shorter.
Okay.
Every one of them's short at some point. Some run -4s, some run -1.5 3s. It all depends on their setups. You'll see, this is the top class right here. This is where it's $1,500 to win this class right here. And here we go. Keep an eye on that 29 there, that Trevin White on the inside. He's fast, 14 years old. And as he takes the lead right away.
Look at that.
Corey Arneson in the second, coming on the inside. He's another fast guy there.
Trevin White gets the whole shot in turn number 2 of the oval coming out of that start gate straight. Corey Arneson followed him into turn number 2 in second with a nice run to the inside of momentarily there a 3-wide battle. Love that speed shot. Boy, that translates some of that speed that these racers are carrying into the turns.
Yeah, they'll run 6 laps, I believe, is what they're going to be running here. This is up your upper pro class, so you'll watch, too. This track will change.
Second place going to be handed over to someone else. That quad got out from underneath him, backed it to the snow at the outside of turns 3 and 4. He's able to get back into the battle here. He's got a couple of laps remaining here. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to be able to reclaim a few of those positions lost in that heat. And, of course, unfortunately, that brings him outside of those top 4 transition spots. Yep. So this is one of those classes where you do want to be finishing top 4 so you don't have to bring it back out for an LCQ.
Try to save some laps. Got to keep it off your motor and off your tires and stuff.
2-rider battle for position as the 10 machine
Barry
Serrar holds on to that spot down the back straightaway and trying to close in a little bit on the competitor there.
We have a quad down here.
Looks like it's stalled there.
Not really sure who that is.
Reese spots it.
Yep. Reese braking there. Snuffed it. Looks like he killed it.
Gets it refired, though. Unfortunately, not before dropping all the way to the tail of the field, and I believe that was the leader coming up on him, so maybe going to put him a lap down. There's the 29 of White in the closing laps of this first heat for the Outlaw Rubber class. 6 laps for the Outlaw Rubber class. Boy, he's sawing at the bars there.
You can see Trevin with a really shortened swing arm. They're pretty small, he is, and it's still, even if it's slick as it is, they could still pull that front end. Looks like we got Barry, and that is number 4 is Tyler Allen.
Making the transfer, top 3.
Well, Dan, this is where I step away on this one. Just this race and only. My daughter's in this. The 18 Asa Kennedy Swan and Tyler Thompson and all them. I'm going to step outside here and
go cheer her on.
Get a front row view.
Tyler Thompson's riding the 03. Brody Barsamian is on the 4. Andrew Steinmetz with the 16. Kennedy Swan, Jason's daughter, on the 18. Jake Samplowski riding the 18X. Jake Prosecki on the 21. Cody Severson with the 38. Jace White on the 47. Vanden Reese with the 50. And Ethan Coran on the 82. 10 riders. Second group of the Outlaw Rubber class. They're in the start gate. Here you can see Kennedy Swan on the right side of the start gate, that red and white machine there as Kennedy rolls up to the line. All the way to the inside is the 38 of Cody Severson, who's got a whole shot for this second group of the Outlaw Rubber class. They watch for the bungee to snap. Oh, it's a no start. No start, Little. Didn't quite release the bungee, so we'll give it another shot here. Taking a look at their automated system. Oh, it might be battery time. So Outlaw Rubber, this is the 13th group of 39. You heard me right. 2 heats for Outlaw Rubber in this 13th group of 39, 13th class. Next will be Outlaw PW Studded as we're going to give it another shot here. Bungee snaps and away they go. Looks like we might have a whole shot from the extreme outside. coming across the field into turn number 2, your race leader. With a power move from the outside, we've got him sideways in turn 2 in that transition from the start gate straight onto the oval proper. Kennedy Swan and the 16 machine of Andrew Steinmetz battling for position. Another quad making a run around the outside, but this is all for positions 2, 3, 4, and 5 as our race leader has opened up a commanding advantage to 62 machine, the 82, excuse me, of Ethan Coran up to the number 2 spot. Here's your race leader just now coming out of 4, headed down towards the line. Can't quite get a number on that quad. 47, maybe Jace White. I believe that might be Jace out front. There's the 4 of Brody Barsamian. Brody making that extreme inside lane work magic for the 4 machine. To the inside of Andrew Steinmetz on the 16. And coming into the mix, the 0-3 of Tyler Thompson. Thompson on that yellow quad with a yellow helmet working around the outside, trying to use that cushion to his advantage. Kennedy Swan on the 18. Ooh, ran out of running room there on the inside as the 4 of Barsamian took that inside lane away. Swan is going to get it back, though, exiting turn 2 and down the back straightaway with an inside run. Race leaders across the line to complete another lap. Look at this back and forth. Sawing 4 positions. They all get moved to the outside as Swan tries to do a crossover maneuver on the 16 of Steinmetz. First look into the outside, then the inside. Coming back into the picture is Brody Barsamian on the 4 machine. 3 quads battling for, I believe this is 3rd, 4th, and 5th up for grabs. 6th also in play there. 5 quads all battling for position, and again, this is a class where you've got to finish in the top 4 to make that direct transfer. Otherwise, you're going to be in an LCQ. Ooh, race leader pushes the cushion, gets up into the snow. Checkered flag is out. Second group will write their names into the books in the Outlaw Rubber class. Wow, that battle just outside the top 2. Again, 5 racers battling for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Of those 5, only 2 of them will transfer directly. Finishing positions 3 and 4. Outlaw PW studded up next. 8 entries in this class. Rhett Marion riding the deuce. Dalton Schweers on the 4. Colbin Guizda riding the 12. Gage Jerskra with the 14. Bronson Taylor on the 19. As they rocket out of the start gate, rest of the field, Dax Graham on the 20. Bentley Samplowski with the 28. And Bentley Irish on the 29. Well, they all slide to the outside. Heavy traffic down the back straightaway. Top 3 single file. Top 4, actually. Your race leader down to the inside. I believe that's Riot Marion on the deuce. Out front early. Had that left front tire tucked right up alongside the berm on the inside lane while everybody else let their quads slide to the outside. 5 added to the mix. Up there in the top 4. Got a little huckabug going as he jumps the cushion. It's a 29 of Bentley Irish. Bentley way up to the outside through turns 3 and 4. Back to 1 and 2 they go. Interesting aspect when you get into these classes is watching the different lines and lanes. Even this Outlaw PW studded class, some running the inside, some trying to use that fluff on the outside, some running right down the middle, as these 2 are going to go side by side into turn number 1. That's battle for 2nd and 3rd. The 6 on the outside, the 12 on the inside. Colbin Guizda on the 12 machine, going to give up 2nd, I believe, settle into 3rd now. There's your race leader all alone on a turn number 4. Finger guns back to the rest of the competition as he takes the checkered flag and the opening race win to the Outlaw P-Dub studded class. Class 15 now. B Rubber, first race. This is B Rubber first group. 10 entries. Ryan Osborne on the deuce. Riley Ginder riding the 5. Sidney Knops on the 6. Todd Ashbrenner riding the 08. Alex Sauer on the 12. Avery Schindler with the 24. Mariah Sloop on the 26 as the revs come up. Bungee is released and away they go. 5 wide, 3 wide, 2 wide. Now just a single racer out front. Going to lead him around turn number 2 of the oval and out of the back straightaway. That is the 12 of Alex Sauer, your early race leader. Making a move around the outside, though, is the 20 machine. I apologize, don't have a name for the rider on the 20. Not sure if this was a late entrant, but the deuce of Ryan Osborne running third. Alex Sauer back to second now as the 20 takes sole possession of the lead. Other racers, Avery Schindler on the 24, Mariah Sloop on the 26, Owen Prosecki with the 29, Jesse Buckley riding the 74, Keegan Verity on the 99 machine. Single file through the top 5 positions. Top 4 will transfer directly. That is the 20, and I apologize, don't have a name for number 20 machine.
That's Dax Graham.
Dax Graham?
Yep, Dax Graham, number 20. I'm back, Dan. Had to go congratulate Kennedy. She made top 4, so she's pretty happy with that.
Got a direct transfer. Not going to have to battle through an LCQ when emotions can get high, right?
Definitely.
So Dax was able to take the lead away from Alex Sauer on the 12 machine and has since opened up a commanding advantage here. Dax
number 12 is actually Colbert Guazda. Colbert Guazda, the number 12.
Okay.
It's all right, buddy.
That's all right.
This is actually Outlaw Pee Wee Studded. I'm thinking they skipped a class on us. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, they ran Outlaw Pee Wee Studded here, and I think they ran B Rubber already. So what they did is, there's 2 heats of B Rubber, so they're probably trying to get some more traction into the racetrack. So they probably put the Pee Wee Studded in between these 2 B Rubbers.
So am I understanding you correctly? Now the second group for B Rubbers coming up.
Yeah, yep. You got Casey Green at number 4. You got Dylan Michaels number 17. You got Jacob Anderson number 7. Macy Smitsky, number 22. Morgan Serrar, number 8. 25, Austin Henneman. 28, Ty Egan. You probably hear that number. Used to be number 26. Runs a streeter. And then Jacob Ackley, number 18. And then Braxton Johnson, number 13.
9 racers, B Rubber second group. So we had just a little program change there, but another nice group as...
And me not being in here, I would have seen that. But we're trying to just bouncing around a little bit just to try to keep as much traction as they can in this racetrack.
Well, there's something that a casual spectator may not understand is you and your team, you are watching this track. You're trying to make sure that not only are you getting through the program, but you're also putting the correct classes on the track that are going to help that track last the day and race the best for all the competitors.
You know, if you ran rubber quads all day long, it would be like a complete skating rink, just polished right over.
There's the 8 of Morgan Sauer trying to make a move to the inside of the 13 machine of Brayson Johnson. That's a battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as one rider gets up over the berm there.
Jacob Ackley up front there, the 18.
2 more got together in turn 4. One trying to kickstart that quad back to life, but they've lost touch with the top 5. Race leader right down to the inside. That is the 18 machine of Jacob Ackley. Jacob's going to lead another lap.
Jake's last year he ran C Rubber and he won C Rubber. He's one of those that are coming up through the ranks. You'll see him he'll race here at NW with us, and then tomorrow a lot of these guys and gals will go down to CW and race.
Gotcha. So if they find a race is happening,
Sminsky spins it.
If they find a race that fits into their weekend, they'll haul to it, right?
Yeah, I mean we've gone all the way up to Gwinn, Michigan. They got a land-made racetrack up there. That's fun to go do. I wish, with us being part of NW and helping put on the races, it's hard for us to travel, but eventually I think we're going to be able to travel here a little bit more and try different racetracks. Sundays is easy.
Ackley on the 18, looking over his shoulder, making sure he's aware of where the competition is. Thankfully for him, none of the competition is right around him. Jacob Ackley going to pick up the heat race win in the second group for B Rubber. Now we'll get into junior studded, right?
Yep, that looks like junior studded will be up next.
There's your starting lineup on screen for those of you watching from home. By the way, welcome to Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. Thank you for tuning in to MBTV Sports live streaming coverage of Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club. Ice racing action, both an oval and a GP, coming up a little bit later on today. Right now, junior studded about ready to hit the oval. Lillian Gessler will be piloting the 00. Dalton Schweers on the 4. Gage Jiskra with a 14. Emily Close on the 22. Matthew Fernstall on the 33. Maddie Jiskra on the 52. Remington Gessler riding the 58. And Braden Wolf will roll the 87 up to the line for race number 16. This is junior studded. Jason, how many of the racers have you noticed through the years are multidisciplinary racers? For example, they might be riding their quads on the ice in the winter, and then they might take it to the dirt in the summer.
Quite a few. You watch Dalton Schweers, you watch Dax Graham on these Pee-wee studded quads that just got done here in the Marians, Slampowski. They all race in the summertime, too. They go up to GFI or wherever. You got Chase White, the White Boys, they go race all over. There's a lot of people. You got Tyler Allen here. He's down by Madison, and he's a professional rider. You'll see him all over the place. Even in 2025, Tyler Allen was a Hoosier Hero along with Kennedy Swan there. They big Hoosier Hero thing that they had, and here we go as they're out front, junior studded.
Braden Wolf on the 87 gets the whole shot coming out of the start gate straight and onto the oval proper, followed by the 4 of Dalton Schweers. Not only will they take their quads or their bikes to the dirt or the asphalt, as you just mentioned, some of them also getting into the full-sized car racing action.
Yeah, that's where we come. That's our background. Is Kennedy obviously runs a modified, but there's a lot of guys out here that run a B mods or like Ty Egan. He's here. He didn't race this last year, but eventually he'll get back into, I think, the dirt track side of things.
Racing is racing. My dad always used to say, it's like a disease. Once you get it in your blood, you'll try to race anything that you can, right?
It's when I got out of racing with Kennedy, started racing, I didn't think that would be enough. But when I watched her in a go-kart and I realized we had something there, it's like, I'm going to put all my time and everything that I can into her. Yeah. And it's been awesome. I get the goosebumps even thinking about it. She's got her little brother coming up through the ranks now. He's into karting too, and you got Jackson Helen. He's coming through the karts. I think he'll be full-time B-mod this coming year.
Really?
It's cool. They run at Thunder Hill, MBTV, which is at Thunder Hill every single Wednesday night. Yep. And that's where it all started for us. And it all started with a 5-year-old girl telling me she wanted to go racing. And I hung up the helmet and she put it on.
How did that go? Was it, Dad, your time's over, my time to shine now?
Me and Mom had talked, and we were going to do Friday nights. I would race. Sunday nights, I would race, and then Saturdays she would race at Thunder Hill back when they raced on Saturdays. And that first year she was in junior wings. We had bought her a brand new SKE kart, and Jimmy Mars and their whole crew helped us put it together. And we went out to Thunder Hill, and she come off. She took second that night, and I could see her smiling through that helmet. And
it was that moment when you thought, well, my time is coming to a close.
I'm done, and we, I walked up on the hill and I told Bottom, I told my wife, I says, I ain't going to get that B-mod. I think we have something here, and it's hard. You get so emotional watching your kids out there, and watching what Kennedy's done, successful in her short time she's been racing. You really think about it though. She's 19 years old. She's been racing something since she was 5 years old. There's Jackson Helen too. He's another one. These kids are just coming up, and it's fun to watch. And I've been in this club long enough. It's like these kids just keep growing and growing and growing.
14 of Gage Jiskra came to a stop in between 3 and 4, so going to get a helping hand from the track worker there before we get into A rubber. 2 races for this class as well, 8 entries in both races. The first race, we've got Tucker Kempe on the 19, Ethan Kramer with the 32, Tommy Anderson riding the 57, Parker Reedinger with the 72, Trenton Goodenough on the 73, Luke Anderson on the 75, Colin Graham with the 81, and Kenyon Shellum with the 96. So 8 racers in the start gate. Now that we've got the track clear of the faltered quad from turns 3 and 4, we'll run down the line there. Our starter, make sure that all the racers are ready to go. Wait for the bungee to snap, and away they go.
A rubber here. This is a shortened swing arm class, so their swing arm's a little shorter. All depends on what they prefer.
Does that tend to the shortening of the swing arm? Is that a performance thing or is that a feel thing?
It's a mixture of both. You're going to create more traction by shortening up that swing arm in the back. Some guys believe you got to be -4. Some guys think you can get away with 1.5 inches. You got Parker out front there, the 72.
Parker
looking pretty good today.
Look at that 3-wide battle for position just outside the top 2 positions, I believe. Parker being challenged by the 81 of Colin Graham. Graham trying to follow him, or follow right in his tire tracks.
Looks like the 57 of Tommy Anderson got a little wide there.
I would say more than a little wide. He was up on the berm there, wasn't he? Was that the green quad? He got up into the berm. Challenge and a change for second. Will a crossover maneuver follow? It will. Wheelies down the back straightaway as the 81 of Colin Graham is able to get power to the rear wheels there. Reclaim the position from the 19 of Tucker Kempe.
Oh, do we have a new leader?
Right at the line there. Colin Graham takes the lead. The 72 of Reedinger is going to try and battle back. Can't quite make the move stick.
Oh, we got Trenton Goodenough spinning out on the backstretch.
Nice save there. Only gave up 2 positions there. Top 4 are going to come to the line. Checkered flag flies unofficially. Colin Graham, I believe, getting the W. Parker Reedinger after leading the early portion of that race.
That's good to see Parker get out front like that. He's been having kind of a rough year this year. A couple wrecks and in the wrong spot at the wrong time. So it's really good to see Parker out front.
Group 2 in the start gate now. Brady Wilson from Chippewa Falls on the 07. Colton Froseth with the 8. Colton Buckley riding the 10. Matt Bloomer on the 11. Jackson Helen with the 20. Jake Prosecki on the 21. Ty Osborne with the 28. And Landon Tiller riding the 33. What happens if your quad or your bike gets into the bungee before it releases?
Before it releases, and they'll throw a red, and you'll actually go to the second row. You'll be penalized if you get into that bungee before. Good move there. Looked like Przeski driving on the inside.
Saw a couple of crossovers there. One rider from the inside sliding to the outside. Another racer from the outside sneaking to the inside and taking positions away. Look at that 4 wide coming out of turn number 4. Giving it, trying to find some bite. And A rubber second group on the track now. 07 machine of Brady Wilson couldn't quite get it nailed down that time in 1 and 2. Gave up a position or 2 as the top 2 are pulling away.
Yeah, Ty Osborne out front in the 28 slash.
And I believe that's Landon Tiller on the 33, I believe, running second. I think that's the number I saw there.
Good day. You got
Look at this group battling for second. Not only second,
second, third, fourth, and fifth. You could throw a blanket on them. And here comes Jackson Helen hard on the inside.
This is another scenario where only the top 4 are going to transfer. Everybody else, 5th on back, is going to have to come back through the LCQ. That's why they're battling so hard. Yeah, they're giving it everything. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, I believe, behind the top 2.
Top 4 transfers, so they're looking for the top 4 to get up.
There's your top 2 all alone.
Ty Osborne out front.
Checkered flag will fly. 3rd and 4th.
That was a heck of a race.
That was a fun one to watch, that's for sure. A Rubber putting on a show in their second group. B Studded up next. Paul Gessler with the 00. Caleb Passarella on the 04. Ryder Geist with a 6X. Alex Quinnell on the 8. Matt Bloomer riding the 11. Braxton Johnson on the 13. Loven Hledlicki Hadlick, sorry. You've corrected me last time on that one.
I don't even know if I say it right.
Josh Lawrence,
I like saying his last name.
Dan Offalter with a 42, Troy Sankney on the 44, and Braden Wolf with the 87.
Keep a close eye on that 6X Ryder Geist. He runs a lot of dirt in the summertime. He's only like 15 years old. They're out of SWIRC, which is southern Wisconsin.
Gotcha.
Young kid. I seen him about 3-4 years ago come and race with us, and he's fun to watch. Up and comer for sure.
87 of Braden Wolf lined up on the inside with the 42 of Dan Offalter right next to him. The 04 of Caleb Passarelli.
You remember that name? He's going to be in a legendary car this summer.
Passarella will?
No, actually, Ryder Geist.
Geist will.
Yeah, he's going to run legendary, and they're going to run four-wheelers too. So very busy family. Love the race inside. Great family.
The legend cars running at Thunderhill?
Yeah, I'm not sure where they'll all run. There's they got a big class down south, or if they'll come up to Thunderhill or not.
Okay. Revs are up. B-Studded is away. Full gate rocketing out of the start lane. Headed into turn number 2 of the oval.
Check out my son's up next.
Jason's going to go cheer on the next member of the second generation of Swan racers as our B-Studded class puts on a show. Look at this pack battling for second on back as our race leaders out front all alone. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all battling for position. There's the 20 machine of Lowen Hadlick, the 13 of Braxton Johnson. Johnson trying to work to the inside. Everybody looking for a lane that's open that's going to give him an entry. Oh, we've got one rider off the quad. Quad high flies up and over the berm. That's the 23 machine of Josh Lawrence. Kill switch did its duty. Shut the quad down, but it just slid on the ice across that berm. Launched into the exit lane, as our instant replay will show here. Look at him carrying a lot of speed. No, it's the 44 machine of Sankey. Troy Sankey comes off the quad. No, gets into the 23. I apologize. Rider exited from the quad. Quad goes up and over the berm into the exit lane. My goodness. What a ride. Safety crew there to make sure that the rider's okay first. Again, that's Josh Lawrence on the 23 who got off. I believe it started with Troy Sankey on the 44 who came into turn number 1 with just a head of steam and may have caught the 23 of Lawrence. Lawrence came off the left side of the quad. There you can see him plugging his kill switch tether back into the quad. Not sure if the race is done for him, if that quad is locked up. Going to be able to get it refired or not. Might need a helping hand. That was a hard tumble by that quad. So now what we're going to have is a restart from the front straightaway. They had completed that first lap. We're going to line them up on the front straightaway of the oval, the remainder of the field. It'll be single file restart. There you can see the front straightaway of the oval as we're beginning the process of realigning the field. So they will not be in a straight line left to right like you're used to seeing from the start gate. It will be a staggered single file restart order. Race leader on the start finish line to the inside, and then the second place quad, the quad that was scored second, will be back and to the right of the race leader. Third will be back and to the right of the second place restarting quad, and so on through the field. I believe it's the rubber classes. Jason was explaining to us earlier. We'll restart literally single file, nose to tail, but in these studded classes, there's a bit of a stagger if you were to look at them from the air, looking down on the track. The race leader would be to the front left, second back and to the right, third back and to the right, fourth back and to the right, fifth back and to the right. That's what you see in them, trying to get them lined up here for this restart. NWIRC in Sarona. Big money on the line. $34,000 payout. Outlaw rubber quad, open studded quad, and open motorcycle. Racing for $1,500 to win today. Pro rubber GP, open GP motorcycle, and open studded GP battling for $1,250 to win today. B studded quads, $375 to win today. A studded quads, $500 to win. Pro rubber quads, $500 to win. So a lot of money being tossed at the racers here today. B studded quads, really choice open to these racers. Any studded two-wheel drive ATV can run lowering links if they want. Sway bars, Nerf bars are mandatory. We'll take a quick break here for those of you watching via the live streaming coverage on MBTV Sports. We'll be back with more green flag action from Sarona, Wisconsin, as the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club attacks the ice.
You've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
At AMRAMP Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out.
Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, Daddy.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AMRAMP Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
From heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Welcome back to Long Lake in Washburn County, Sarona, Wisconsin, as MBTV Sports welcomes you to Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action. Our B-studded first race ready to return to green flag conditions. Green flies and away they go. We had one racer exited from his quad. Red flag conditions followed, and now we're back to green as that battle for the lead continues. The 20 machine, Lovan Hadlecki, tries to work to the outside of the 8 of Alex Quinnell. Alex on the inside. But the 20 machine's got the speed and the momentum, making an outside run around turns 1 and 2. And just like that, he has taken sole possession of the top spot. Now the battle for second intensifies. The 8 machine of Quinnell gets invited to the outside. Checkered flag flies. It'll be a third place finish, but across the line first. Lovan Hladilek with the W. in our B-studded race. Race number 19 up next of 39 scheduled classes, some classes with multiple heat races. This is Pee Wee A. Pee Wee A action in the start gate. Racers include Rose Shilka riding the 2, Leif Peterson on the 15, Trip Swan on the 18, Bentley Irish with a 29, and Lincoln Close with a 33 as they're released. Top 2 going to battle for a moment out of the start gate straight, but headed into turn number 1. Got an early race leader. The deuce of Rose Shilka running second right behind your race leader. Tight quarters down the back straightaway. Rose says, nope, second not for me today. I'm going to take the lead on the outside. Snuck around the 18 of Trip Swan. Swan back to second. Trip's going to try to battle back on the inside as they complete lap number 1 crossing the line. This is Pee Wee A class quad down into turn number 1. Top 2. Tight quarters into that first turn. Another change for the lead. Swan back to the front. Shilka back to second. They're carrying a lot of momentum down the back straightaway and distancing themselves from 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Third place racer all alone, then a side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th as the white flag flies for Trip Swan. One more lap to go in our Pee Wee A race. Rose Shilka on the 2 machine, trying to back it into turn number 1, letting that rear end slide to the right. Trip putting some racecraft to work there, getting that weight to the back of the quad, trying to get as much bite as possible coming out of turn number 2. Does the same out of turn number 4. Checkered flag will fly, and Trip Swan is going to make Dad a happy man. Rose Shilka on the deuce will cross the line in second to wrap up Pee Wee A's first race of the day on the oval. Outlaw trike action, that's right. 3 wheels making a comeback. Outlaw trike class includes Brody Barsamian on the 4, Brock Hladalek on the 05, Josh Fernstall on the 6. I'm going to get Brock's name zeroed in before we get to the end of the day, I guarantee it. Barry Sauer on the 10, Alex Sauer on the 12, Jason Rademacher riding the 20, Josh Lawrence with the 23, Austin Henneman with the 25, Evan Anderson on the 32, Matthew Fernstall riding the 33, and Michael Tanner rounds out this 11-rider lineup on the 47. Yes, 3-wheelers back in play. Revs are up. Bungee is snapped, and away they go. Try to make their way out of the start gate, down the start gate straight, and into the first and second turns of the oval. Making a move to the inside is the 10 of Barry Sauer. Sauer going to take the lead as they head towards turn number 3. But the 23 of Josh Lawrence is battling with him on the outside, and they both fall in behind the 4. Brody Barsamian. Brody, your race leader. Top 3 trying to pull away from 4th on back. There was a time 20, 30 years ago, 30, 40 years ago maybe, when all you saw were 3-wheelers. Then, due to some concerns, they disappeared for a while, and now they're enjoying a bit of a resurgence here. Look at that speed shot. Turn number 2, or 3 rather. The end of the back straightaway. Cross the line to complete another lap. It's still a 2-rider battle at the front of the field. The 10 of Sauer has been looking both to the outside and the inside of the 4 of Barsamian. Now to the inside. Oh, there's contact. Look out, look out, look out. Over goes the 10 machine. He's up on his knees. It'll be a battle to the line. Will it be the checkered flag? It will be a red flag. No finish here. Has been lit. Here's your replay for those of you watching at home. Watch Sauer on the 10. He's going to try. He's going to get the momentum. He's going to try that inside run. Contact. And up on the 2 wheels on the right side there. The front wheel on the right rear. The 4 of Brody looking back on his competitor who went top over tea kettle. 12 machine of Alex stopping to check in on Barry, make sure that everything's all right. Barry had enjoyed some time at the front of the field. An interesting look to that quad. A unique stance and rake to the front. Rake would be, how can I describe it, the angle of those front forks from the steering stem of the frame down to the front wheel. It has more of a chopper look to it than many of the other three-wheelers you see out on the track. Barry's going to get a helping hand. Not sure if he's going to be able to race on or not, but we're going to get back to a restart lineup. Now, this is going to be different than what we saw prior. Remember that restart that we saw a couple of races ago was a staggered single file restart where they were offset. This one, for the Outlaw trikes, much more in a single file format, nose to tail. Looks like Barry Sauer on the 10, going to be a DNF after that tumble. Happy dad Jason Swan's going to rejoin us here on the broadcast.
It's always good to watch when your kid wins, right? He's
and the thing that was neat about that race, it wasn't a gimme. I mean, he was battling for that one.
Him and Rosie, yeah. they go at it every week. Oh, Rowdy there, that's their name. She's got across her helmet. Should be. How many? I'll have to, and they kind of make the decision. They let the guys know too. I know on this last B-studded race we did one more lap than we were supposed to, but nobody's perfect. And, hey, it happens. You got to watch that flag guy.
Yeah, Brody Barsemian had to fend off a challenge there, and the checkered flag will fly. So Brody's going to get the win. Brock Hladilek. Did I get it right?
Oh, yeah. I might get it wrong. I don't know. I call him and his younger brother there, a little bit Pee-wee, as we call him. I like saying their name, if that's right or not. But
Open studded up next. Tyler Allen on the 4, Jim Schweers with a 0.8, Mitchell Williams on the 12, Trenton Hewitt riding the 20, Michael Randall with the 25 between his legs, Parker Guan on the 32, Jace White on the 47, and Jared Wan on the 88. Revs are up, open studded.
0.8, Jim Schweers. That's the only two-stroke out there.
Is it?
Yeah, Jimmy's he's in his 50s, and he's still giving her. He'll be up in the top 3-4 for sure.
So do you talk with Jim much? Is it one of those scenarios where he likes this? This is what I've always run. This is what I'm used to.
He's a full-blown two-stroker. His son runs a two-stroke. It's pretty neat. That's a great family. They're Cal's from Rock Dam there. She owns Cal. She's one of our longtime sponsors and race holder. She holds a lot of races. You can see Tyler Allen there trying to chase down Chase White, 47. That kid's just phenomenal.
Yeah.
He is in a league of his own. He won King of the Quads here a couple weeks ago.
And he's bringing that momentum here to Long Lake. He's got himself a comfortable advantage over this two-rider battle for second and third with Tyler Allen on the 4 running second. Allen's got his hands full.
Parker's getting there. Parker wants to put a little pressure on him. He might be able to.
Jim Schweers, I believe, is at the 08 there, running third. No, I'm sorry. That's that two-rider battle for fourth and fifth.
Parker just got by Chase. I spoke too soon. You don't see that kid get past. That's a heck of a run, Parker. Parker's just as good, though.
There's your race leader across the line.
Oh, no, Chase is still out front. I'm sorry. My bad. Chase is out front. Parker must be in second. Got by Allen, Tyler Allen.
Attack position there, elbows up. Checkered flag comes easy.
No, Dan, I sure appreciate MBTV and you guys coming out and doing this with us. And I know we're going to be back out in 2 weeks on Lake Wissota. And, hopefully next year we can get even more of these. And today is such a beautiful day. Makes things a lot easy.
So we're at race 22 or group 22 because some of these groups have multiple heat races. At what point, excuse me, as I got a little snow in my throat here, at what point are we going to get into the GP races? It's just a few races away from now, isn't it?
Yeah, we're not too far away here. We'll
make the transition from the oval.
Yep. So you'll see where the Pee-wees will come back out, and they'll start actually Junior Rubber will start the GP here. So we're only a couple races away. We got motorcycles down.
Amateur motorcycle. Gordy Halsey with the 4. Cody Malecki on the 8. Lane Nyseth riding the 10. Luke Wolenstein on the 18. Travis Wolenstein on the 21. Parker Guan on the 32. Hudson Opeld riding the 41. Mark Will on the 66. And Jeff Berg on the 72.
It's good to see these bikes. We don't get as many bikes every week, and it's good to see everybody out here with them. That just, to me, is just a whole different set of kahunas. 2 wheels.
4 wide for third as they went side by side for the lead into turn number 2. That first turn after the start gate straight.
We got a bike down. We got a bike down.
Will this bring a restart, or since he's up and getting the bike back up?
Yeah, we always restart on the bikes when they go down. It's just, we got to be safe here.
Safety. Well, speaking of safety, thing that you see on these bikes that you don't see on... We're actually staying green here. Nope, there we go. Maybe the riders didn't quite see it. One of the things that you see on the bikes that you don't see on the quads obviously come naturally with their fenders. And even though the bikes have fenders, they add secondary fenders around both the front and the rear wheel. Here you'll see the rider go down as that 4-rider battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th gets into turns 3 and 4. 6th rider gets into the mix here. Maybe drove it in just a little too deep. Closed the gap maybe quicker than he expected. That's Travis Wolenstein. Tucked the front wheel. The rear end came around and off he went on the back. But Travis jumps right back up. And none the worse for wear. But again, that's one of the safety features for the bikes here, as unfortunately you're more apt to see a bike go down than you are to see a quad experience an issue. So they don't want those wheels to get into another rider. Or another aspect of it is they run so close. Elbows are out, knees are out. You don't want those wheels to get into that rider as well. So there's a secondary fender over both the rear wheel and the front wheel, and it's just about an inch off the studs there.
Not very far, yeah. Just enough to keep them safe, and if they do throw a stud, it doesn't hit them or anything like that. And yeah, last week I'm going to reach out to Jackson Kramer. I hope he's here today watching. We had a bike go down last week, and just bad spot at the bad time, and another bike come in and hit him, and ended up breaking his femur in 2 spots.
Yikes.
But it's good. I know he's home, and hopefully he's on watching and listening, and everybody at NW hoping for a quick recovery for him and get him back out here. As he runs bikes and he runs 4-wheelers too. Another great family.
So we did see that red flag come out before they completed that first lap. That was still the first entry into turn number 1 there, turn number 3, I believe it was. So this will be a complete restart here, and you can see that they've told Travis, the individual who brought out the red flag who went down there in turn 3, to back up to the penalty line, or the second lane.
Yep, and then they'll drop the bungee here. Now he'll have to wait for that green light, and if you watch here, there'll be a green light will go, then he'll be able to go. Yep. 3-second hold. There's got to be some kind of penalty, Oh, we got another bike down.
High side in turn 2, and 2 bikes actually locked together there. It's one of those scenarios where they get together going into the turn, or running so close, and I think his handlebar got hooked either into the frame. It's going to be that bike on the inside, the racer wearing the plaid.
Looks like he's on the snowbank. He just ran out of room there, and looks like he could have held that bike for a little bit.
From the speed shot, great camera work by our MBTV crew. Catching the action there in turn number 2. There you can see his bike actually hooked onto the competitor's bike.
Looks like he's all right. Everything looks safe.
I think he just got it refired, too.
Yeah, I just got Chris Berlin just walked in here. The King, number 79. He was, before I was president, Chris was president. Him and I had a long run together, and Chris has helped this club get to where it is today. His boy Sean's out in the Marines now, and then his younger boy Logan races in the junior class, number 79. And you'll see Chris out here a little later. I believe he's got his adult peewee. Number 9, he'll be out, and it's good to see him here today. And
we will most definitely be keeping our eyes peeled.
Oh yeah, that adult peewee.
On the wheels too. I got my side by side.
Oh, you did bring your side by side.
Brought it.
Well, let's hopefully he keeps it up. A couple weeks ago here, he was on its side. He jumped the snowbank with a little help, I think.
Jeff Berg and Hudson Opelt, I believe, are the 2 bikes there that got hooked together in turn number 2. They're both being invited back off the front line there.
I really like what the officials did here. See, they put them both to the back.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't give each other room. That 72 did not understand that he needed to hold. He will be penalized. I'm sure they don't know if they'll let that go and they'll just penalize him after, or but he's got to have a 3-second hold there. So they are going to stay green, and they'll just penalize him later.
Post-race infraction.
Yep.
Will show up in the results there as our top 4 motating around turns 1 and 2. The 32 machine of Parker Wan holding on to the number 2 spot, followed by the 8 of Cody Malecki. That's 2nd and 3rd behind the 4 of Gordy Halsey, who's your race leader. So as our amateur motorcycle racers continue to attack the oval, one thing that we have mentioned often since we're racing on ice here that a casual viewer on MBTV Sports may not know much about, as we've got a bike down there in turn 4, are the studs. We've talked about the studs that they're literally screwed into the wheels. In the olden days, they were almost just you'd take a sheet metal screw off the off the aluminum screw off the wall and screw it into the studs. Now there's a whole industry wrapped around creating the best type of studs. Is there a difference between the studs that a cycle racer would be using on their tires as opposed to the stud that a quad racer might be using?
That's a great question. That's something I might have to ask these guys. I'm not sure if they run a gold screw or if they run a black screw or if it's all the same. And the studded side of things at the 4-wheelers, you hear the word strand a lot. He builds tires for guys, and they're rotational. They go a certain direction, and your right rear's got to be on your right rear, left rear, right front, left front kind of thing. Lane Nice down there at the last lap.
In turn 4 there.
Yeah, I think they're going to put that finish under caution there, and
we'll get ready
mark
for
that one up.
Outlaw PW Rubber.
Now, these are Outlaw PD Rubber. This started a class this year. These are 450 chassis with 150 CRF motors in them.
Oh, interesting. So a full-size quad, slightly diminutive engine.
Yeah, so this is this helps with the dirt side of things. A lot of these younger kids come and they can take those dirt quads, put some rubber Hoosier tires on it, and come and race with us.
Nice.
Now, this class here will grow. Next year, we're going to create a 250 class.
Oh, wonderful.
So that way they can run, whatever chassis with a 250. You only got to buy one 4-wheeler.
Yep. A lot of youngsters progress, from P-Dub in the bike world. I'm talking the bike world, but these obviously are quads. They will progress, like from a P-Dub 50 to a 65 to an 85 to maybe a 125 two-stroke, and then they'll get into the grunters, maybe the 150 CRF engines or KX engines, and then to the 250s and the 450s. So it sounds like you're trying to do pretty much the same here with the
same
quads.
Thing. Try to bring in more of these kids that race dirt in the summertime. Get them here. And you can see here, look like that Dax Graham out front, the number 20.
Dax is on the 20 machine, your race leader. Mason Granger's on the 45. Bronson Taylor with the 19. Colbin Guizda riding the 12. And Guizda and Ryan Marion on the deuce. Ooh, wide lane going to work maybe for a position as they head down into turn number 1. Pass on the outside. Up into the mix. Mason Granger on the 45. Using the inside lane.
Staying in that studded groove where there's a little traction there. Dax on the outside, trying to use what little bit of fluff that's out there, gets a little too wide. You see Colbin Guazza, K-Man, going on the inside. It's so, I just get into this watching these kids, and the best thing is when they're all done racing, these 5, they're going to go play in the snowbank.
There you go, absolutely. They will battle each other tooth and nail on the track, but once that checkered flag flies, they're back to just having some fun.
Granger out front. Marion trying to make that outside work on Dax.
So our race leader is pulled away. Granger, your race leader on the 45, right? Yep, he is pulled away. Now it's the 20, the 19.
Bronson Taylor on the inside. Is he looking good today?
I was talking about this earlier on the program. I can't remember if it was when you were out watching Kennedy, but it's fun watching these youngsters, learn how important body positioning is as the checkered flag flies, trying to get some of that rear bite, getting their rear end over the rear end of the quad, try to get as much weight to the back of the quad as they can. Mason Granger going to get the win there in the Outlaw PW rubber class unofficially. Super trike, is that right?
I think they're going to, looks like to me, they're going to skip the super trike and probably head into the first heat of pro rubber here by the looks of it.
You think this will be a scenario where they might throw super trike
stuff around? Yeah, they might flip some stuff around. Let's see what we got going.
So pro rubber first group. Tyler Allen on the 4, Barry Sauer on the 10, Andrew Steinmetz riding the 16, Jake Prosecki with the 21, Ashton Reese on the 22, Trevin White riding the 29, Cody Severson on the 38, Jace White with the 47, Colin Graham on the 81, and Ethan Coran on the 82. 10 racers, Group 1 for pro rubber.
You can see the 21 there. He's normally an A rubber guy. Jumped up a class today, tried to get himself into this bigger money, see what he can do.
This is a class running for a big pay today, 500, right? For
$12.50 to win this
for
class.
pro rubber.
Oh, these are your
oval.
Oh, we got a little
get together as they ran out of racing room. Everyone trying to run that inside lane in turn 2. Two-rider battle at the front of the field. The 47 and the 29, I believe.
You got Trevin and Chase White, pair of brothers, duking it out here. You got Trevin up front. He's the youngest of the two. They're fun to watch.
Trevin way to the outside. Look at Chase just backing it in. And then a crossover there by Trevin. Nice clean battle between these two at the front of the field. And look at the distance they've opened up between themselves, despite the fact that they're battling each other hard and the rest of the field. Jace now your race leader. Trevin back to second. Third and fourth. And fifth.
So you got Ashton Reese there in the 22.
Reese up to third.
This will be another top 4 transfer here, so keep a close eye on this. 22 and the 80.
That quad right there, the 62, 82. Yep. Ethan Korn, I believe the race around the bubble there, or is it the 22?
I think they're both there, actually third and fourth right there.
And on the outside,
both in as of right now. Let's see what's coming up on fifth here.
On the outside, looking at, I believe is the 10 of Barry Sauer. I believe I saw the 10 there running fifth. This is third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all on camera. Now third, fourth, and fifth as the top two still running side by side down to the line. And we've had a change out front as I believe Trevin reclaimed the lead for a moment.
Oh, they're racing hard. A little rubbing there. Older brother kind of pushing younger brother out.
Trevin back to the top spot. Chase to the inside. He's got that quad completely sideways, maybe too sideways. Scuffs off a little too much speed. Checkered flag is out. Trevin's going to get the W. Chase across the line second. Third and fourth.
Barry Sarona, the number 10, makes the final transfer spot.
Wow.
Well, Dan, this is where I'm going to walk out and stand on the snowbank and watch Kennedy here. And,
cheer the family on again, most definitely. Jason Swan will be back momentarily. Just a quick replay of that battle for the lead on MBTV Sports. Those of you watching from home, please do feel more than welcome to get involved. Get in touch with us through our social media outlets. Send us a note. Let us know from where you are watching. We would love to hear. We'll get some of those social media posts up on the screen as the day progresses. Look at the whites battling each other side by side on a turn number 4. Chase with the front wheels up in the air. Trevin's got all 4 of them down until just coming out of the turn. What a phenomenal battle to watch there for position as we get ready for Pro Rubber second group. There's Kennedy Swan of the 18 rolling up to the inside of that start line. Other racers include Reese Botsett on the 0, Tyler Thompson riding the 0-3, Brody Barsamian on the 4, Mitchell Williams with a 12, Hunter Wedward with the 29, Corey Arneson on the 43, Vanden Reese riding the 50, and Kenyon Shellum on the 96. 9 riders in this second group for Pro Rubber. Pro Rubber GP going to be running for $12.50 later on today. Pro Rubber Quad, $500 to win. Right now getting ready for the second group to be released. Revs are up, quads are away. Down the start gate straight. Kennedy Swan's going to get the whole shot, but that quad can't quite get a bite. Slides all the way to the outside, hands the lead over to the 96 of Kenyon Shellum. Shellum's going to lead him into turn number 3 as your race leader. Now we've got a challenger coming up to the inside. Top 2 side by side. It's Kennedy Swan from second, but now gets challenged by the 0-3 of Tyler Thompson. Thompson up to second now. Swan back to third. The 96 of Shellum, still your race leader. Heavy traffic from third on back. Top 4 in a group. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th all in play. There's the 43 machine of Corey Arneson. Corey now up to the 96 of Shellum. Corey on the inside. Right behind the 0-3 of Tyler Thompson. Swan to the inside. Looks like Kennedy can't quite get that quad to take a bite in 1 and 2. Wants to push to the outside in turn 2. As Tyler Thompson, still your race leader. Side by side, way out into the fluff, all the way to the berm on the outside of turn number 4. That's 4th and 5th. Top 4 will transfer directly. Tyler Thompson, the Dayglow yellow chassis with a matching helmet to boot. Your race leader out of 4. Kennedy Swan now challenging for second. Swan takes over the number 2 spot. White flag is out. Last lap, the 43 of Corey Arneson running third. Thompson's got this one in the bags if he can get out of turn number 4 with no issue. Tyler Thompson with the win. Kennedy Swan second. Corey Arneson third. Here's the battle for the 4th and final transfer spot. Nose to tail across the line. Pro Rubber second group. Put on a show, that's for sure. Super Trike rolling into the gate now. 4 racers in the Super Trike class, and they're ready to rock. Barry Sauer on the 10. Remember, Barry had an issue earlier on his other trike, on his other 3-wheeler. Barry going to get the whole shot coming out of the start gate on the 10 machine. Other racers, Alex Sauer on the 12, Austin Henneman riding the 25, and Michael Tanner on the 47. Top 2 set sail from the rest of the field. 3rd and 4th nose to tail. Lead lap number 1, it will be the 10 of Sauer out front, the 12 of Sauer, Alex that is, running second. So Barry your leader, Alex running second. Then a bit of ground back to Henneman and Tanner in the battle for third. Barry Sauer opening up the lead on Alex. Barry on the 10, Alex on the 12. Of course, there's the view that you're used to seeing on three-wheelers. A whole lot of body English, trying to get as much weight to the left side tire to keep it from lifting and putting the trike in a precarious position of potentially going over to the right. So you'll see these guys and gals regularly hanging off the left side of a three-wheeler, trying to nail that left side back down to the ice. I tell you, it looks like Alex has closed the gap maybe a little bit. Barry hasn't been able to add to the separation, as one of our viewers gives us a shout from social media. Thanks to him for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the show as the checkered flag flies in our Super Trike first race. Junior Rubber will be up next. GP. So what's GP mean? Grand Prix. That means we are done with the oval, but we're not done with the oval. Let me explain. We'll still use the same start gate. They will come into turn 2 of the oval, just like we've been seeing all morning long, racing the oval. But then coming out of turn number 2, there is a right-hand turn. They will leave the oval. They will not use the back straightaway of the oval. And what follows, as Jacob Helgeson joins us and gives us some kudos. Thank you very much, Jacob. Hope that our live feed is meeting your expectations. Looks like it is, as we turn loose our Junior Rubber GP racers. We're going to get into turns 1 and 2. Here's where things are going to change. They will exit the oval. A slight right-hand turn to a bit of a straightaway here. Now what follows is a very tight 180-degree left-hand turn. This will be followed by a short straight and then a very tight, not quite 180-degree, but almost 180-degree hairpin turn to the right. So they've turned to the left, now back to the right. A short shoot here to another left-hand turn that'll set them up for a straightaway into another left-hand 180-degree turn. There's that left-hander. It's about a 90-degree turn there. Sets them up for a short straightaway as one quad appears to be faltering down into another 180-degree left-hand hairpin turn. Then there's a bit of a lazy right-hander. In total, about 120 degrees that brings them back onto the oval in turn number 4. They use the same finish line, and that completes one Grand Prix lap for our Junior Rubber GP class. Every GP class that follows will use this exact same track. So the only portion of the oval they're not using is that back straightaway, and I suppose technically turn 3 of the oval. There's that straightaway that sends them to the 180-degree left-hand hairpin. This turn from this angle, from this camera angle, is a bit deceptive. It's much tighter than it appears. It looks like it's a soft, maybe a 90-degree right-hand turn. It's almost another complete 180-degree turn to the right, which brings them back, headed towards the shores on the far side of the lake. Then a gentle left-hander, another straightaway, and then here's another tight 180-degree left-hand turn, and then this sweeping right-hander, it's about 120 degrees, brings them back onto the oval again. It's the 32 machine of Ryder Garrett's setting the pace. Laura Reinhold riding the 24, Henry Livens on the 41, Axel Goss riding the 44, Calvin Willey on the 60, Logan Berlin with a 79, and Braden Irish on the 99. First group of Junior Rubber GP competitors. There'll be 2 of them. So again, top 4 are going to make the transfer as the 44 of Axel Gass holds on to the number 2 spot. These top 2 have opened up a bit of a gap back to the 3rd and 4th place quads. Top 4 will transfer. Everybody else through an LCQ, from which it'll be the top 4 from that LCQ that will then join them in the main. Ryder Garrett's your race leader. But I tell you, Axel Goss in the 44 is not losing too much ground. As a matter of fact, every so often it looks like he closes the gap, especially entering the turns. That time he got a great entry into that right-hander, setting him up for the exit of the GP. Too little too late as the checkered flag will fly. Ryder Garrett's will get the win on the 32. Axel Goss in the 44 crossed the line in second to wrap up the first group of junior rubber GP racers. Group number 2, 7 entries. Bryce Ebert will be riding the 15. Rylan Moore on the 17. Caden Gullick will be atop the 23. Chase Fridley atop the 33. As that lineup is displayed to those of you at home on the screen. Shane Granger with a 38. Cannon Schindler on the 69. And Kason Pretzman out of Cadott, Wisconsin, riding the 88. Junior Rubber GP second group in the gate. So our second group of junior rubber GP racers in the start gate, as they've got a couple of racers who are still out on the track, came up lame on their final lap, so we will have a short break here before we can release junior rubber GP second group. Going to step away from Long Lake for just a moment. Quick commercial before we get into Junior Rubber GP Division 2.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use
Split screen allowing us to show you both the commercial from supporters of MBTVsports.com and the start of Junior Rubber GP second group as they're headed into that 180-degree left-hand hairpin turn, headed towards the far side of Long Lake. Your race leader, the 88 of Kason Pretzman. Looked like that quad either stalled or he didn't quite get back into the throttle quite as quickly as he wanted to. The 33 of Chase Fridley right behind him. I think this is going to be a red flag, going to necessitate a complete restart. Yeah, I do see the red flag conditions there. So that would explain why Kason suddenly slowed there in that hairpin turn. So I believe we're going to bring him back to the start gate for a complete restart. Welcome to Panish. Tim joining us from Iowa, excuse me. Will Fowler, another one of our supporters, tuning in, enjoying the quad racing, excuse me. Chuck Martin wants us to visit his home area. Annie to go. Greg Kruger voicing something that everybody has been talking about. $34,000 on the line today. Quite a purse for some Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club ice racing action today. Dylan Meyer, 286, thank you very much for your compliments. We'll be looking for you at our next event next year. I think I inhaled some ice snow. It's gotten into my throat, and I apologize in advance as Donald lets us know that he's watching from the Chicago RV Expo. Pretty cool, Lon. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to get ready for this restart in a Junior Rubber GP second group. Another quad stalled there on the line. I think he was waiting for that green light. The delayed start from the penalty lane. That's what it was, as our top three now head into the GP portion of the course. Change out front, the 69 of Cannon Schindler, your race leader, over the 33 of Chase Fridley. Two-rider battle for third and fourth, nose to tail behind Fridley's yellow 33 machine. That would be the 38 of Shane Granger. Shane's challenger enjoyed a little slideways time in that 180-degree left-hand turn. That was the 15 and the 88 battling for position there. As Cannon Schindler on the 69 continues to set quick pace out ahead of the 33 of Chase Fridley. Fridley on the yellow quad holding on to second, but all eyes are on that 2 to 3 rider battle for third, fourth, and fifth. This is another class where only the top 4 will transfer directly into the main. Fifth on back. We'll need to use an LCQ. Oh, a little contact there in that tight hairpin turn. Carried a boatload of speed into the turn as the 69 of Schindler loses a little momentum and actually loses the lead. Chase Fridley up to the top spot now. Schindler back to second. I'm going to draw your attention to the rear wheels of these quads. They're running extremely low air pressure. So you will see at times they're almost down on the rims. Amazing that they've got the beads holding. Top 2, still nose to tail. However, it's Fridley now, your race leader on the yellow 33 machine. There's a speed shot from inside the GP course. A little right-hand turn action. 3 wide. That is a battle for a transfer position. That's why they're pushing it so hard. It's not for the win, it's just to get into the main. Again, driving it deep into the hairpin turn. Can he get it to stick? Nope, up and over the banking he goes. That leaves us with 4 racers who are in transfer positions. Here's where you can really see that left rear wheel down low on all these quads. The 33 of Fridley, still your race leader. The 69 of Schindler, second. The 88 of Pretzman up to third now. Pretzman sets that quad into the slide early to back it around that right-hand 180-degree hairpin turn. It was all over the 69 of Schindler. Bit of a drag race onto the oval proper, down to the line, checkered flag flies. There are your 4 that will transfer, including the top 3. Fridley with the win on the 33. Schindler, I believe, held on for a second-place finish. Pretzman across the line in third. Junior Rubber GP second group. Some great racing action to watch there, but don't worry, those racers who finished outside the top 4, fifth on back, they'll be back again for an LCQ. Last chance qualifier races for many classes today. More than 10, I believe. Had such large turnouts, we had to break them up into multiple groups and LCQ scenarios. Up next, Pee Wee GP. Rose Shilka on the 2. Trip Swan on the 18. Bentley Irish on the 29 and Lincoln Close on the 33. They're down and away. We saw these 4 battling earlier, but on the oval, remember it was Rose and Tripp had a spirited battle for the eventual win. Now we've got 3 of them battling as they make that transition off the oval via that gentle right-hander onto the GP track. The deuce of Shilka sandwiched between 2 competitors as the top 3 head towards that left-hand hairpin turn. Uh-oh. The Deuce and the 33 have some issues, and that's going to allow Bentley Irish on the 29 to take the lead. Bentley Irish, your new race leader. Trip Swan, second. Rose Shilka, third. Lincoln Close on the 33 got up into the berm. I don't think he climbed over it. So I'm guessing he's going to be able to rejoin the battles for position here. There's your race leader, top two actually on screen. Trip on the 18 trying to make an inside run on your race leader Bentley Irish. The 29 gets up alongside of him, going to try and steal the lead with an outside power move. Then he dives down to the inside. That makes Bentley Irish go to the outside. Trip Swan will lead him back onto the oval. The 18 machine is your race leader. Bentley back to second. Rose Shilka still running third. Lincoln Close fourth on the 33. Green flag conditions still on the track in the Pee Wee GP class. Pee Wee GP top two. Trip Swan couldn't quite get that quad to take the bite that he had hoped for. Pushed out a little bit at the exit of that hairpin turn. Trip looked over his left-hand shoulder just to make sure he hadn't thrown the lead away. Bentley Irish stays with him on the 29. Bentley still running second. Separation growing just a little there. You can see the rest of the field there still making the way through the back straightaway. Checkered flag is out. Trip Swan's got himself another win. Bentley Irish, though, great run. Bentley's going to hold on for second. Bentley actually got to spend some time at the front of the field, led a lap or two. Crosses the line second. Third place racer will come across the line now. I believe that's still Rose. Yep, Rose holding on for a third place finish. Lincoln Close on the 33 will round out the running order in the Pee Wee GP class. Got a quick one coming up next. Amateur studded GP. Ryder Geist on the 6X. Alex Quinnell riding the 8. Matt Bloomer on the 11. Braxton Johnson atop the 13. Matt Fernstall's riding the 18. Lovan Hladilek on the 20. Emmett Salter riding the 42. Cameron Stindl top the 45. Tristan Kolwitz riding the 63. Braden Wolf on the 87. Cole Ashbrenner on the 519. Revs are up. We're down and away. Big quads headed towards the GP track. 5 wide, 4 wide, 3 wide. Now single file for the top 3. Then side by side for 4th and 5th. Now the oval track that we've seen the action on through the first half of the program thus far as 2 quads get stuck together there in that hairpin. The regular oval about 100 feet wide. That's right, 100 feet wide. You get back onto the GP course here, you're lucky if you got 25 feet. So it really does funnel them down, especially that exit from turn 2 of the oval onto the GP proper. Now they come back onto the oval. Loads of space in that 3-rider battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Race leader opening up quite an advantage ahead of them. Split screen there showing us a speed shot from the GP track momentarily. Oh, here comes a run to the inside. He's going to be able to make it stick. Does. Excellent racecraft by the 11 of Matt Bloomer. Bloomer up to second. The 20 machine of Lovan Hladilek back to third. And I believe it's Wolf on the 87 rounding out the top 4. We'll have to verify there. No, 519 of Cole Aschenbrenner, I believe, holding on to that 4th and final transfer spot, at least for now. But as we've seen in the opening laps here, that could change many times between now and the waving of the checkered flag. There's your race leader, making that transition from the oval to the GP course. trying to read that number.
6X, Ryder Geist.
Is that Geist out front? Ryder. As Jason Swan rejoins us in the MBTV Sports Broadcast booth trailer.
Man, is it nice out today, Dan.
You know what? I was literally just going to say that to you. We won the lottery weather-wise. Not too hot, not too cold. It is just about perfect, isn't it?
It's a little warm. This ice is getting pretty soft.
Is it starting to soften up a little bit?
Soften up a little bit. So, how much creates traction too? So it ain't.
Well, I tell you, I come from the southern regions of Minnesota. We had 50 degrees, 54 degrees yesterday. So, to me, this is still cold. Even though it is warming up a little, perhaps a little more than you had hoped for, but it's, one rider up on the right wheels there. Ryder Geist still your race leader, top 2. Alone and away from third on back. Look at this bunch coming into the right-hander there. That is a deceptive shot. I've mentioned it a couple times. That turn is sharper than it looks from this camera angle.
Loban Hadalik, the number 20 there in your screen.
I believe running third unofficially. So 3 riders battling for third and fourth. Those will be the final 2 transfer positions out of this race.
Trying to chase down the 8 of Alex Quinnell.
Look at that lead that your race leader's got. Geist, top 2. 3 all alone, separating quite a bit there, just getting through turns 1 and 2 of the oval, back onto the GP track. Riders in the zone. You know, you get those days as a racer where just everything clicks the way you want it. It's almost like you can make a mistake.
Yeah, that's 6X. He's only like 14, 15 years old. He's pretty young. He gets after it, though.
Nice split screen showing Ryder down to the finish line as the rest of the field works their way out of the GP track. That's a nice rhythm lane there. They come out of that tight left-hand hairpin turn as William Landreth lets us know that he's tuned in from North Carolina. Welcome, Big Bill. We appreciate you joining us for some ice fun today. You get snow down there in North Carolina? I'm not sure. That'll wrap up amateur studded GP. Outlaw PW GP rubber class up next. 29 of 39 in the start gate. All of these remaining race groups, except for 2, will just have a single group. A Rubber GP and Pro Rubber GP will have 2 divisions. Bryant Marion on the 2, Colbin Guazda riding the 12, Bronson Taylor on the 19, Dax Graham with the 20, and Mason Granger on the 45.
Dax Graham, number 20, with the whole shot. Look at Granger on the inside, made up some ground there.
Yep.
Got by Colbin Guazda, the 12.
Colbin's getting gobbled up here as they head into that hairpin turn. Colbin gives up another position.
Oh,
that time to the deuce of
getting
Marion.
in the back of Colbin a little bit there on the corner. A little rubbing. That's part of it. Rubbin's racing. Like I said earlier.
There is a lot of respect, though. Yes, Rubbin is racing, but we haven't seen anything untoward from any of the racers yet.
And that's in the driver's meeting, I spelled it out pretty well. I hate even to say it, but we're no bullshit club, and we're here to have fun, and we all got to go home at the end of the day, and we all have jobs. Yeah, we're racing for some good money, but let's be smart.
Yep.
And we set preference, and we ain't scared to use that black flag if we have to.
If you have to, it's there. There's your race leader.
Dax.
Again, exiting the oval.
That's a new quad this week. He brought, Dax has been running studded. He's got a blue one for studded. Now he's got a black one for rubber.
Do you know the heritage of that quad? Is it a brand new build, or did they buy it used?
They bought it used, and then they had it built up. Travis, his dad, probably put it together, or he might have even had the whites help him out a little bit, I'm going to guess, too. That's one thing that you go around trailer to trailer. They're in NW. There's somebody to help you with anything that you need.
When that is one of the neat things about this sport is these racers will be battling themselves tooth and nail here out on the track. You get back to the haulers, either the kids are playing, or the family members are helping each other out so that they can get back to the track for the next race, whatever the case may be. I come from the world of dirt flat track racing, and the community there is the same, I would say, except for tire pressure. Everyone gets very, that's a big secret. Are there some portions here where everyone's like, I'll help you, but I'm not going to tell you X, Y, Z, whatever that may be?
They get you pretty close. They ain't going to give you all your secrets, you know.
Tire pressure and gearing, I suppose, is where you're not going to get much help usually.
You know, you got guys like Corey Arneson. He'll help out anybody, especially these younger kids, and you know, and he's one of our year-long sponsors with Yellow River Concrete and Excavating, and it's just we want to keep the kids going and keep this going on and on to the next generation.
Yep. And it's very similar to what you and I were talking about earlier, racers graduating from classes to a higher class, C to B and B to A, etc. What you really want is for these racers to be with you for years and years and years and years. And if someone shows up to an event and no one helps them out, you know, they're not going to be a lengthy competitor. So it behooves the competitors to help their competitors, their fellow competitors, so they'll stick around longer.
We just took number 11 there, one of Kennedy's relations friend, come along with us last Sunday down to CW, and we helped him out, and actually called up Schindler Small Engines and had him give me some pointers on some jetting and stuff. Got the kid going, rolling good, and just helped him out. It was only his second time ice racing, and it was night and day for him. And then his buddies were over, and they're copying everything that he changed. So we just got to keep them coming.
Now for something completely different. Two wheels on the GP track. Amateur Cycle GP, Owen Lay on the deuce. Riley Ginder riding the 5. Cody Malecki on the 8. Lane Neiseth straddling the 10 with the Wolzine family on the 18 and the 21. Luke on the 18. Travis on the 21. Parker Guan on the 32. Hudson Opelt riding the 41. And Jeff Berg on the 72. Side by side, who's going to get first into that GP track? Top 3 single file quickly. It funnels them down relatively quickly when they make that transition from the oval to the GP track. 32, is that Parker Guan, your early race leader?
Parker's out with the studded quad earlier. Now he's back out on a motorcycle.
Oh, nice save there. Flannel will do that. Keep you on the bike. Is that the 72 of Berg, I believe, holding on to second with the yellow and orange helmet there. He's going to get up alongside of Guan. Can't quite complete the pass. Look at this. 2 riders battling for the lead, 2 riders battling for third, 2 riders battling for fifth. I just love seeing the bikes backing it into the turn like that. Whole bunch of grip with the studs. The 72 of Jeff Berg, your new race leader. We have a healthy ice racing community here in Wisconsin. Another healthy ice racing community in Michigan.
Yeah, we got guys from South Dakota here today. Our longest haul ended up being out of South Dakota.
Wow.
We got guys from Minnesota, Michigan. Actually, no, the guy that won it was from Michigan. He actually was farther. Last year we had a guy that won our longest haul, was from Alaska. He came down and raced with us.
That is quite the haul.
I think he was down seeing family and friends, and it just happened to come over and brought his bike with.
I can almost hear that discussion. Honey, since we're gonna be there, you mind if I just throw the quad in my suitcase and bring it along with? Boy, this battle at the front of the field has been fun. Battle for third and fourth there has been just as intense. Oh, change there, an inside move, lifting the front wheel to get out of that hairpin turn. It's the 8 of Malecki taking over the number 3 spot there. Back onto the oval. White flag is out. One more lap to go for these top 4 racers. The rest of the field now making their way to the white flag. It is Jeff Berg on the 72. Was able to take the lead earlier. I believe it was lap 2 when he took the lead from Guan on the 32, coming out of the GP and onto the oval. Through turns 1 and 2, was able to make that pass stick, and out front ever since. And slowly but surely he's been stretching the advantage over the 32 of Parker. Parker still running the number 2 spot for now. But Jeff Berg on the 72, he's got one final right-hand turn down to the checkered flag. And the amateur cycle GP win will go to Jeff Berg on the 72. Parker Guan second. Cody Malecki on the 8, I believe, held on for third.
Looks like Dave Ackley got to watch his son from South Korea. Looked like he was just at. That's the number 18. I heard about Dave last year getting to watch with you guys being here, so that's pretty neat to see.
Very, very cool. Worldwide audience on MBTV Sports.
Yeah, side-by-sides will be up here again. We ran the studded heats already. Heat, I guess there was just one, and then we'll run the studded ones before intermission, and then the rubbers come out. Those are almost a little scary.
John Dash, Coran, cheering for the South Dakota crew, huh? John, are you from SD? C Rubber GP next. They're in the start gate. Tucker Granger on the 3, Wyatt Kettner riding the 61, Desmond Gare on the 50, Mariah Sloop with the 26, Mackin Smiskey on the 22, Jeff Endish on the 19, Shalom Rail riding the 17, Colton Day on the 13, Lane Neiseth with the 10, Sydney Knops riding the 6, Casey Green on the 4, and Noah Rudd on the 04. 12 entries in our C Rubber GP class.
That's Sydney Knops. She runs a B-Mod number 99.
Yep.
She runs her dad, Mike Knops. He used to race.
Yep. Revs are up. Bungee's released and the quads are away. Nice jump from the inside. I believe that was Sydney. Is that Sydney on the 6th?
Yeah, it is Sydney on the 6th.
Got off that line like a lightning bolt and is going to lead this pack onto the GP track proper at the exit of turn 2 of the oval. Boy, they were flirting with going side-by-side for second. It's going to end up being side-by-side for third, side-by-side for fifth as well. 3 wide. Boy, I didn't think they could do that in the GP track.
They're getting there. Look like Desmond and 50 on the inside. Well, gave up a couple spots. He's back to fourth now. Lane Neiseth in fifth.
Snaking through the GP turns on what would be the northeast corner of this racetrack, actually. Our camera's facing kind of in a southwest direction, I believe.
Looks like the number 3 is out front of Granger.
Tucker Granger's got the lead.
They could switch so fast, it's hard to keep track of them all.
When they leave turn 1 and head onto the GP track, they are heading in an easterly direction. There you see one of our quads up over the berm on the outside of that right-hand turn. That shot there, that gives you a little indication of just how tight that transition is from that right-hander, which is almost a 180-degree turn, right back into a left-hander as the 61 and the 3.
Wyatt putting pressure on him.
Rub a bit coming into that left-hand hairpin turn.
Had a good race up front.
Tucker holds on to the top spot, fends off the challenge. Tucker Granger still your race leader. Wyatt Kettner running second. These top 2 pulling away. You can see that separation before our third place racer finally got into the camera field of view. They were exiting turn 2 of the oval while our third place quad was just headed towards turn 1. Crossover maneuver set up. Nope, can't quite make it happen as the 61 of Kettner takes that outside line away. Kettner's your race leader. Granger now trying to find an opening. Tucker Granger on the 3. Led the opening couple of circuits with that hole shot to the inside. I incorrectly thought that it was Sydney Knops who had made that run from the inside of the start gate, but it was Tucker on the 3 who got a great start, led early, and Wyatt was able to take the lead on the oval the last lap as we go split screen to show you the top 2 come to the start-finish line and the rest of the field work their way out of the GP portion of the track. Checkered flag is out. Wyatt Kettner unofficially going to get the W in the C Rubber GP class. Tucker Granger across the line second as you enjoy Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action from Long Lake in Washburn County, Sarona, Wisconsin is where we are.
Question being asked here, Mr. Swan, do you still race? I hung the helmet up. I'm getting too old for that.
You got the kids out there, but when you lay your head down on the pillow, do you have dreams of maybe doing it once or twice again before?
I always said, I wouldn't mind jumping in a modified and going out there and racing with Kennedy, but if she ever beat me, I don't think I could live that down.
Junior studded GP up next. 5 racers on the line. Dalton Schweers riding the 4. Emily Close on the 22. Matt Fernstall on the 33 as they snap the binder and let them loose. Remington Gessler on the 58 and Braden Wolf riding the 87. Very quick separation as the top 3 try to pull away.
I got a little time here. I want to give a big shout out to, everybody behind the scenes. You got your Amanda Helen, who's in the car helping out every week. She's our treasure. Got Amanda Osborne today. She's in there helping out. And Mackenzie Slampowski, she's in the back seat helping. You got Jen Conrad. Dion Silka is on the line. Jeremy Helen. You got Mike Romanowski, a.k.a. Woogie. Shane Ryder come back this week to help us out. Got him up on the snowbank watching. Just a lot of people that help behind the scenes. You got Angie, that you probably don't even realize she does all of our Facebook stuff, and she's walking through the pits. And then Kayla Taylor, helping with sponsor stuff and keeping us going. And she come on board this year and helped us. And people always thank me and being the president and stuff. But you know what? If I didn't have the team that I have, I couldn't do what I do.
Yeah.
So,
and
as you can tell, I get a little choked up. It's
and rightfully so. I mean,
it's cool to see, and where this is, 10 years ago, there's 60. Now we're at 438 today.
Yeah, the old saying is it takes a village. The exact same scenario to put on an event like this. It's not just the racers showing up and going out there and racing. There's so many folks that unfortunately you're never going to see on the live stream here that Jason was just running through a litany of names there who deserve so many thanks and praise. As once again we go split screen for a moment there, letting you see some of the action on the GP track as our race leader Braden Wolf on the 87 worked his way back onto the oval. Now he's back onto the GP track after taking the white flags. White flag conditions are out on the track now. Have you noticed those individuals who tend to help you, Jason, in the group? Are they former racers? Are they family members of racers? Are they folks who just like the sport and want to get involved and help out?
Mixture of both. You got Barry Sarona and his family. It's another one I missed was Barry. He's our tech. Now, Barry was one of the original, along with Steve Ader, and then, he kind of sat off to the side for a bit while his kids got older. Now his kids are in it, and he come back in, and he's helping with tech. And what I see is just racers that raced, and then they got their kids in it.
Yep.
And then they just step aside.
Yep. And then they help where you need them sometimes, right?
Exactly.
Braden Wolf gets the win in the junior studded GP as Jesse Olson lets us know that he's tuned in and watching. Thanks for tuning in, Jesse. Spread the word, most definitely. Those of you at home, get the link, share it with family and friends, even if they've never been to an ice racing event, even if they've never been to a motorsports event, especially if they've never been to an ice racing event. Share the link and say, oh my goodness, you would not believe what they're doing in northern Wisconsin right now. So send it far and wide, and they'll join us on MBTV Sports as we get ready for B-Rubber GP action. Ryan Osborne on the 2, Riley Gidner riding the 5, Jacob Anderson on the 7, Todd Ashbrenner riding the 08, Braxton Johnson on the 13, Dylan Michaels from Bloomer riding the 17, Jacob Ackley on the 18, Avery Schindler on the 24, Austin Henman riding the 25, Owen Prosecki on the 29, Jesse Buckley with the 74, and Keegan Variety on the 99. 12 riders strong B-Rubber GP.
There's just so many families that help out. You got Avery Schindler here. She's in this race. Her dad, Jamie, he takes you guys watch, there's in each corner there is 2 lights.
Yeah.
And Jamie's got a remote in each hand, and that's how we pull our yellows and reds and all that good stuff. And without Jamie Schindler, he helps every single week, and we couldn't do it with all these people.
LED technology keeping the racers aware and safe. The deuce of Ryan Osborne was battling for the lead. Didn't quite get the bite he wanted. Dropped out of the top 4. Now trying to battle back up into the top 3 as the 74, I believe it is, of Jesse Buckley. Yeah, up to second now.
Yeah,
Osborne back to 3rd.
Johnson out front. You got Buckley, and then that Ryan Osborne. That's a girl. That's little Ryan. She's been racing since she was 5 years old. Her mom's in the car right now, cheering her on, I'm sure, or yelling at her maybe.
Yeah. Cheering loudly. How's that? There's the 7 machine of Jacob Anderson. transitioning out of the GP track onto the oval. They use the front straightaway of the oval, turns 1 and 2 of the oval, and that's where they are right now, or at least that's where our camera is showing the action. Turn 2 of the oval. Then it funnels into a very tight opening straightaway onto the GP. They head to the east there before this 180-degree left-hand turn. The 5 machine.
Riley Ginder. Oh, Ryan Osborne into the snowbank, but she got it going. She didn't snuff it.
Wait a minute.
Oh, we had a 13.
Yeah, the 13 of Johnson. Early race leader jumped the cushion there. Backslides out of the lead. Does Jesse... we're trying to figure out who's out front now. A lot of action happened there. And the east end turn, as it looks like it's the 5 of Riley Ginder now. Maybe your new race leader. I'm not sure what happened to Jesse Buckley on the 74. If Jesse had gotten away and is enjoying a commanding lead.
He was leading it, wasn't it?
White flag is out for the 5 of Riley Ginder. And unofficially, I believe Riley is our race leader.
He went off the track, but I think he was the leader, so when he got back on, he didn't pass anybody. He lost the position.
The 13 of Johnson running second unofficially. There's the 99 who's off the pace. The 18 of Jacob Ackley up to third now, I believe.
Riley Ginder out front, the number 5, it looks like.
Yep. Jason Swan, president of the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club, joining us in the MBTV Sports Broadcast booth, telling us that Riley's one of the young ladies turning heads this year, getting some strong runs in and week out, and Riley's got a W.
Riley's
the B rubber.
Ryan Osborne's a girl. I'm sorry. Riley Ginder is a boy. He actually runs quads and motorcycles. Some of these names are hard.
Well, we've got 438 of them out there on the track that we're trying to keep straight. Our apologies if I make a mistake there.
That's all right, Dan. If you listen to me at awards, I butcher all the names. The kids yell at me every week, and they tell me what their names are. And sometimes I just get it wrong just to give them a hard time.
Have some fun, huh? We're going to go back to two-wheeled action now. Open motorcycle GP. Going to be fast and furious.
Keep an eye on this Milo Moss, number 7. He come out last week and raced with us for the very first time on ice and won.
Wow.
In our open class GP. So now he's back again. It's a good family to see. And like to see how he does here, stacked up against some of these little heavier. You got Cody Funk in here, and he's gonna have a little more challenge, I think. But it was pretty cool, just to prove a point that you might not have raced ice, but you raced dirt all summer long. You can come in and still be competitive
and still have a good time. Ty Fitzer riding the 727, John Dillenberg on the 98, Bryce Backus with the 94, Nick Berg on the 92, Mason Barth on the 80. You heard Jason mention Cody Funk on the 25, Ethan Eben on the 0. Bikes are away. Big class, big group here.
Oh my God. Look at him go in there. 2, 3 wide.
4 wide into that hairpin turn. Is that Funk trying to make that inside run work for him? No.
Oh, we got biked down.
The 80 machine of Mason Barth running second. We'll see if that's going to call out a restart or not. 94 of Backus, I believe, was on screen there for a moment. Your early race leader, though. Coming off the GP as they snake out of that right-hand turn. There's your race leader. Is that Backus? No, out front? Not sure.
Hard to get the number.
Yeah. Can't quite, I don't think it's my eyes, but I can't quite focus in on the number of our race leader. Top 5 have a nice battle going here, though. As I believe that was Funk that went down. Cody's still standing there in the left-hand turn. I think he was expecting a restart. The 0, that's Ethan Eben, your race leader. Finally got that squared away. Mason Barth running second.
Number 80.
Or is that Cody in third there?
Looks like Cody Funk in third.
I thought, and I apologize incorrectly, I thought it was Cody that had gone down in that hairpin turn, but ooh. A little rubbing there for fourth and fifth. Touching elbows as, boy, we got an opportunity to change positions. Cody Funk makes a great move on the outside, takes over second.
He might get the lead here after that. The 0 went a little wide. Cody took it to the inside, got by him.
What a progression.
We have a new leader coming to the flag.
Ethan Eben back to second. Mason Barth third. Top three giving us a show here. Fourth place racer all alone. Cody Funk, Ethan Eben, and Mason Barth, 1, 2, 3. Barth lifting the front wheel there in that left-hand turn. Had to feather it a little bit. That allowed Eben to pull away just a little bit more. I believe they might be coming down to the white flag. We'll see as they cross the line here. Cody really weighting up that front wheel. Sitting about as far forward as possible. Classic flat track position with that outside elbow up in the air. Flying the chicken wing. Well, I tell you, the 727 of Ty Fetzer has closed the gap on the 80 of Mason Barth. Not sure if Ty has time to challenge for a top three finish or not. He's going to give it his everything here. Final time. Oh! Barth on the 0 goes up and over. High sides out of the top three. He's still fourth. Now he's fifth. Now he's sixth, seventh. Hemorrhages positions.
I just looked away. I didn't see what happened there.
Came around that right hand turn. Caught too much grip and up and over. High sided he went. Here's a replay as Fetzer was trying to take a look to the inside, let the bike drift a little bit. Mason was like, I got to drive it just a little bit deeper, and he drives it just a little too deep. You see his rear wheel's going to come out, catches grip, and over he goes.
It's good to see that he's up and moving.
Yeah.
Everything looks good. That's actually Backus. That Backus there, number 94. I know you see on the back of his coat, it's like a 7 number, but that's actually was Backus.
Backus with a fourth place, or third place finish then. Bryce, a former Nationals racer. Motocross racing action. A-Rubber GP division next, as Zach Kruger lets us know that he's enjoying the live feed. Says it's been a couple of years. We got to get you back involved then. Josh Klein, ejected. Oof. Yep, you want to talk about an ejection. That's exactly what Barth experienced there on that final turn. Josh Klein greeting us from across the pond. Welcome to Northern USA Ice Fun, as Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club is bringing A-Rubber GP racing to green flag conditions now. Yes, if you're new to the sport, you're hearing it right. Rubber racing on ice.
Oh, up on two wheels there.
The hair-raising moment. Colton Froseth's riding the 8, Matt Bloomer on the 11, Tucker Kempe on the 19, Jackson Helen on the 20, Landon Tiller with a 33, Parker Riedinger on the 72.
It's like Trent Goodenough out front in the 73, and looks like Parker pulling it in 72 there in second.
Luke Anderson on the 75, rounding out our 8-rider field for this first group of A-Rubber competitors. We'll have 2 groups of top 4 finishers in each of these next 2 races. Will transfer directly into the main. Everyone 5th on back will have to use an LCQ, last chance qualifier event, to get into the main. The 72 of Riedinger holding on to 3rd in the overall running order, as they battle side by side to the line to complete lap number 1. That was 3rd and 4th, elbow to elbow.
Looks like Trenton Goodenough and Jackson Helen in the 2.0.
It's your top 2.
Froseth in the 8. Top 3.
Running 3rd.
This Trenton Goodenough and Jackson Helen have been battling all year long, whether it's an oval or GP. They've been giving each other pressure. It's been fun to watch.
Even though they are battling each other, they are at the same time opening up the separation back to 3rd and 4th. The 72 of Reedinger in 4th, or is that Anderson in 4th?
That was actually Parker. He's in 4th, so he's in transfer spot right now.
Parker Froseth running 3rd, leading that multi-rider battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and on back. 0-3 out there on the track as well.
Oh, look at this. Little Jackson Helen putting a little pressure on Trenton here. See what he can do. He made him make a mistake. And Jackson goes by.
Helen, your new race leader. Goodenough back to 2nd. Carried just a little too much speed into that right-hand turn. Quad slid all the way across the track up to the berm. He's going to try and battle back.
Be smart here, guys. You don't want to take each other out.
That's
You're both
right.
in transfer spots.
Checkered flag is out unofficially. Jackson Helen going to get the win in the 2.0. Trenton Goodenough crossed the line 2nd on the 73. 3rd unofficially Colton Froseth, as Lance Loftus lets us know.
Old Lance, I haven't seen
He's
him
thinking
for
about
a while.
off the quad. Are you going to come out, Lance? We'd love to see you.
I'm curious if I think he's living up in Ashland now. I can't remember the last time I seen him. 2nd round here. 2nd heat of 2. Top 4 will transfer.
Brady Wilson on the 07, Colton Buckley riding the 10, Jake Prosecki on the 21, Ty Osborne with the 28, Tommy Anderson on the 57, Colin Graham with the 81, and Kenyon Shellum on the 96. So this is race group 35 of 39. This is the 2nd group of A rubber action. As we turn them loose from the start gate. So as we get, Jason, to the end of this 39 group race order, first we will go back to UTV studded, right?
We're going to get the very... Ty Osborne coming too hot and parked her right off the track. We got a new leader here.
The 96 of Shellum. The 10 of Buckley running 2nd right now.
So what we'll end up doing is when we get down to the end here after adult Pee-wee, we'll run UTV studded final. Okay. And then right after that, we're going to go through all the consies.
LCP consi events. Last chance to get into those 2nd round of runs, right?
Correct.
And then we will take a short intermission.
Very short intermission.
After those LCQs.
We'll plow off the track if there's any snow dust out there as much as we can. And
Shellum with the old flag, leading the quads across the line to complete lap number 1 after an exciting first run into the hairpin turn on the GP track. The 10 of Buckley running 2nd, 81 of Graham, I believe, unofficially 3rd.
They got Anderson running in 4th right now. Luke Anderson, the 75, as he's getting pressure from Perseski.
I tell you, this group is keeping it pretty tight. We've seen a lot of the other classes on the GP course really stretch themselves out, while our top 2 are a bit stretched out here. The competition from 3rd on back still pretty intense as they slide around that left-hand 180-degree turn. Challenge for the lead maybe by the 10 of Colton Buckley.
10 gets by.
Got a new leader. Buckley's out front. The 96 of Shellum back to 2nd.
Got a drag race to the finish. We have one more lap yet, don't we?
Yeah. There you can see that separation back to 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Shows you how much bite they can get lifting those front wheels off the ground, even in a rubber class. Ooh, tight quarters there in that left-hand turn. You get into trouble if you carry too much speed into the hairpins.
81 getting a little sideways, but still maintaining position. Colton Buckley's got it going on today. He's out front. He's starting to pull away from the 96 of Shelm.
This is where the 10 of Buckley made the pass on the prior lap. You could see that Shelm was able to get a bit closer, thought about trying to return the favor.
Closed in.
Couldn't quite get up alongside of him, though. Going to follow him onto the oval. And the checkered flies. That's the way that they will round out the top 2 at the end of this one. Buckley with the W. Shelm second unofficially. Graham, I believe, held on for third to wrap up a rubber second division. Fifth on back into an LCQ as we get ready for open studded GP action. Tyler Allen on the 4. Mitchell Williams riding the 12. Trenton Hewitt top the 20. Michael Randall will be trying to manhandle the 25 with Parker Guan on the 32. Jace White with the 47. Colin Graham on the 81 and Jared Guan on the 88. The name that we should be looking for, perhaps Jace White. We talked about him a lot earlier. He's a quick one.
Yeah, he's been pretty dominant all day long, and even anywhere he goes, he's the guy that a lot of people's heads drop when he comes pulling into the pits because he's hard to beat.
Yeah,
kid's on his game, and his brother's not too far behind him. I see his brother mostly sticks to the rubber for right now, but I would get to believe Trenton will be out at some point. I think maybe on studded. I really don't know, but man, it would be nice to see somebody give him. He's in a league of his own for sure.
You mentioned that Jace White is hard to beat, but if there's one thing that we have seen, it doesn't take much of a mistake to get off the pace and allow everybody to get past you. And if someone can make the pass, that might be all it takes to at least get around Jace, especially as the track narrows up on the GP portion of the speedway here. Might give somebody an opportunity, but errors by White are few and far between, right?
That is 100% accurate, Dan. He don't make mistakes.
And that's one of the reasons why, I mean, it seems elementary, but we'll mention it anyways. You will find a racer who is so fast, and they will check out to a lead, and they will continue to stretch that lead. And sometimes people will think that that's showboating. It's not showboating. They're trying to protect that lead just in case a mistake jumps out and bites them. They don't want to give anything away.
Are we in intermission?
Yeah. Yep.
We are doing intermission. Are we doing any driver interviews?
Open studded GP is next. I believe they're still loading the start gate to the northwest end of the racing facility here.
As you can see, it looks like they must be waiting for a couple quads.
Yeah.
You know, what we have is somebody comes up and say they're having trouble starting their quad, we give them 2 minutes. You know, so when that person is supposed to go to the line, there's a 2-minute wait. And then when that 2 minutes is up, then the next guy can go. This looks like somebody must have needed a little time, but it looks like they're starting to line up.
Pretty standard 2- and 4-wheel sports scenario there. The 2-minute clock that everyone talks about. In the open studded class, we'll have Tyler Allen on the 4. Tyler lined up there. All 8 on the line that we're expecting, so we get ready to turn them loose. Open studded GP. Look at the roost fly as those cold cutters dig into the ice.
Chase White out front, the 47.
You knew that name was going to come up, right? Jace leads him out of that hairpin turn.
Parker right there with him, though.
Parker Juan on the 32.
Parker got a little sideways, a little small mistake there, and you can just see how far Chase just pulled away from him. Mag Stainless, you got to look at them, thank them, Matt and Sean Aguazda. They're big supporters of ice racing.
There's your top 2 across the line. Look at this battle for third on back. 4 riders strong. That's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Then just a bit of ground back to 7th and 8th. Heavy action here.
Looks like Mitch Williams there sitting in 3rd.
Four machine of Tyler Allen trying to make a move. Can't quite get up alongside the 81 of Colin Graham. Graham, meanwhile, with an outside run on that left-hand turn onto that short shoot back straightaway. As your race leader comes out of the GP. I love these speed shots with the cameras right up alongside the track. Gives you a sense of the momentum that these racers are pulling. Green flag conditions for our open studded GP racers. Thus far, it's been all Chase White. That 47 machine has been flawless, regardless of what class he's been racing in. Right now in the open studded GP class, he is your race leader. Chase out front, stretching that advantage. Compliments of, what you mentioned, Jason, was a pretty minor hiccup there when the quad got out from Parker Guam in the 32, and look at what it resulted in. Solid 10 quad links, maybe more. Parker, meanwhile, distancing himself from 3rd on back. He's a 3rd place racer, 4th, 5th, and 6th, 7th and 8th as well. What was a 4-rider battle, now a 3-racer shootout. Just outside the top 3. This is 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, led by the 4 of Tyler Allen.
Mitch was running up in 3rd. Looks like he's fell back a couple spots here. Looks like Tyler Allen got by him, and also the looks like the Graham got by him too.
Back to our leader, Chase White, the 47 machine. It's his race. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, sure looks like this will be another notch in his belt.
He knows one speed, and that's wide open. He might have a 20 quad length on him, but he's still pushing hard and hard every single lap.
Checkered flag for Chase White. Open studded GP first race winner. Parker Wan's going to hold on for 2nd. Was it Colin Graham? Did the 81 get up there or not? There, just across the line as everybody else finishes the open studded GP race. William Bell chimes in. Nice to hear from you, Bill. Josh Klein cheering on the Guan brothers. Trey Milsler making sure they get it done as we get ready for Outlaw P-Dub GP studded action. Revs are up with a 29 of Bentley Irish on the inside. Can't quite get off the line. Bentley Irish at the tail end of the field. Top 4. Now top 2 battling for the lead. Side by side onto the GP track.
It's like Dax Graham getting in the inside of Colbin Guazda. Riley Marion sitting 3rd.
2.0, 12, and the deuce. 1, 2, 3. We'll see if these 3 can pull away.
You can see the difference between these 2 quads up front here. Dax Graham, I believe he's got a 450, or even a, can't quite tell what kind of chassis that is, where Colbin Guazda's got a DRR chassis. A little difference there, but that 450 I'm sure has got a 150 chassis in it, or 150 motor, CRF motor in it.
Talked a little bit about that earlier, allowing these youngsters to progress into a higher power level, I suppose you could put it that way.
Yeah, Dax Graham, he's out in the lead again here, and they got Colbin Guazda coming in 2nd. Looks like Riot Marion pulling up 3rd. These are the Outlaw Pee-wee studded. Yeah, these kids race against each other all summer long and all winter long.
Best of friends and best of enemies on the track. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 20 of Dax Graham. Is it 20 or 2.0?
20.
Yeah. Now here's one of those scenarios where you see Dax out front by what appears to be a comfortable distance. But, jump the berm in one corner, and that lead is gone.
One big mistake, and they're going to go by you.
And that's part of the learning curve as our youngsters progress up through the levels of competition. It is a bit of a cliche, but oftentimes you'll hear people talking about slow is fast. It doesn't mean that you're not trying to go as fast as you can, but sometimes calm helps out as well.
Slow it down a little bit, keep it underneath you, and
checkered flag is out. Dax Graham's going to pick up the Outlaw PWGP studded.
Colton Guaza coming in second, the number 12. And third's Riot Marion, the number 2.
So we actually have just 3 races left. Pro Rubber GP will have 2 groups, adult Pee Wee. Then we are going to run that UTV studded event. Then we'll run our LCQs. What do we got, 9 or 10 of them?
There is.
Did not quite have the number.
There'll be 13. 13. C Rebel will actually have 2 LCQs.
Gotcha.
So here we go with Pro Rubber GP.
Big group here, fast group as a Pro Rubber GP racers.
Got both the white boys in here again, Trevin and Chase. Looks like Tyler Thompson in third there in the green machine.
Who got the whole shot?
Looks like Chase White out front. Trevin, Chase made a mistake.
Yep, we were talking about that earlier.
Corey Arneson in the mix.
Doesn't matter how fast you are, as Trevin White, I believe, holding on to second, right? One little mistake can take everything away.
Tyler Thompson putting pressure on him.
Tyler on the yellow quad there, Trevin on the red one. We saw Trevin and Chase. They had a nice battle, swapping positions, the leads side by side, nose to tail, left and right. Top 5. 6, 7, nose to tail, and then just a hiccup back to 8th and 9th. So this entire field pretty tight in our first Pro Rubber GP race on the GP track.
Top 4 will move on. We'll lock in, won't have to run a LCQ. So you see Chase coming in. Trevin in second. Tyler Thompson with Corey Arneson right there.
Oop. Thompson still running third. Now he's actually coming under threat to backsliding one more position to 4th as Chase continues to enjoy the lead. Chase was out here a couple of races ago. Had a commanding run in that open studded class. Here he is in the Pro Rubber class. Is it a mindset thing making that transition from studded speed to rubber speed?
It's complete. I believe it's a complete different riding style. I mean, quads are completely different. You got Loring Link in these rubber quads, and you got sway bar on the studded quads. I think there's just a lot of different things that goes into it, and you got to change and be able to adapt. I don't know how these kids do it.
Yeah,
jumping from rubber to studded, it's pretty amazing.
And I would say those of you watching the live stream, maybe if you're familiar with stock car racing, it's not like maybe running a street stock and a super stock on the same night. It's like running a pure stock and a sprint car on the same night, right? These are two. They look the same, but they're two drastically different styles of racing. Going from the studded grip to I would call it finesse on a rubber.
You got to work that throttle on the rubber side of things, and studded is you got to have your setup right and as fast as you can go.
Tyler Thompson there on that glow-in-the-dark yellow 03 machine, still following Trevin White, who's holding on to second, and there's your race leader, Chase White. Has yet to show a chink in the armor. No flaws that we've seen. Well, maybe that first time through this hairpin on the opening lap.
Yeah, and it kind of closed in on him. He looked right away to make sure. He knew he made a mistake. He had to see where his brother was.
Chase and Trevin in the Pro Rubber GP first group. Second group will be up next. Then we'll run the adult Pee-wee before we get into UTV studded action. Then some LCQ racing, 13 of them, I think, Jason said. And then we'll have a brief intermission, do a quick track clear, and we'll get right back at it. More Saturday fun headed your direction from Long Lake in Washburn County, Sarona, Wisconsin.
With the win, and we got 29 Trevin White second, Tyler Thompson third.
The rest of the field will follow him. Fourth place finisher gets the direct transfer, fifth on back. We'll be back for an LCQ, and that was a hard-fought two-rider battle there for that
I'm thinking
transfer position.
That must have been changed. Corey Arneson was in there, but I think I'm not sure who ended up fourth in that one.
Pro Rubber GP second group will include Brody Barsamian riding the 4. Tyler Allen on the 4X or 4/ if you'd like. Andrew Steinmetz riding the 16. Kennedy Swan on the 18.
Yeah, I'm going to sit in here and watch it from the TV.
You're going to watch the TV, huh? Jake Samplowski on the 18/. Ashton Reese riding the 22. Tony Bender on the 24. And Colin Graham on the 81.
It's funny seeing Tony Bender's name in here, the 24. He's on a 400 EX. This is his stepdaughter, Lady A's four-wheeler, so he's actually
see how that's going to stack up.
Yeah, it might be a little underpowered, but when it comes to these corners and stuff, it's a little different. Looks like Swan there up through the middle.
Trying to make it work. Side by side for a moment. Side by side now for second and third, fourth and fifth. 4 riders battling for second. 1 racer pulling away. Or trying to, at least.
Yeah, Brody. Oh, Jake Samplowski. Looks like Brody Barsimian out front. Ashton Reese in second. Kennedy Swan in third. And that 4th spot looks like Jake Samplowski, the other 18.
There's the 22 machine of Ashton Reese. Trying to challenge the 4 of Barsimian. That's a battle for the lead on this opening lap. It's got the inside lane, can't quite make it work. Kennedy right behind him. What do you think? At a time like this, is Kennedy thinking, let them settle it out, figure it out before I get up there into the mix?
Let them race it out and let them make mistakes. And just sneak in underneath them.
Kennedy likes that outside entry. She can get that quad to rotate, set her up for that second turn of the oval. Was that by design?
She just missed, I think. She just might have missed that corner.
All right.
Holy cow, I don't know where she went. She lost some ground there. You see a good battle out front here between Ashton and Brody.
Oh, no!
Oh,
the 22
Ashton.
of Reese stalls.
Right in the middle.
Barsimian had nowhere to go, but is somehow able to capitalize on it. Sneaks past.
Ashton get it going there.
The Reese is still stalled there. In the
Tyler Allen there putting a little pressure on Kennedy. Gets by him. Gets by her. That kind of closed everything up.
It sure did.
One big mistake, and that's all it takes, especially when they're close as they are.
So Brody on the 4, your race leader. Kennedy Swan makes a move for second there. Kennedy up in the number 2 spot.
Tyler Allen in a third. And then you got Jake Samplowski sitting in 4th. Kennedy going to put a little pressure on Brody here. Oh, nice corner, guys. Nice corner.
Able to keep it right down to the bottom. Kennedy up alongside. Completes the pass.
Put a little pressure on Brody there. We'll see now. She's got to hold it if she can.
She's got a head of steam coming into that hairpin. She's able to get that quad to rotate. Oh, quite a wide exit, but everybody followed her that way. So she holds on to the lead. Ooh, again out into the berm there on the left side of the track, the outside of the exit of that turn.
It is fun to watch from in here. I love watching it. Especially when she's on a screen. Oh, Brody with another little mistake. Tyler Allen trying to get underneath him. You don't see big mistakes like that by Brody. Brody's he's usually on his A game. 1 lap to go. Let's see if she can hold it.
Makes you wonder if Brody might be something going away on that quad. Not quite feeling comfortable. Not quite sure. Kennedy Swan still your race leader. Brody on the 4 running second for now. Or it could be one of those scenarios trying too hard maybe.
A little pressure.
Ooh, Kennedy again, way out to the berm.
All of them really slippery corners. You see Brody does the same thing as Kennedy did. And I don't know if Tyler Allen got by him. You know, when you run back-to-back heats like this, it gets slick.
And you know what it looks like is happening, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Jason, but it looks like a lot of them are trying to lean on a bit of a berm that gets built up from the fluff on the outside of the turn. And when they get to the exit of the turn, that berm goes away.
Yep.
And the quad just then sets sail. So they're kind of losing, you know, that cushion that they had there.
I'm going to have a pretty happy girl in my trailer. She don't care too much about GP, but that's a pretty good run. She's pretty happy with that.
Win's a win. That makes it worth celebrating, right? I believe Brody Barsemian's going to hold. I believe that was
Tyler Allen actually
got him.
And then Brody for third, and then fourth. I really couldn't tell who that was. It come by quick. So next up, adult Pee Wee. So this is 16 and older.
16 and older.
90.
Big boys on little toys, right?
Pee Wee four-wheelers. There's 23 of them.
Holy buckets.
So how they do this?
Shows you just how
you looked at the other ones. See how they just go to the line. So now they're going to have to wait for Kennedy. She just come off of just racing, so they'll wait.
Kennedy's
for her.
running in this also.
Yep.
Right.
It's just a fun race right here. I think they'll probably do 2 laps and. It's no holds barred. Let's just put it that way.
It's kind of like what you would see at a motocross track. They call it pit bike racing, kind of. Right.
Yep.
But in this class, have to be at least 16.
Need to be 16. We call it adult Pee Wee.
Gotcha.
And I'll be honest, it's pretty much everything goes. You're going to see a lot of people in the snowbank. There's no doubt about it.
Will they be back for a second race?
Oh, yeah.
So they do get the full format.
They get the full format.
Okay, all right.
It's funny is that most times we line them up by how you draw.
Okay.
This one, they line up pretty much, and it's whoever can get up there the fastest.
It's a race to start the race.
Yep.
Adult
Kennedy's brother, Tripp, she makes sure he's right up front, and he makes sure she gets a good spot. So it's fun. I used to run this class. I won it here a couple years ago. Me and Chris Berlin used to. Chris is back out there. And, it's just something to, pretty entertaining.
I tell you what, honestly, I am on the edge of my seat because I know that funnel is coming up, the exit from turn 2 of the oval onto the GP track where it goes from 100 feet wide down to about 20 feet wide.
23 of them going to go into that.
Holy buckets. We got that whole shot.
Got to watch that 3-wheeler there. That's Ashton Reese. He ain't even up there.
Nope,
there he is.
Fifth.
He's pretty quick, though.
Top 3 single file, 4th and 5th. There's your 3-wheeler in 5th. Now onto the GP track, headed towards the first hairpin.
Looks like Cody Conrad in first. Chris Berlin, Kennedy Swan sitting. Oh, a slider move in front of Chris Berlin. Kennedy's in second. Conrad out front.
Then the 9 of Chris Berlin running third. The 3 of Daniel Offalter running fourth, at least for now. And look at this heavy traffic.
There's ants all over the place.
Looks like the I-5 in rush hour time coming out of L.A., right? Oh, challenge for the lead. Kennedy, no.
Yep, you got Cody Conrad and Kennedy putting a little pressure on Cody. Chris right there up on 2 wheels. He got by Kennedy there, and then he got Offalter, I believe, sitting in fourth.
So we've got a new quad in second. That would be the 9 machine of Chris Berlin up to second. Kennedy back to third.
2 laps.
The 3 of Daniel Offalter put his hand in the air. Usually that's a signal that something's going wrong on the quad. And it looks like he's out of the picture. Well, no, he's got to refired. Maybe just didn't quite get off that turn like you wanted to.
It's hard to say. There's a lot of hand signals that go along in this one.
Cody Conrad, still your race leader, the 9 of Berlin, trying to challenge him. Then just a whisper back to Kennedy on the 18. Oh, challenge for the lead.
Chris putting them underneath them. They kind of both. Does Kennedy get them both? Look at that.
It was like a slider from the Saturday night dirt tracks. But the 79 of Conrad comes back around. You lose a position in one turn, regain it in the next turn. Now the 9 of Berlin up to the lead. So in 2 turns, we've had 3 different leaders here.
Kennedy going to put a little pressure on Cody here. got by him for now, but we'll see what happens here in this corner here.
Hey, don't forget about Offalter. Remember, he had fallen about 10. Little contact there.
That's no holds barred in this situation.
That allows the 9 of Berlin to pull away. 79 and the 3 now, side by side for second and third. Conrad and Offalter.
Looks like the 22. Ashton Reese up to third. Kennedy back to fourth.
They've got enough time to look over.
They're doing another lap. I'm wrong. There's 3 laps.
A little extra time as the back half of the field comes out of the GP in our split screen coverage. Front half of the screen is headed into the first hairpin on the left.
Looks like Chris Berlin out front.
Yeah.
Cody Conrad. Dan off the track.
Look at Chris. He's one-handing it. He's waving back at the competitors. He's just having a good time. You know what? This is actually what we're here for, is to have some fun. So
that's exactly what's going on out there right now. The King, he's usually number 79, Chris Berlin. He had to change his number because the other 79, Cody Conrad, but he's been racing for a very long time.
Conrad and Offalter. Conrad pulling away from Offalter. I don't know if he's going to be able to close that gap. I tell you, Conrad's little 90 sure handles pretty well, actually. And the checkered flag will come out unofficially. Chris Berlin gets the W on the 9. Conrad, I think, second.
Always fun to watch.
Offalter third. Now we're going to do something pretty wild.
We are going to go after UTV Studded. I'm going to take a 5-minute here, Dan, and I'll come back and join you here in a little bit.
UTV Studded. So if you've been looking for some side-by-side fun, it's headed your direction here momentarily. Remember, after this UTV Studded race, we will have 13 LCQs. Then we will have a brief intermission. Let our track workers stretch their legs for a bit, plow the course if needed. But right now, UTV Studded is in the start gate. Faith Conrad's piloting the 15. Chase Swerman's behind the wheel of the 22. Rocky Kempe with the 50. Daryl Rath from the 67. Tony Swerman piloting the 69. Tanner Rundhaug on the 76. And Doug Prill, with the 77. UTV Studded. 7 rigs in the start gate. The 50 machine of Kempe nearest to the camera. And then it's the 15 of Comrade, the 22 of Swerman. The rest of the field to the right of the doghouse. As our race director runs to the right, bungee snaps and away they go. Hole shot maybe coming from the 22 of Swerman. Nice start from the middle of the pack. Obviously, as you can see, back to running the oval for the UTV Studded group here. Oh, we've got one around in turn 2. That's the 50 machine of Rocky Kempe. Rocky is going to keep that spin going, 360. Rejoin the fun. But out front, as for now, it's Daryl Rath in the 67, or in the 67. Quite an industry popping up with the UTV excitement. See them racing over in Crandon, places like that in the summer on the dirt. Now we've got them out on the ice. See a lot of performance parts, safety parts, roll cages, etc. Here's the 22 of Swerman. 15 machine of Faith Conrad. Faith had a good start, but is overtaken by the 69 of Tony Swerman there. Entering turn number 3, down the front straightaway, back into turn number 1. quick flash from the brake lights just to get us set. And into turn number 2, heading back down the back stretch. Across the line to take the checkered flag, Daryl Rath's got himself a UTV studded W. Sherman unofficially across the line second. The rest of the field will follow to wrap up our UTV studded oval event. As the Long Lake Chamber of Commerce welcomes you back to Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action on a Saturday. Got started bright and early. Practice around 8 this morning as we get ready for our first A-Oval Rubber LCQ. $75 of Luke Anderson, 19 of Tucker Kempe, 07 of Brady Wilson, the 10 of Colton Buckley, and I believe it's the 32 of Ethan Kramer. Excuse me. Expecting 6 quads. Revs are up, and they're away. 5 quads. Back on the oval, top 4 will transfer. Look at that 3-rider battle at the tail end of the field for the final 2 transfer positions. Top 4 will race on. 5th done in this class at least. There's your race leader. Top 2 down the back straightaway into turn number 3. It's the 75. Luke Anderson, early race leader. The 10 of Colton Buckley. Giving chase and maybe even throwing a challenge at him. Couldn't quite get up alongside of him in turn number 2, but he's got the momentum. Let's see if he can make it work here in 3 and 4. Looking to the inside in turn number 4. Anderson goes wide. Buckley's your new race leader. Right at the checkered flag. Buckley's going to get the W. Anderson's going to transfer with a 2nd place finish. The rest of the field across the line to wrap up a oval rubber LCQ. Next LCQ, I believe, is going to be our AGP rubber class. So there you see the 60 machine. $79, 00. The 00 is Jeremiah York. The 79 is Logan Berlin. The 60 machine, Calvin Willie. 44 is Axel Gass. 23 is in the mix, Caden Gullick. Rest of the field, AGP rubber. On the oval down the back straightaway. Junior A rubber oval, excuse me. .38 of Shane Granger, I believe it is, your early race leader. There you see Shane taking a peek over the left shoulder. Find out where the competition is as the 79 of Logan Berlin works underneath the 17 machine of Ryland Moore. That's 2nd and 3rd. Top 4 will transfer. The quad on the bubble. First of 3 battling it out for that fourth and final transition position. White flag is out. One more to go for the 38 of Shane Granger. Shane looking like he's got this one well under control. Final trip down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Get it to rotate, set it up for turn number 4. Power out of that fourth turn. Challenge from the 79. Berlin can't quite get there. That's 1, 2. There's 3. Battle for 4th. Oh my goodness. That was 3 wide for that 4th and final transfer position. Way beyond my pay grade to call that finishing order. There you see Shane. That quad got just a little into the snow. That allowed the 79 of Berlin to mount a charge. Berlin couldn't quite get there, so that's first and second. You'll see third zip across the line here, all alone. And now here comes this 3-wide battle for the 4th and final transfer position. Look at that battle right to the checkered flag. My, that was a good one. Going to take a short break here. We'll be back to Long Lake and Sarona, Wisconsin with more Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club ice racing action on MBTV Sports.
Promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Or you can shoot it. I want to drive one. You know how fun that would be? No, they're lining up. Oh, that's tragic. One is.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Welcome back to Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. Pride and joy of Washburn County as MBTV Sports welcomes you back to Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club ice racing action. We're in the LCQs. Last chance qualifiers C-studded class out on the track right now, I believe. Race leader's going to pull away. Then we've got a 4-racer battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Quickly drops down to the potential of a 4-rider breakaway, but still 3 racers battling for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Top 4 will transfer on, 5th on back. Done in this class. Race leader's a 42 machine of Emmett Salter. Battling back after a flip and a DNF in the heat race. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Emmett. Turned that quad topsy-turvy in the earlier race, thereby ending up in this LCQ. Battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. There's your top 4 transfer positions into their next event. C-studded. C-rubber up next. Now in this class, we're going to have 2 LCQs. You can see the number 3 of Tucker Granger already in the start gate area, joined by the 50 machine of Desmond Guerre. Here comes the 519 of Cole Ashbrenner. I think that's Lovan Hladlek on the 20 machine. There's the 20. Yep. Again, we will have 2 LCQs from this C rubber class as the 6 of Sidney Knops joins the lineup. And from each of these LCQs, only the top 2 will transfer. So we had 3 heats in the C rubber division. Top 3 finishers transferred. Whereas in the other classes where we had 2 heats, it was the top 4 transferring. So the top 3 transferred from the heats, and then from these 2 LCQs in this class, top 2 finishers. There's the 18 machine. Damian Brazee in the gate. Lines up right next to Granger's number 3, and then to the right of Granger is the 6 of Knops, followed by the 519 of Ashbrenner. They're on the left side of the doghouse, just a technical doghouse for ice racing. Those of you from motocross action will understand the reference. Not much of a doghouse here, but there is that mechanical separation between the left and right start gates on the line. Again, for those of you who have never been to ice racing action, rubber band bungee start. There is literally a bungee stretched across the starting area there, and once that bungee snaps, the racers can zip away. If there is a rider on the penalty line, the second line, there is a green LED light that will flash 3 seconds after the bungee is released. That's when they can fire. Nice start by the 3 of Tucker Granger. Tucker's going to take an inside entry into the first and second turns of the oval. The 6 machine of Knops was in the mix as well. Remember, we're only looking for the top 2. So right now it is Knops in a transfer position. Granger, I believe, still your race leader out front. It's an unofficial call by me. We're not running transponders. So I believe I've got this correct. Granger and Knops running 1-2. Those would be your transfer positions from this LCQ. There's the 3, Tucker Granger, preparing to write his ticket under clouded circumstances, having to go through an LCQ, but the best way through an LCQ is by winning it. Checkered flag is out. Tucker Granger wins the LCQ. Unofficially, I believe that was Sidney Knops who held on to the second place spot. The second and final transfer position into the rest of the show in the C rubber class. Last racer across the line, we get ready for our second LCQ C rubber class. There's a 13 machine pulling up to the gate, followed by the 3. Already out there, the 75, Savannah Fleener. '19 machine of Jeff Endish in the game. The 11 of Jonathan Arat, far to the right, with the 54, I believe that is, of Ben Bowie. 4 to the left, 5 to the right. Top 2 will race on. Drag race into the first turn. Spotlight on the top 2. But the second place quad staying with the race leader. Got to make sure you don't give anything away. It's the 13 running second. Out front, Brayson Johnson, the 13 slash holding position. Separation from second back to third on back. It's a two-rider battle for position. But our focus, of course, is on the top two as they've got transfer positions. White flag is out. One more lap to go. The two 13s, Brayson Johnson in the 13 slash and Colton Day in the 13. And just like that, we've got a change. Change for the lead. Oh, they get together. They're riding each other hard, bumping and banging out of turn number 4. Checkered flag. And it will be Colton Day, Brayson Johnson, top two finishing positions. And C. Rubber, second LCQ. Look at this replay. After taking the lead, the 13 of Colton Day crosses it up, and here comes the 13 slash of Brayson Johnson. Hard into the left side with his right side. They're both able to race on and make their way to the checkered flag. Outlaw Rubber up next, I believe. LCQ. See that Cadillac parked in the infield of the oval. We scored old school here at Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club. No transponders on the quads or the bikes. So I do not even have digital scoring, so if I miscall a number for a racer in a certain position, I do apologize in advance. Literally relying on these old aged eyes to read the numbers from a distance. Outlaw Rubber now. You can see the 21 machine of Jake Prosecki, the 16 machine of Andrew Steinmetz, the 4, amongst others. They're down and away. 21. Prosecki on the inside. Heavy traffic, 4 wide coming out of 2. Down the back straightaway they go. Now we're back to a scenario here where this will be the top 4. There's your leader, the 43, Corey Arneson. Two-rider battle for second and third. Two-rider battle right behind him. Fourth and fifth. One rider in, one rider looking in from the outside. Track developing some character. You can see him battling it on the back straightaway. Checkered flag is out. Outlaw Rubber. LCQ in the books. It appears that the front straightaway may be holding up better than the back straightaway, which is odd since the front straightaway is getting more action today than is the back straightaway. B Rubber now next on the line, including the 20 machine. The 99 of Keegan Variety. There's the 519 machine. Into the turns they go. Top 4 will race on. Everybody else loaded up at least in this class. We got action everywhere. Not quite sure where to point our cameras, but we get it sorted out. As they wheelie down the back straightaway, headed towards turn number 3. Little bump and run between the 7 and the 17. The Deuce leading this one. Looking comfortable around the northeast corners. Checkered flag is out. We'll call it a race. This LCQ gets logged into the books. A Rubber LCQ up next. 21, Jake Prosecki in the start gate. 73, Trenton Goodenough. The 07, Brady Wilson. .32 of Ethan Kramer in the start gate. Ethan lined up far to the left. Believe that's Matthew Bloomer right about in the middle, right in the 11, I think. Just to the right of the 21 machine of Prosecki. .32 of Kramer's on the inside. We will see if lining up on the inside will be an advantage or not. Revs come up, starter heading to safety, and we're about ready to turn them loose. Nope, inside not going to work for Kramer. Couldn't get off the line. Down the back straightaway they go. Headed towards turn number 3. Race leader trying to pull away from a 2-rider battle for second and third. It is the 73 of Goodenough unofficially out front. Oh, look out. One quad up and over the berm, going to try and get back onto the racing surface. 07 machine of Wilson holding on to second. It's the 75 of Anderson. Quad slow a bit on the back stretch. There's your top 3. The 11 machine is in the mix as well, Matthew Bloomer. But out front, it's the 73 of Trent Goodenough. There's Bloomer on the 11. The 07 of Wilson running third. Top 4 will transfer. Challenge for second. Not required, but it's always nice to get another position. Checkered flag is out. Here comes our 4th and final transfer. Right across the line. Pro Rubber, I believe, going to be our next class. Ashton Reese in the 22s out there along with the 4. Brody Barsamian. 4 slash is Tyler Allen. The 81 machine is Colin Graham. Reese on the 22 that I'd mentioned. Can't quite make out the numbers on the 2 quads to the right. And I'm not quite sure the number on the second quad from the left. There's the 29 machine. That's Hunter Wedward. And the 16 of Andrew Steinmetz. Sending the track worker out front straightaway. So we're just in a minor holding pattern here. Should only be a moment or two. Repositioning a couple of flaggers. Now we get the revs up, ready to turn them loose. Pro Rubber LCQ headed your direction. Down and away. Sliding it into that left-hander. Turn number 2 of the oval. Down the back straightaway. Heavy traffic, top 4 positions, all being contested. The number 4 machine, Brody Barsamian, your early race leader. 3 wide, coming out of 4 in a battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Anybody's guess who's going to take a transfer position with them. 4 slash of Tyler Allen up there in a transfer spot. Rubbin is racing. 22 sneaks by. Ashton Reese up into the top 3 now. 3 wide for 4th. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. Ooh, little contact there. Turns 1 and 2. Four machine of Barsamian is going to take the win. 2nd, 3rd, and here comes this battle for 4th. It's down to a nose-to-tail 2-rider shootout to wrap up that LCQ. Brandy joins us, cheering on Wrath Racing. Thanks, Brandy, for watching. Loading the gate for our next group. This is a rubber GP, I believe. Getting lined up there. The 72 is Parker Reedinger. 21, Jake Prosecki. The 75, Luke Anderson. And the 11, Matthew Bloomer. 5th quad right in the middle there. Couldn't quite see the number there, but I think we're still waiting on 1 or 2. 2-minute clock is up. I believe this is a rubber GP getting ready.
Girls, what's your thoughts? There's 5. Do you want me to transfer ball and not even run it? No, let's run it. All right, a rubber GP on the line.
James Johnson. Wondering if he should make the haul from Arkansas to have some fun with us on the ice. 5 racers, top 4. Going to transfer a rubber GP. LCQ on the track now. Remember, they take that right at the exit of turn 2 of the oval. Now they're back onto the GP course. Early race leader is the 11 of Bloomer, followed by the 72 of Reedinger, 75 of Anderson. Two-rider battle for that 4th and final transfer spot. The 75 of Anderson holding onto it for now. Come out of that right-hand turn, which sets him up to dive between the pylons, battle onto the oval. Use the front straightaway of the oval, head down into turn number 1. White flag is out, and 1 more lap to go for this LCQ. Last chance qualifier, consolation event, you could call it. I'm with you, buddy. Josh Klein says short drive north. Well worth it, right? Matthew Bloomer gets the front end skyward, coming out of the hairpin turn. Duncan Hill Racing. Watching the best buzz have some fun on the ice, right? Dustin, need you out here. Final time off the GP course, back onto the oval for the 11 machine of Matthew Bloomer. Matthew, not only going to take a transfer spot, but the LCQ win as well. Checkered flag is out. Second, third, and fourth cross the line for that GP LCQ. Junior Rubber GP Consi up next. Away from the gate, headed through turns 1 and 2 of the oval. Right hand off turn number 2 of the oval. Onto the GP course. 5 quads headed into that left-hand hairpin, 180-degree turn. You see they all want to slide wide. The 24 machine of Alora Ragnall out front early, but the 79 sneaks past Logan Berlin up to the lead. Logan's your new race leader. Second and third in play. Challenge perhaps being developed as the 24 of Ragnall gets challenged by the 99 of Irish. Braden Irish, I believe that's Braden, takes over the number 2 spot. Here comes Braden right at you in your living room. Berlin gets the white flag. 1 more lap to go. As your LCQ leader, the junior rubber class. Off the oval again onto the GP course. Ooh. Rubbin's racing, bumping 2. Now this could be bad for the 24. Let's see if Ragnall can get that quad refired. Don't want to fall out of a transfer position. Still the 79 of Berlin, your race leader. I believe Braden Irish on the 99 was fine. Got up against the berm on the outside of that left-hand hairpin turn, but was able to power away from it. Kind of watching the background there if the 24 stayed in a transfer position or not. Top 4 will be transfer spots. There's the top 2, the 79 and the 99 coming to the checkered flag. They've got a transfer position sewn up. Third and fourth, who's got it? Right down to the line. Southwest Georgia. My goodness, bud. Thanks for tuning in to MBTV Sports, live streaming coverage of the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action.
3 laps. Track is clear.
Pro Rubber, I believe, up next. Shotgun blast out of the start gate. Ooh, they're carrying a lot of momentum into that GP course. Somehow they all make it. 2, 4, 6, 7 racers strong. He's got the early race lead. It's going to change hands here down to the hairpin turn, the 22. Ashton Reese, your new race leader. The 43 of Corey Arneson holding on to second. Fourth momentarily, the 16, but now the 12 makes a move around the outside. Mitchell Williams. Mitchell, I believe, just raced into a transfer position. Yes. Williams up to fourth. Was fifth, up to fourth now. Top 4 will transfer. There you can see the 22 machine. Ashton Reese. Right behind Reese, the 43, Corey Arneson. Corey doesn't have to push it too hard. Daryl Rath in the 67, running third. Rath is in a transfer position. Fourth was in play, remember. Had a change for position as Williams in the 12. Here comes the 22. Ashton Reese down to the line to pick up an LCQ. White flag, I believe that was. Still the 22. Reese in the 43, Arneson, your top 2 positions. Rath still all alone in third. Preparing to exit the GP course, race back onto the oval. It'll be the checkered flag that awaits the 22 of Ashton Reese. Reese with an LCQ win this time across the line. Arneson on the 43 across the line second. Daryl Rath will hold on for third. Look at this. 4-rider battle for the 4th and final transfer spot coming down to the line. And that will decide that LCQ.
That's it. Everybody can come in for a little bit. As soon as the girls come off, we're back out here as fast as we can.
All righty. Well, race fans, that will make up our first half of the program. We've had oval racing. We've had GP racing. We've had LCQs. Now we have a chance to stretch our legs. Very brief intermission. Going to bring the plow out if the racing surface needs it. Those of you watching from the confines and comfort of your home, head out to the kitchen, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back shortly for more green flag action from Sarona, Wisconsin. Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action on MBTVsports.com.
Need auto parts? You know Conrad's Auto Salvage and ASAP Used Auto Parts, 2 great companies, now 1 location near Mondovi. We've appreciated your business in Eau Claire. Now you'll find all the same parts and services at our location near Mondovi. We can mount and balance tires, plus do oil changes and more. All the same services in 1 incredible facility. Conrad's Auto Salvage and ASAP Used Auto Parts, 2 great companies, now 1 location near Mondovi for all your auto parts needs.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because Being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
At AmRamp Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out.
Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thank you.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AmRamp Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
Yeah, Butler-Built has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler-Built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top-notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day, so as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different, and guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So, yeah, it's been a fun ride and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited to unveil the Kevco Drive Shaft. Our Kevco Drive Shafts are 100% made in the USA from USA-sourced materials. We have developed our drive shafts using precision machine yokes that offer more clearance with higher strength than any other shaft on the market. Our yokes are then zinc-plated black for long-lasting protection. All our drive shafts are meticulously hand-built and balanced on our brand-new Superior Driveline Shaft Master drive shaft machine. Every carbon fiber Kevco drive shaft comes loaded with Spicer 1310, solid-body, non-greasable universal joints for superior strength. We offer U-joints, U-bolts, slip yokes, and anything you may need for your drive shaft. Kevco has the ability to custom build any length drive shaft for any application you may need, whether it be mild steel, chromoly, aluminum, or carbon fiber. Call us today at 800-770-3557 or check us out on the web at kevcoracing.com.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Ready to make a splash this summer? Grab your friends and head to River's Edge on the scenic Apple River. Whether you're looking to float the day away, camp under the stars, or catch live music and weekend events, River's Edge has everything you need for an unforgettable time. Book your tube, campsite, or party package now. River's Edge on the Apple River. Your summer starts here.
mention, temperatures have increased a little bit today. Track is a little looser, a little wetter. But we're going to throw them into it nonetheless. 2 feet of thick, solid ice beneath us, no problem. We start off with a 3 UTV battle for second, third, and fourth as the 05 of Brock Ladillick rockets away from the competition. Look at that 3-racer battle for second, third, and fourth, including Daniel Offalter in the 30 machine. All sorts of loose on the outside. The 15 of Faith Conrad works to the inside of the 23 of Brady Johnson. That is a battle for third and fourth. Jason Swan rejoins us at the MBTV Sports broadcast booth as we jump into our second half here. The sun is shining. It's still cool, but it is warmer. Track's a little wetter than it was this morning.
You watch a lot of these riders, the quads and bikes, they're pretty soaked. I see as that's coming through, there's a lot of them putting on rain gear. Ice is holding up good, so looking good so far. I mentioned
just before you sat down, as our UTV rubber first group continues to battle on the racing surface. We're sitting atop 2 feet of ice here, so that's never a concern, even when the temperature gets warm like this. It's just that the track gets a little bit wet after being beaten all day and the sun shining down on it like this.
Yep, slushy and wet.
White flag is out, one more lap to go. There you see the 05. Brock sliding through turns 1 and 2, down the back straightaway. What's the consensus? What have you been hearing? Whispers from the pits up and down pit row. Everyone enjoying the little wet conditions here, something a little different?
They are. Everybody's having a good time, and the racers are enjoying it, obviously, with the money that we're giving away. It's pretty easy, and you see a lot of different people on top today that you normally wouldn't see. You see some people that are shining in this kind of weather, and setup is huge. Ain't no different than your dirt side of things.
Absolutely.
Been good.
You see that a lot in events. You will have a competitor, a racer, who may be a regular third, fourth, fifth sort of finisher, and then all of a sudden something changes. In today's scenario, it might be the wetter surface, and one of those racers may just shine. They may just jump to the front. Not necessarily, that may not be the reason. Could be everyone else is off. But when you throw a monkey wrench into the works like this, it changes things, and that's why you may see unexpected racers taking home big money today, right? And that's what makes it exciting, right? That's what makes it fun.
They're all racing on the same surface, so it's what you do with it. That second heat here of UTV rubber.
Chase Smith driving the 0 machine. Chris Berlin with the 9. Daryl Rath with the 67. Doug Prill in the 77. And Cody Conrad in the 79 machine. Daryl Rath's out there pulling multi-driving duties and all sorts of different sorts of events. UTV rubber now. Division 2 on the track. 5 wide, 3 wide now as they get to the end of the start gate straight. Still 2 wide as they get around turn number 2 onto the back straightaway of the oval. Who's got the early race lead? It was
Berlin on the inside there, the 9. He used to be number 79, the king. He's raced for a long time. He was a couple years ago. I took over his position as the president, so Chris has been around here for a while.
Daryl Rath got the whole shot, and it has since slid back to second. But here's the unique thing that those of you at home may be noticing with the UTV event here. No longer is it just one racer. We got a couple of passengers in a few of these vehicles. That adds something fun to it. Another dimension.
We allow them to ride. As long as they got 5-point harnesses, and we let them ride along.
I was talking about this earlier in the first half of the program while you were out, I believe, cheering on Kennedy, and a UTV class was getting staged in the group. Might have been your son that was out on the track at the time. But this is an emerging industry, an emerging growth opportunity. You're seeing roll cages, you're seeing new suspension parts, you're seeing all sorts of hop-up parts, and it's fun to watch that begin to grow from the ground up. Even though they've been doing it now for a while, it's still what I would consider a growth industry, right?
Looks like the leader just broke. Number 9.
Oh no, yeah, coming out of 4.
Arrow out front here. I heard a pop. I don't know if he sucked some water or if maybe a belt.
Daryl looking over his left shoulder as he came through turn 2 there, trying to make sure that, yes, indeed, he was the new leader, and he is. Crosses the line there as the number 1 UTV on the track at the time. When we end up, Jason, with a slightly damper racing condition like this, are we going to see competitors later on in the four-wheel and the two-wheel version doing what we're seeing here in this UTV rubber class, maybe chasing a little bit of that thicker stuff on the outside for added traction, or will that cause different troubles?
It gets slushy and it gets heavy, so it's hard to, you'll see a lot of different tires. You got your sand dune tires up front, or you got your Hoosiers, and then you got your basics. So I think it all depends on the preference of the driver on what they want to do. You might, and you'll see, these rubbers, they'll polish it off a little bit here. You see that we plowed everything off.
Yeah.
So as the studded go out, they're going to create more and more slush again. So we'll see what happens. I think you'll have two grooves of racing. And I think if you watch a lot of these pro classes in 6-7 laps, that racetrack changes a ton. You'll see where the bottom's really quick for a couple laps, and that goes away, and then the top comes in.
Next group rolling up into the start gate will be our Pee Wee C class. Coming into today's action, Autumn Conrad with a 17, current point leader with 34 points, a 2-point cushion over Briley Offalter, and Briley in the 3 is in the gate. Autumn Conrad also in the game, so not only are they battling it out for today's accolades, but they're also adding to the points accumulations through the NWIRC 2025-2026 season.
Best thing about both of them, they race out of the same trailer. So Dan and Cody, their dads, have been raced against each other and raced with each other for a long time. So they're part of that Conrad group. Jerry Conrad and Conrad's, they do a lot of stuff for us. One of our yearly sponsors, and great group of people.
And they've shared, both Autumn and Briley have shared some success this year. Autumn with a couple of overall wins back in the 17th of January, and just the last event, the 7th of February. Briley's got an overall win as well at the end of January on the 31st. Other racers in the gate, Kate Knops on the 6, Watson Wampole with a 7, Benton Berlin on the 10, Willow Peterson piloting the 16, Tristan White, the 22 slash, Macy Diesterhoft with a 23, Madeline Anderson of the 32, Shayna Pretzman on the 44, and Dawson Close with a 67, and Cole Conrad in the 79. Bungees away, and the Pee Wee C Racers are on the oval.
5 to 8-year-olds, so it's good to see.
This is something that motorcycle racing and quad racing has an advantage of, I would say, over other forms of motorsports, and it's this homegrown feeder series. Youngsters getting started. You look at, let's just do the comparison to maybe big car racing. You can't take a 5-year-old and put him in a big car, right?
Nope.
But you can take a young 5, 6, 7-year-old and put him on a smaller quad. I'm not saying we'll put him on 450s, but you can put him on a smaller quad like this and let them learn and hone their craft through a year, 2 years, 3 years, and then all of a sudden there you've got your next hotshot and your superstar that's going to be battling in the 8 class a couple years down the road.
And it's just awesome to watch them grow. Every year that first race, I also announce the awards, and it's probably one of my favorites as I come to announce the awards, and they all have their helmets off. They come up and it's like, oh my God, look at that kid, he's grown 3 inches.
Yeah, right.
Or this one's got, all of a sudden, he had nice short hair last year, now he's got a big old mullet. It's pretty funny watching him go through phases, and kind of like my own kids. You watch them, you spend 8 weeks with them, right? And everybody's family, and we all. Biggest thing is we all got to go home at the end of the day.
Yep. Benton Berlin in the 10 and the 17 of Autumn Conrad battling right down to the checkered flag to wrap up our Pee Wee C second main event. I do a lot of announcing at Spring Creek Motocross Park in Millville, Minnesota, home of Motocross National, of course. And the funny thing that I see also, announcing flat track racing and competing in flat track racing, you see these youngsters, 5, 6 years old, out there battling on the track, whether it's a motocross track or an ice track or a flat track. And sometimes it's easy to forget that they're 5 years old, right? Mm-hmm. And as soon as the race is done, they might have a Hot Wheel in their hands, or they might have a doll in their hands, and they're back at the hauler just having themselves a fun time. But out on the track, they look just like the grown-ups as they're giving it everything they can. Amateur rubber now in the start gate. Brady Wilson in the 07. Colton Froseth riding the 8. Colton Butchley is going to try and keep the 10 under control. Tucker Kempe on the 19. Jackson Helen driving the 20. Jake Prosecki with the 21. Osborne with the 28 slash. Landon Tiller in the 33. Tommy Anderson's piloting the 57. Parker Riedinger with a 72. Trenton Goodenough with a 73. And Luke Anderson with a 75. Revs are up. Bungees away. And the racers are on the track as our amateur rubber class hits the oval.
Trenton Goodenough out front right away. I was going to talk. Braden Tiller, he's actually had to scratch for the day. He hurt his ankle, and I think they brought him to the emergency room to see if he had broke it or not. So Tiller is not out there. That's the 33. Goodenough's out front right now.
You know, it's very easy to look at a class like this and want to hyper-focus on someone like Trenton Goodenough, because Trenton comes into today's action not only as the point leader, but with a 14-point advantage over the racer who's in second. But like we were talking about earlier, the track has changed. This does not necessarily mean that Trenton has this one in the bag. Anything could happen here. Look at that.
Oh, we got a quad over.
Hard tumble in turns 1 and 2.
Tucker Kempe.
Quad got sideways, was facing the infield. Front wheels got up onto that berm and then went over backside. Here's the other neat thing that I like to see. Obviously, you've got your track personnel who are going to attend to the rider there, but look at the rest of the class that also stopped there. They just wanted to check on him, make sure everything's okay.
Check Tucker. He looked like he was up and moving, so make sure everybody's good. Hopefully, Tucker's pretty strong. I'm sure he'll keep right on going.
Instant replay for those of you at home. Going all the way back to the start, so they're going to make a complete lap. No?
That's too far back there. That was a pro GP. Looks like Tucker's up and moving.
Thought we were going to get a replay there.
Looks like the exhaust is hanging down. He might be scratched, quad probably.
Yeah, a harder tumble than it may have looked initially. So nice to see him under his own power. Unfortunate that he's got a bent up quad there, but he'll throw a box of wrenches at it, and it'll be good as new by the end of the day, hopefully. So here's one of our single file restarts. It's not the staggered restart. Is this?
Nope, this will be single file. It's rubber quad, so they'll go single file. And as soon as Jeff raises that green flag off the ice, they can go. So the nose to tail still kind of gives the leader a little bit of an advantage. That way nobody, you'll see too where, that third place might stall his motor, and then fourth place got to try to get around him. So, Trenton Goodenough, 73.
Trenton out front on the white quad there.
It'd be the 8 of Froseth.
Holding on to the number 2 spot, at least for this restart.
Ty Osborne, the 28 slash in third.
So those are your top 3, white, black, green, and red, white for this restart. So you heard Jason Swan talk about the green flag for the restart. So our flagger is going to literally pick up that green flag there. He's going to hold it down on the ice.
Yep.
This is like old school bracket drag racing, right? From the 50s. And as soon as he raises it skyward, Katie barred the door because they're going to head towards tournament. Look at that. Was a quick one. And Goodenough was good enough. He was ready, He was not just resting. He was focused, and that allowed him to get a quick jump. Froseth holding on to second still, and I believe it's still Osborne there in third.
Osborne in third, yep. They got Jackson Helen coming, the 220.
Helen joined you guys for the last 2 events, both finishes, podium finishes, a third and a second. So we would be looking for Helen to maybe race his way.
Jackson started in a lower class. He was running B rubber, and then he raced up to A and actually placed in it.
Yeah.
So looks like he's actually on a different quad. Looks like the number 4. His quad might have went down today, but.
Was that the checkered?
That is the checkered.
I apologize. I missed the checkered. I saw Trenton kind of wave his hands there, and I thought he was waving everybody past. I thought he had a mechanical, but he was actually celebrating the win. My apologies to those of you at home, but we'll wrap that one up. We'll move on to A-studded. Brock Hladlek in the 05. Jim Schweers piloting the 08. Matthew Bloomer with the 11. Mitchell Williams on the 12. Trenton Hewitt riding the 20. Michael Randall with the 25. Parker Guan on the 32. Jace White with the 47. Braden Wolf with the 87, and Jared Guan with the 88. It's A-studded class about ready to go green.
Gotta always watch that Jim and that two-stroker. Oh, we have a bad start there. Something happened.
Yeah, the revs were up there for an extended period of time before the bungee snapped.
Looks like the bungee or something could have been a mechanical failure, so we'll put them back to the line and redo them.
Yeah, so the red is out. We'll bring them back to the start gate. Yeah, you can see some of them are like, huh? What? All right, so the revs come back up. We're going to give it another shot here. A-studded, ready to go. Green. Now they're off and running. Race leader coming from the middle of the pack, left to right. Got the whole shot in turn number 2 and heads down the back straightaway. You can see some of that moisture spitting up from the racing surface, quite a bit of it. As Jason mentioned, seeing a lot of the racers switch over to their wets for the racing gear, if they have it, if they can.
Chase out front, Chase White. Looks like Parker right there on him.
Yeah, Parker Guan on that red quad, the number 32 machine. Staying with your race leader, Jace White. Oh, we got a tango coming out of turn number 4 here. The 05 of Brock Hladalek. The 88 machine of Jared Guan. And I believe the 20 of Trenton Hewitt was in that one. Yeah, there's Trenton. Track worker is going to come out and check out the riders and their steeds. Looks like the 88. Jared. Looks like those bars may have, that quad must have tumbled. Those bars, I don't know if they're just turned or bent, but.
He's a scratch. He just said he's a scratch. Looks like maybe something broke in that left front. That sucks. That Hewitt, he finished 3rd the first round, so he's going to be looking for try to get a good finish here.
Yeah. Yeah, so while we've got a break here, I'm going to ask you to inform our viewers on how the final scoring comes together to determine who gets to take home the big cash here.
So what we do is, anytime we don't have no heats, so, like earlier today you had Outlaw rubber that had heats. So, and then now you take top 4 out of each one and then top 4 out of Consi. So those 12 quads will go into the feature. They all start on the front row. We go from there, and then where they finish is where they place. Now, a race like this with A-studded, there's only 10 of them.
Yeah.
So we moto score it. So the first time around with Chase White, he won, so he gets 1 point. And then Parker took 2nd, he gets 2 points, and so on, right? The guy with the lowest points wins for the day. So you really could take 3rd that first round, come back and win, and it all depends where everybody else is and still have an opportunity to win for the day.
And in the event of a tie, that second race is going to be the determining factor.
Correct. Second race is your tiebreaker.
So 2 scenarios for those of you at home to watch here. For those classes where we saw heat races earlier and LCQs, when they come up here in the second half of a program, they're racing for the money, right? They're racing for the award, the trophy, the money, whatever it is that they're battling for. For those classes, as Jason was just saying, that had heats and an LCQ earlier, they're racing for the money and the cash. For those who only had 1 heat, for those classes that only had 1 heat, you're going to have to kind of remember what happened in that first race, see what happens in the second race, and we do that average thing to find out who's going home with the big money or the plaque or the trophy or whatever the award is going to be for that class.
Yeah, every one of our big classes here, every class except Pee Wee's is money given away. Our Pee-wees, we actually have a little bigger trophies this week for them, and then every class winner gets a big check.
Ah, there you go.
So something that we added from last year, we actually added even for the Pee-wees, a little check, the future winner check that we give to them.
Like the Happy Gilmore check, right?
Yeah.
You see that a lot in the stock car world. It's neat to see it coming into the four-wheel, the two-wheel world as well. Something that they can hang out in the shop, in the bedroom if they're a youngster, the garage, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's nice. They're pretty. People are pretty proud of them.
Green flag again, and we rocket off the staggered start. Immediately, another one going around.
Spears looks like he spun.
That battle that we had before the caution, still up. Jace with maybe a little more of an advantage this time. That quad still sitting idle the inside of turn number 2. 2 of them actually sitting there.
So they'll throw the caution in those corners. So like our rules state, they cannot pass in that corner now.
Right.
So they'll come in, you'll see the yellow flag in that corner, and then they got to maintain their position until they're clear of both of those quads, and then they can do whatever they need to at that point.
Local caution conditions, you might be familiar with it if you watch road racing or something like that, where there is a caution in just a specific portion of the track. Once you get past the rider who is the cause of that caution, you can have at it again till you get around him the next time. Jace White, boy, he's got good form. I like watching him. Not only is he fast, he's got good form on that quad as well. There's your checkered flag. And Jace White's going to pick up the win in the ace-studded second. Backs up that win in the first one.
So your first place will go to Chase White, the number 47. 32 will be Parker Guin. And then I couldn't see who finished third on that one.
Chase has begun the process of picking up some money.
Yeah, ace-studded quad. That's a $500 win right there.
There you go.
We'll pay top 3 out of that class. So,
Junior A rubber up next. Bryce Ewert riding the 15. Alora Ragnholt with the 24. Ryder Garrett's on the 32. Jace Friedley, with the 33. Shane Granger on the 38. Henry Levins with the 41. Axel Goss driving the 44. Galvin Willey atop the 60, Cannon Schindler on the 69, Logan Berlin with a 79, and Kaysen Pretzman on the 88, Braden Irish on the 99. Neat thing about this Junior A rubber class, this is one of those classes where some of these racers had to come through that high-drama LCQ event just to get to this second race. So a lot of these racers, if they did well in their heat, they were happy. If they transferred through the LCQ, they're happy now too. So a lot of smiles in the gate for this Junior A rubber main event.
Keep an eye on that 69 Cannon Schindler and the 99 of Irish. They are fast.
Yeah, Braden, your current point leader coming into this weekend's event with a 99. He's got 3 overall wins, and that 4th event, second place finish. So, yeah, as Jason just said, keep your eyes on that 99. Braden Irish may be a threat for the W here. Look at that heavy traffic into turn number 3. Braden is mired deep in that heavy traffic. There's your top 3 coming through turn number 1. Braden up to 4th now. Trying to close in on the leaders as the 32 of Ryder Garrett's. It's going to lead us down into turn number 3 with a 24 machine of Alora
up there battling.
Hold.
Lady A. It's her first year on a 400.
Look at this. She's got it. Coming out of turn number 2. We've got a new leader on the back straightaway.
32's in the lead now. Got 24 Laura. Lady A right on his tail.
They changed right going into there. One and swapped it back again. Now it's a 2-rider battle for second and third.
It's so funny how they change it so quick. Yep. One corner and it's just instant. Gets out a little too far and they drive right on past him on the inside.
So that's that red quad is Pretzman, Kaysen Pretzman, running third now into turn number 3 as they're closing in on the checkered flag. It'll be Garrett's getting the W.
Looks like Lady A in second. And
she hold on to it and Pretzman third, I think.
Pretzman now. That's not official. The girls at the cone is where they make it official. So, but from what we could see from this angle, which is not a perfect directly right across, so we'll let the girls make that call.
The cone that Jason
still a heck of a run for Lady A. That's great.
C Studded going to be the next class out on the track. Caleb Passarella with a 0-4. Matthew Fernstall riding the 18. Clint Close on the 22. Troy Sankey riding the 24. Maley Jiskra on the 29. Emmett Salter with a 42. Cameron Stindl on the 45. Michael Tanner with a 47. Sean Fleener riding the 55. Tristan Kolwitz on the 63. Colton A on the 71. And Cole Ashbrenner riding the 519. Coming into today's action, Cameron Steindl with the 45. Current point leader riding 3 overall victories. Only upset with an event a couple of weeks ago was struggled with a 10th place overall finish.
They actually crashed that day in turns 1 and 2. Otherwise, he's been pretty strong, pretty consistent.
Maley Jiskra on the 29, second in the point standings, just 4 points back. Maley's been pretty consistent, a couple of seconds and a third for 3 podium overall finishes and a 6th. As you see our track workers trying to assist that racer, got it back under power. There's our starters in the start gate, including that 29 of Maley. Just on the far left there of the screen. Next to Maley, the 55, Sean Fleener. Sean on the top 5 in the point standings, currently 4th in the standings with a trio of top 5 finishes and a 4th, which is a top 10 finish. So could be perhaps a breakout day for the 55 of Sean Fleener. Then it's the 519 of Ashbrenner as we're looking at him left to right, followed by the 04 of Passarella. All right, revs come up, C Studded. Ready to go green. Ooh, couple of riders. Are these going to be jumps or did we have a malfunction? We will see what the officials call there. The 55 and the 519, Fleener and Ashbrenner.
Have to see. Let's see what the officials call here.
Talking with Maley Jiskra there on the 29.
Looks like they're going to put Maley for jumping.
Maley for maybe flinching.
Yep.
And
whoever's in that bungee first is going to... Might not always be the guy that goes through it.
Right, yep. So they're going to back Maley up.
Having a discussion here. Let's see what they call.
Talked earlier about how racers who get moved back to what's referred to as the penalty line or the second line, so in this instance it would be Maley, will not be jumping with the initial release of the bungee. They'll have to wait. There's a green LED light there. They'll have to wait for that light to turn green, or Maley will in this instance. There, Maley finally saw the green. Look at this, 5 wide out of the start gate straight. Ooh, little contact there. Oh, and one quad goes up and over. Thought he had saved it. Couldn't quite bring it back down to terra firma. Ends up on its nose.
So now, so everybody's aware, that is the second red. So we had a red on that restart, or we had a red on the jump. We had a red here. If there is one more red, they will finish the way they drew from the first round, because we only allow 3 reds in one race.
There you can see that's Troy Sankey on the 24. Troy first got the quad up on the right side wheels, then saved it. They actually brought it back down, and then it took bite again. and ended up going around. Sankey comes into this weekend's activity.
So the advantage here now is Molly gets to go back up to the line because we already got one restart out. So she'll be back up at the line, but that's number 24 there. Which one is 24? Stanky is going to have to go to the second row if he can continue.
Quad is there.
Oh, I don't. That's the 04.
Yep. That's the 04. Yeah, sorry. That's Caleb Passarella. Caleb was involved. Maybe I was calling the wrong number, and I apologize. I thought it was Sankey that went over, but maybe it was Caleb Passarelli in the 04 that went over. So Passarella's got to wait for that green light. Finally, the light goes green.
They got through the first corner. Biggest battle so far today.
Boy, they are just ripping it out of turn number 4 and down the front stretch, headed into turn number 1. There's a 71 machine holding on to third. That's Colton Ney. Colton trying to take a look to the inside there in turn number 2. Look at this speed shot. End of the back straightaway down into turn number 3. C-studded racers coming at you.
It's like Emmett Salter holding on to third here. Got the 519 coming underneath him. Ashbrenner.
Well, Ashbrenner is going to try and make it happen here in 2. Well, you know what? They get some good bite coming out of the low side of 2. If they push a little too wide, it's not working for them. There's Ashbrenner leading this pack at least. Bit behind the top 2 who have broken away. Your race leader coming out of 4. Get the white flag. One more lap to go for the 45 of Cameron Steindl. Cameron on the 45, your race leader. Final time down the back straightaway. He's got a good cushion over the second place quad out of turn number 4. Racing to the checkered flag. Cameron's got himself a win.
Now with this class, they'll stop them on the exit, top 4, and they'll just go through and make sure that everything's legit on the quad. There is some different rules for our C-studded, so make sure that they meet our rules, and then after they get cleared, they'll be good to go.
See that? Ooh. Even out on the ice. You got to visit the tech shed when the race is done. Pee Wee B coming up next.
Got the 28 of Carter Slampowski. Got the 11 of Bernard. You got the 15 of Leif Peterson. The 32 of Anderson. 22 of Trent White. 6 of Knaps. And 33 of Lincoln Kloss.
As they zip onto the oval, hole shot goes to the 11 machine of Berlin Bernard. This is the end of the back straightaway into turn number 3. 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth, and a bit of ground back to 5th.
You can see how important that inside line is for these little guys.
Did have a lead change there as the 11 of Bernard backslides a few positions, and I believe it's Lincoln Close now, your race leader. Lincoln second in the point standings with a trio of podium finishes this season already. This would be a first overall win if Lincoln can keep that 33 out front. Lincoln running just on the edge there of the polish. Well, not quite out in the thick stuff, but not down to the bottom. White flag is out.
Got to remember, too, that Kloss finished 7th the first round, so this will be another moto scoring. So right now, it all depends where everybody else finishes. Looks like Carter Slampowski running second here. Kind of the downfall of the moto scoring, you know. Yep. Yeah, but it could be advantage, too. You have a good day the first time, and it looks like Lincoln and then Carter. Looks like Leif Peterson coming in third.
I tell you what, obviously, if it was me, I'd want the overall win. But even if I just won one of these, I would still be happy, right?
Oh, I'm sure Lincoln, that whole family will be happy.
They will celebrate that checkered flag for sure.
Especially when you come off a 7th place finish the first round. Yep. It's like, all right, he bounced back and you know, it helps teach these kids the highs and lows of racing. Not everything is not always perfect.
Junior B rubber got a good 11 entries in the gate now. Jeremiah York on the 00. Isaac Anderson riding the 1. Rylan Moore with the 17. Bradley Korn on the 19. Caden Gullick riding the 23. Here's Lady A back for more fun with a 24. Chase Friedley riding the 33. Shane Granger on the 38. Henry Levens on the 41. Axel Goss with the 44. And Calvin Willie on the 60 machine. Junior B rubber class headed your direction now.
So now with our rules, Lady A, with her racing up like she did in Junior A, she will be kicked out of Junior B next week. We don't allow them to do that. And as soon as you place, you are now in the higher class. So let's hope she can make it worth her while here.
Side by side, but it's for second because our race leader pulls away with the whole shot. There's the 33 machine of Chase Friedley, taking sole possession of second as they head into turn number 3. Race leader, though, went very wide in 4. That was the 44 of Axel Goss. Just like that, Axel goes from leader to second, and the 33 of Friedley takes over the top spot. Friedley's got some momentum here. Ooh, the 44. Goss is going to try an inside run here. Friedley thought he was going to get into him, had to work the steering a little bit there on the front straightaway. Back to second goes the 33 machine. Oh, we got a looper.
Looks like everybody cleared him.
It was the 00 of Jeremiah York, who sits facing the wrong direction in turn number 2.
Wrong way on a one-way.
Got another one stalled in turn number 4.
Axel Goss. How did he do the first round? Even if he can finish this might be his first win of the year.
Axel had his best finish thus far this year, a 4th overall. Oh, look out, 19 right in the groove there. Checkered flag is out. Axel's going to pick up the race win here in the second win. Best finish was 4th last event.
He's getting better. It's his first year racing. Now they'll get stop 2, top 4. They'll make sure that the air lids are on all of the 400s and get teched, and if they're all good, we'll get the thumbs up.
Pee Wee Studded up next. Pee Wee Studded class.
So in this Pee Wee Studded class, there are 4 girls in this class out of the 6. So you got Autumn, Bryn, Macy, and Geisterhoff there. They're all girls. It's really cool to see.
Briley Offhalter is riding the 3. Benton Berlin on the 10. Autumn Conrad riding the 17. Macy Diesterhoft on the 23. Madeline Anderson on the 32. And Cole Conrad on the 79. This is Pee Wee Studded. Give these youngsters an opportunity to learn the difference between rubber racing and studded racing.
It's really good to see the 23 back out there. She got up on the snowbank this last round, and she's out there, back out there, and willing to give it another try, so that's good to see.
It's Macy Diesterhoft riding the 23, lines up all the way to the right, to the outside. All the way to the left and the inside is Madeline Anderson with the 32. The 3 of Briley Offhalter on the 3, next to Madeline. Starter checks in with the racers, makes sure that they're ready to rock and roll. Gets a nod of the visor from the racers. Band snaps and away they go. It'll be the 17 of Autumn Conrad getting the unofficial hole shot, at least out of the gate first and into turn number 2. Yep. Start belongs to Autumn. The 17 is your early race leader.
Cody Conrad pulling up 3rd. Trying to chase his sister down.
Briley Offhalter holding on to the number 2 spot. Pink Quad, your early race leader to lead lap number 1. Autumn, point leader in this Pee Wee Studded class. 3 overall wins already. Other time across the line was a 2nd place finish. Look at this nose to tail battle here. 79 of Cole Conrad has got the position. The 32 of Madeline Anderson right behind, trying to find an opportunity to race for it.
It's that first week. Madeline's come out. Anderson, this is their first week racing a studded quad.
Really?
Looking pretty good.
I would say so. I would agree. White flag is out, as you saw.
Staying with the group,
yeah.
They are. White flag out.
Final trip down the back straightaway for the 17 of Autumn. Conrad. We're going to see a celebration here. Is Autumn an outgoing celebratory type person? Autumn's going to get the checkered flag in the win. The three of
We're all family and friends. I don't think she wants to upset her friends, so she keeps it pretty clean.
Pee-wee studded class in the books. We move on to C Rubber. We're ripping right along. I probably shouldn't have said that, shouldn't I, Jason? We're ripping right along here. We got a good clip going through these opening 10 races. Usually when I say something like that, I end up jinxing us. But
you know, this round's going to go a lot faster. We don't have all the heats, and you know, it's going to be. We're sitting pretty good. We'll be pushing. Time the last set to get out there, the adult Pee-wee. It'll be starting to get dark, so it's a good day out on the ice.
Absolutely.
As long as we keep
better than mowing the lawn, that's for sure, right? Yep. C Rubber, Tucker Granger's riding the 3. Casey Green is on the 4. Sydney Knopp's riding the 6. Morgan Sauer on the 8. Lane Nyseth riding the 10. Alex Sauer on the 12. Colton Day with the 13. Brayson Johnson riding the 13X, or 13/. Shalom Rail on the 17. Mariah Sloop with the 26. Ashley Arneson on the 43. Eric Goss with the 55. And Wyatt Kettner riding the 61. Coming into today's action, the 12 of Alex Sauer is your point leader with a 15-point advantage over Jackson Kramer, who is not with us today. Alex with 3 overall wins. Other finish, a podium finish of 3rd. So we'll keep our eyes on the 12 to see if it's another day for another overall win as we get our last couple of competitors up to the gate. The 13 machine there of Colton Day and the 17 machine of Shalom Rail. Or Brayson Johnson, rather, in the 13/. Look at him throw that roost as they put the power to the ice. Wow, 5 wide for second. Man, no one giving an inch. Except for the race leader, who's out in front of everybody. We did have 1 quad up and over the berm coming out of turn at number 2. But it's the 12 of Alex Sauer, your early race leader. I don't think this is going to be an easy one, because look at these next 3 are staying with Alex.
Ooh. Oh, that was close. Looks like Sydney Knopp's going to take away that 2nd position. And then you have Morgan Serrar coming up behind here.
Casey Green in the 4 was 2nd. Backslid to 3rd. Here comes the 8 of Morgan Serrar. Morgan up to 3rd now.
She's going to go try to chase down her younger brother here. He's out in the lead. Just got by Sydney Knopp's the 6th.
Wow. Morgan is on the move, huh?
A lot of bragging rights coming out of that trailer. See who can win this.
Look at how high Alex is racing. All the way up to the berm coming out of turn number 4.
Morgan's keeping it low, keeping it in that studded groove, and she's caught him.
Yeah. So separation of maybe 4, maybe 5 quad links between Alex on the 12 and Morgan on the 8. Morgan really hauled the mail through turn number 4. Didn't quite make any ground, though. Checkered flag flies. Alex going to get the W. Morgan across the line 2nd in our C Rubber run.
27 entries in that class today.
Wow.
That is crazy.
All right, we're going to steal a set of tires away from the racers, force them to run on just 2. Motorcycles coming out now. Open motorcycle main. Ethan Eben on the 0. Owen Lay with the 2. Riley Ginder on the 5. Owen Nelson riding the 7. Ricky Staub on the 22. Cody Funk with the 25. Mark Will on the 66. Mason Barth with the 80. Nick Berg riding the 92. Bryce Backus throwing a leg over the 94. John Dillenberg on the 98. And Ty Fetzer with the 727 open motorcycle. Open motorcycle class in the game. On the inside, you see the 72 and the 727 Ty Fitzer. Sorry, the 727 of Ty Fitzer, all the way to the left. A little bit further into the group, the 80 of Mason Barth. Mason had a good run going earlier today. He's right next to the deuce of Owen Lay. See the 66 of Mark Will right about mid-pack, left to right. The 5 of Riley Ginders out there. Gotta tell you, I thought I wasn't seeing Cody Funk. Is he Cody right behind the individual standing there?
Oh yeah, that's Cody.
There's Cody. Yep. I was a bit concerned. Cody did so well earlier.
Looks like they might be waiting on somebody here, so we only got a 2-minute here. And
2-minute clock is up. Gives those of you at home an opportunity to stretch your legs, pull out your cellular device, and get in touch with us via social media. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for today. We'll put Matt Mole to work here and get your comment up on the screen here. ASAP. Pretty cool to see people watching from the southern states where it's warm. Across the pond, we had a foreign visitor watching us. Streaming worldwide is MBTV Sports from little old Sarona, Wisconsin. Long Lake is literally what we're atop in Washburn County. Revs come up, starter runs to the side. Ooh, saw one cycle flinch. Oh, look out.
We got bike down.
Couple riders down.
Let's.
Got 2 bikes on top of each other.
Looks like everybody's up and moving. That's a good sign.
Safety crew there immediately to the scene for the well-being of our racers. Make sure that everybody is all right. They all went into the first left-hand turn, which obviously in this scenario is turn 2 of the oval. Trying to get down to the bottom is just like any two-wheeled sport when you're all trying to get that inside run. You see it all the time in supercross racing or motocross racing. Sometimes they'll lock handlebars. Sometimes they'll lock elbows. Won't even be the bike at all. Sometimes you'll get a foot peg stuck somewhere in your competitor's bike, and before you know it, you've got someone going over the top or sliding out on the bottom. I believe it looked like both of. Ooh, that was a hard ride into the snowbank for the 727 of Ty Fitzer. Here's your MBTV Sports instant replay. Watch to the inside. There. Got up on the berm, I think, and then top-sided, high-sided, and went into the competitor on the outside of turn number 2. But again, the good news is everybody up. Ooh, the speed shot. Let's see how this plays out. Yep, there's a bike that went into the turn second. There you can see, caught that. I would suspect, I could be wrong, but my suspicion is may have caught his foot peg on that berm.
Just enough to get him just a little
bit. Got the bike to start that run to the outside and tossed him over the right side with a nasty high side. That's the forgiving nature of ice, though. When you land, you can at least slide off some of that energy rather than planting in heavy dirt and just sticking right there. Still hurts, though, right? You're going to feel that one tomorrow, that's for sure.
Looks like everybody's up and moving and good. Just see if we can get them back to the line, get a restart here, and get them rolling. You know, have you ever, everybody's ever bored, or on a Wednesday night, we and Dion go live every Wednesday night right on our Facebook page, and we talk about this week's races, talk about next week's races, and so if you ever wanted just to hang out and listen, you're more than welcome to come on there. You can look find out, you know, it's where we kind of let all the riders know what's going on, what we got to change, or some stuff's good, some stuff's bad. If we got to yell, we got to yell, yep. But it's been pretty good. We get every racer out there's they're trying their best.
Look for NWIRC on Facebook if you'd like to check them out Wednesday nights for their live race breakdown or post-race debriefing, I suppose you could call it, and also some information maybe about upcoming events as well.
Definitely. We have a lot of fun with it. A lot of inside picking on somebody somewhere along the line.
So I believe we've got, so they were, it looked like Ty Fietzer's 727, it looked like the rear may have been locked up. Not sure if he got something off kilter with that rear fender. There you can see them trying to push the bike back, or if it was something damaged in the suspension. Don't know exactly what it was, but it was something on the back of the bike, the rear of the bike. They were trying to loosen it up a little bit, get it to roll, but it appears that maybe more laps is not in the books for Ty. Or I should say for Ty's bike. Ty was up, looked like he was feeling okay after that tumble and that hard get off. It's race number 11 of our 38 events to wrap up the big money show at Sarona, NWIRC in Sarona. $1,000 extra this year compared to last year, right?
I think it was $1,200.
$1,200.
Yep.
Wow.
We beat it by a little bit.
For those of you who maybe tuned in late, Jason and I were talking a lot about how it's been wonderful that the local Chamber of Commerce got involved. And, you know,
awesome.
Sometimes all you hear are the negative stories, people complaining about motorsports. It's nice to see a Chamber of Commerce saying, yes, we want you to come into our area. Bring your folks, bring your competitors, bring your excitement.
I mean, just the Airbnbs that people rent this weekend, and the gas stations, and the local establishments, and you know, you can see all these sponsors up in the left corner of your screen. They're the ones that make this happen.
Mason Barth, early race leader on the 80 machine. Cody Funk back there in fourth. Challenge for the lead, perhaps. The 94 of Bryce Backus. Tried to get up alongside of Funk there. Meanwhile, we've got a new leader right at the line.
Makes it a little harder. This little bit of slush and soft ice makes it a little harder for these bikes, as you can see.
Is that Ethan Eben on the 0, your new race leader? Yeah, Ethan's been having some good runs here today. Not to take anything away from Mason, but Mason holding on to the number 2 spot after leading that first lap. Cody Funk up to third now. Funk closing in on former race leader Mason Barth. White flag is out. It's now or never, Cody. You're going to complete this pass. May have got him. I think he's got him into turn number 3. However, the big W is going home with Ethan Eben. The 0 machine gets the win in the open motorcycle class. Cody Funk across the line in second. Remember, he started this race 4th, if not 5th, coming out of the gate. So a good charge by Funk. Mason Barth going to finish with a 3rd place finish. Bryce Backus in 4th, and we get ready for Outlaw rubber action.
This is where I excuse myself to go watch Kennedy
that's right.
and see how this goes here.
We'll begin the process of rolling our field into the gate. Outlaw rubber headed your direction. Coming into this weekend's action, Corey Arneson, point leader. Corey on the 43 with 31 points and a 3-point advantage over Brody Barsamian. Brody on the 4, also here with us today. Not battling in the Outlaw rubber class, though. In the gate, we'll have Tyler Thompson on the 0-3, Tyler Allen on the 4/, Barry Saurer riding the 10, Mitchell Williams on the 12, Kennedy Swan on the 18, Jake Samplowski on the 18/, Jake Prosecki riding the 21, Ashton Reese on the 22, Trevin White with the 29/, Jace White on the 47, and Ethan Coran on the 82. Jace has been super fast, super competitive all day in all the classes that he's been racing. Trevin White on the 29 also has been strong. Remember, I believe this was the class earlier today where they were swapping the lead back and forth. First it was Jace, then it was Trevin, then it was Jace, then it was Trevin, then it was Jace. We will see if they will replicate that in this event. Outlaw rubber. Tyler Thompson 3rd in the point standings, Ashton Reese 4th, Vanden Reese 5th. But we're ready. Ready to rock and roll. Bungee away, riders up to speed. Who's got the whole shot in turn number 1? Top 2 actually trying to pull away from the rest of the field. Jace White to the inside. of the 29 of Trevin White. Exactly as we saw them earlier. Little give and go there. Jace from second to first. I believe it was Trevin who got the whole shot. Jace now out front in turn number 2. Jace on the 47, Trevin on the 29. Top 2 trying to pull away from third on back. It's a growing gap to third, about equidistance from second to third and then from third to fourth. And from fourth on back is a freight train battle for position. Trenton White on the 29 was able to stay with Jace early, but Jace now starting to extend the advantage up to a good 10 to 11 quad lengths separation between the rear of that 47 and the front of the 29 slash. Cameron laser focused on your race leader, Jace White. Outlaw rubber class. $1,500 to win. Jace can go 1-1. He's got a payday headed his direction. Past the halfway point in this one. Here's a battle deep in the field. The 0-3 of Tyler Thompson. Camera goes back to the 47 of White, your race leader. There's the 18. White flag for those racers coming across the line. Final lap for the competitors. Your race leader. Getting ready for the checkered. Jace has to work under the 18 machine. Jace gets the win. Trent was able to catch him as they closed in on a slower quad there, but Jace holds on for the win. Jace White on the 47 picks up the the Outlaw rubber event win. Trevin White on the 29 across the line second. Ooh, an artsy angled shot for our instant replay there. We get ready for Outlaw. PW studded. Riot Marion on the deuce. Dalton Schweers riding the 4. Colbin Guazda, atop the 12. Gage Jiskro with a 14. Revs are up. We're looking to turn them loose. And away they go. Rest of the field. Bronson Taylor on the 19. Dax Graham riding the 20. Bentley Samplowski on the 28. And Bentley Irish on the 29. Couple of racers side by side, but there is your race leader. The 20 of Dax Graham, early race leader. Side by side battle. The 19 machine of Bronson Taylor on the inside of that 2x2 shootout. That's for 4th and 5th. With the 29 of Bentley Irish. There's Bentley on the 29, right ahead of the 19 of Bronson Taylor. Outlaw PW studded action on the track. The race leader crosses the line. We're focused on that side-by-side action as the 19 machine of Taylor. Bronson Taylor takes the spot away from the 29 of Bentley Irish. Irish back one position. There's the 20 of Dax Graham. With a Neo Prism design on the side of that quad. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Dax Graham. Dax enjoying a commanding advantage almost the entire length of the back straightaway. Between first and second, Dax could almost coast to the finish line and still pick up the win. There's your checkered flag. Dax Graham picks up the W. Second place quad will sneak across the line right there. Third, 4th, and 5th will follow place. Outlaw PW studded. B Rubber. Consolation event will be next. Ryan Osborne will be riding the 2. Jacob Anderson on the 7. Dylan Michaels with the 17. Mason Smiskey atop the 22. Avery Schindler on the 24. Austin Henneman riding the 25. Mariah Sloop on the 26. Ty Agin with the 28. Jesse Buckley riding the 74. Keegan Varied on the 99. And Todd Ashbrenner on the 519. B Rubber Consi 1 is down and away. 19 machine. Trying to work for a whole shot, can't quite make it happen. Down the back stretch into turn number 3, 24 of Avery Schindler. It's going to be your early race leader. Look at this. They fan him out 5 wide, coming out of turn number 4 out of the front straightaway. 17 of Dylan Michaels just ahead of the 5. Ooh, one quad gets a little upset in turn number 2. Slides to the outside of the turn as the deuce of Ryan Osborne tries to work through traffic to the inside of the 13 slash. Osborne takes the position away. And the 18 with a nice battle going for position. Ooh, maybe locked tires there for just a moment. The 12 and the 13 slash back to our race leader. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 24 Avery Schindler. Avery, lifting the left front coming out of turn number 2 and into turn number 3. Oh, putting that dig and that bite into the right rear. Look at this battle. Right down to the line for second. 3 wide across the line. Avery Schindler, B Rubber Consi winner, though. Look at that 24 powering out of the turn, and then right behind him. We're about to go 3 wide for second, third, and fourth. Watch this. The 2 going to try and get up there. Can't quite get to him, but a close battle to that cone in front of the caddy there, which is where they score the racers. Wow, fun to watch that battle right down to the line. Junior Studded up next. Dalton Schweers on the number 4 comes into this weekend as the point leader with an 8-point advantage over Braden Wolf on the 87. Schweers on the 4 in the lineup. Wolf on the 87 in the lineup. Other racers there you see on the screen. They're away from the start grid. Down the start gate straight. Was that Wolf who got the whole shot? Zipped past so quickly, I'll have to verify here. Side-by-side battle just outside the top 2. That's for third and fourth. Yes, it is Wolf. Braden Wolf on the 87, your early race leader, just ahead of Dalton Schweers on the 4. That is top 2 in the point standings, but reversed. Second in the standings is your race leader. Your point leader is running second. Wolf out front, Schweers on the 4 machine, second. Then we've got a 2-racer battle for third and fourth. There's your leaders into 1. Make that transition, the apex into 2, now onto the back straightaway. Rest of the field just crossing the line to complete that lap, as our leaders were already on the back stretch. Boy, you can see Dalton Schweers just getting a face full of a wet, sloppy roost from Braden Wolf's race leading number 87. There's some battles for position just outside the top 5. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. Last chance for Dalton Schweers. Can Dalton close the gap? I don't know. Got a little bobble there in turn number 2. Got out of the polished lower groove up into the slush. We're also going to have to work underneath this racer here. Checkered flag is out. A strong charge by Dalton Schweers right to the checkered flag. Braden Wolf may have held off that challenge and collected the W. But again, finishing position is that orange cone you see just in front of the caddy. That's where our scorers our score in the field. It's not right where the flagger is waving the checkered flag. It's actually at that orange pylon in front of the Cadillac. B Rubber coming up next. Ryan Osborne on the 2, Casey Green riding the 4, Riley Ginder on the 5. Going to do a quick verification check here. Oh, looks like we may have had a jump. This is actually A Rubber on the track right now, and I apologize. Oh, look out, one quad all the way up onto its rear. What a save, what an amazing save. That quad was vertical all the way on the back Nerf bar, somehow rode it out, brought the tires back down to terra firma, but it's still a red flag. I think we had a jump there. What I was going to say before we turned them loose, I apologize, we haven't gotten the starting lineup for this class yet. Watch this. Look at this quad all the way up onto its back. What a save. Oh my gosh, what a save. Fun to watch. I believe that was Ty Osborne on the 28. Had the nose of that quad skyward. Back to the lineup here on the inside far left of the start gate, the 20 machine of Jackson Helland. Trenton Goodenough on the 73. Point leader coming into today's action. Trenton lined up 4th from the left there alongside the 72 of Parker Riedinger. Colton Booksley on the 10 machine, 2nd in the point standings. Looks like it's going to be another no start. Couple of quads didn't budge. Veins of steel there, the 73, the 28, and the 32. Trenton Goodenough. Ethan Kramer on the 32.
No, 2 guys weren't ready.
Ty Osborne on the 28.
When you went running down the line, their arms were in here.
Kind of eavesdropping on the race director's headset. Sounds like that may have been the word I'm hearing is that a couple of racers had tried to signal that they weren't quite ready. So I don't believe on this start they're going to call a jump on a particular racer. So I believe, and this is obviously my unofficial take on it, I'm not an official, but I believe there's going to be a bit of a gimme here. Just let them get back into the start gate. They'll try it again. Re-rack them, restack them, get ready to go. Yep, revs come up. No one back on the penalty line. A Rubber. 2 quads still sit idle to the inside. Then they finally go. Let's see if this one stands. Oh! Quad up and over the bank there. I believe that was Tucker Kempe on the 19 machine. As our traffic comes out of turn number 4, we're going to stay green. 73 past the speed shot. Trenton Goodenough, your point leader and race leader. Ahead of the 96, the 10 and the 8. Colton Buckley on the 10. Colton Froseth riding the 8. Currently 3rd and 4th. Trenton Goodenough. Winner of the second heat earlier today. Didn't have to go through, obviously, the LCQ. There's the 8 on the move. Colton Froseth sneaks past the 96. So Colton's got a good running. Unfortunately for Colton, he's got a lot of ground to make up, and he's running out of laps because they got the white flag. White flag is on display and in the air. The 73 of Trenton Goodenough comes out of turn number 4. Checkered flag is up. Trenton Goodenough. A rubber main event winner. Handful of cash going home with Trenton Goodenough. And another overall win. It'll be his 3rd of the season. This one a little sweeter though, because there's some extra money in the mix, right? B rubber in the gate now. No, excuse me. B studded. Paul Gessler riding the 00. Caleb Passarella on the 04. Ryder Geist riding the 6X. Alex Quinnell atop the 8. Matt Bloomer on the 11. Braxton Johnson riding the 13. Lovan Hladalek on the 20. Josh Lorenz with the 23. Dan Ofalter on the 42. Troy Sankey on the 44. And Braden Wolf atop the 87. B studded. Main event coming up. Braxton Johnson on the 13. Comes into this weekend as the point leader in this class with Lovan Hladalek on the 20, second in the point standings. 8 points separate the two. Johnson with 3 podium finishes and 1 overall win. Hladalek with 3 podium finishes but no overall wins yet. Will that change today? We'll find out. The 13 of Johnson lining up all the way to the inside on the left. Revs are coming up. B studded coming at you. Drag race out of the start gate straight and into the first turn. Everybody's searching for a little grip down on the inside. Top 2 pull it away. Single file. Now from 3rd on back, at least to 5th it's single file. They fan out a little bit in turns 3 and 4. Race leader at the end of lap number 1 is the 8, Alex Quinnell. Unofficially. 20 machine of Lovan Hladalek giving chase in second. Side by side for the lead, and that did not last long. Hladalek up to the lead. Quinnell back to second. Top 4 are single file. They're trying to pull away from a 5-rider battle for 5th. Just behind them. There you see the 04 of Caleb Passarella working underneath the 13 of Braxton Johnson. Johnson's got his hands full. Front end of that quad went skyward. White flag is out. Last trip around the oval here. It's all Lovan Hladalek. He has built up a 10 quad length advantage. Shot of turn number 4. Checkered flag flies. Lovan with the win. Alex Quinnell, after leading the opening circuit, will have to settle for a 2nd place finish. Look at this replay of the start. That one quad completely sideways. Another one climbs over him. That's from a prior race. Watching the 28 slash right out that vertical quad. Pee Wee A now on the track. For the expected 5 racers, Rose Shilka on the deuce, Leif Peterson riding the 15. Oh, there's all 5 of them. I apologize. Trip Swan on the 18, Bentley Irish on the 29, and Lincoln Close with the 33. This is Pee Wee A, top 3. Top 4, well, all 5 of them relatively close. Second, third, and fourth in a tight pack as a race leader tries to pull away a little bit. Rose Shilka, current point leader and race leader on the deuce there. He's got Trip Swan on the 18, challenging as they head down the back straightaway. Those two, Rose and Trip, have opened up about a third of a straightaway advantage over the two-rider battle for third and fourth, excuse me. White flag is out, one more lap to go. It's an 8-point separation between Rose and Trip in the point standings. Rose with 3 overall main event wins. Can Rose hold on and grab another? Here comes Trip. Trip to the inside. Rose trying to get some bite there. Couldn't make it work. You can see Rose bouncing on that quad, trying to get it to bite. Now comes back up alongside of Trip Swan. It'll be a drag race out of turn number 4. Trip looking over his left shoulder. Rose is to the right. Trip Swan with the win on the 18 machine. Rose Shilka will have to settle for second. And I guarantee you, streaming viewers, when Jason Swan comes back to the microphone, he's going to have a big smile on his face. Outlaw Trike coming up. 4 racers already into the start gate. Brody Barsamian on the 4 will be joined by Brock Hladalek on the 05. Josh Fernstall riding the 6. Barry Sauer on the 10, Alex Sauer on the 12. Jason Rademacher will be atop the 20. Josh Lorenz riding the 23. Austin Henneman with the 25. Evan Anderson on the 32. Matthew Fernstall on the 33. And Michael Tanner atop the 61. There you see the riders' names on the screen. As Quick Trip comes along for the ride to present NWIRC. Money action in Sarona on MBTV Sports. Live streaming coverage. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope that you have taken a moment to share the links with friends and family worldwide. Let them know that they can tune in to the frigid fun on Frozen Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. Just across the border into Washburn County, Wisconsin we are. We come off a couple of weeks where it was cold, but this week has been relatively warm, just a bit south of here. By maybe 2 hours. Temperatures were up in the mid-50s, believe it or not, on Thursday and Friday. Today here on Long Lake, at least when I arrived this morning about 8 o'clock, it was about 20 degrees. But we're racing atop a solid 2 feet thick layer of ice. So despite the warming temperatures, no issues other than the racing surface getting a little damp. But now as the sun begins heading towards the western horizon, a lot of that will firm up again as the temperatures will begin to decline again. Looks like Barry Sauer on the 10. Having trouble getting that Outlaw Trike refired, pulls the seat and the fenders pan off, gets it back on there. Had some issues in the heat race earlier today. 4 laps for Outlaw Trike coming up. Barry back on the number 10. See if he can keep it running. All right, brings the visor down. He says, all right, I'm ready to rock and roll. Thumbs up from everybody, nod of the visor to our race director. He runs to the safety to the right of the start gate. The bungee snaps and the racers are away. Who's going to lead the pack into turn number 1? Top 4 battling for it, top 3 battling for it, side by side for the lead. Who's got it on the back straightaway? It'll be the 4 machine. Brody Barsemian out front early, followed by the 10 of Barry Sauer. Despite the issues that he had in the heat and getting that trike refired in the start gate, he's holding on to a second place run. Third and fourth in the mix there as well. The 4 machine of Barsemian trying to pull away from the 10 of Barry Sauer, or is it the opposite? Is Barry trying to close the gap, see if he can mount a challenge for the lead? Because that separation has decreased. It's down to about 2 trike lengths. From the back of our leader to the front of our challenger, here comes Sauer. Now going to look to the outside in turn number 3. Takes that outside lane away, and we have a new leader. Barry Sauer on the 10, out front. Brody Barsemian on the 4, back to second. And that was as the white flag flew. Tail end of the field just now taking the white flag. Our race leaders in 3. Barry Sauer on the 10. Almost didn't get that trike to start. Is able to battle past Brody Barsemian and pick up the Outlaw trike win. Open studded main event coming as we watch this pass. Watch the 10 of Barry. He's going to take that outside lane away from the 4 of Barsemian. Just powers his way around. Takes the lead coming out of turn number 4.
Oh, what a heck of a pass.
That was a thing of beauty, wasn't it? There was no contact, nothing. He didn't force the issue. It was just a smooth power move on the outside. Open studded now in the gate. Tyler Allen on the 4, Jim Schweers in the 08, Mitchell Williams on the 12, Trent Hewitt on the 20, Michael Randall riding the 25, Parker Guan on the 32, Jace White on the 47, and Jared Guan on the 88. I told everyone who was listening, or who was watching rather, that when Jason returned, he's going to have a big smile on his face, because that was a pretty good race that Tripp put in there.
He had Rosie, she was right there.
Yeah.
One little mistake and Tripp was there to get by her. Otherwise, she don't make that mistake, Rosie's going to drive to victory on that one.
Folks, I wish you could see him. I wish there was a camera here in our announcing booth, because Mr. Swan is one happy pappy, that's for sure.
It's always good when your kids do good, and it makes them want to. Ooh, he's at 2 wheels.
Yikes!
It makes them want to come back, and that makes Tripp very happy.
Mitchell Williams on the 12, riding that right side.
Tyler Allen with a pass. The 4 got underneath him there.
Allen takes over the number 3 spot, I believe.
You got Chase out front, Parker second, Tyler Allen third.
There's your race leader. This would be Jace's 3rd main event win already. So, Mr. Swan, that individual right there on the 47 is going home with a lot of your money.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of the day, he's had a storybook day thus far. The only hiccup we saw was that one time in the hairpin on the GP track, but
I'm glad to have the whites here, because that's what everybody needs to get to. You want to be the best, right there's the best.
Yep.
You got to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Still green flag for Jace White. Boy, just hanging off the left side of that quad as he gets it to rotate in turn number 1. Look at him, he's almost down on the foot bindings there. White flag is out for Jace White. 1 more lap to go on the 47 machine. And he'll have open studded money to add to what he's already collected today. Checkered flag is in the air. Jace White. He's going to pay some bills when today's done, that's for sure.
Bringing home another big check.
Yeah. Wow. Rest of the field in the open studded class. Sneaks across the line. You know, Jason, before we get into amateur motorcycle, I want to talk to you about this. We were talking earlier about how the sun had been baking down on the racing surface. A little water had been coming up. Now the sun is headed towards the horizon. Temperatures dropping a little bit. Is that going to make this racing surface even more challenging as it firms up a little bit more?
I think it'll stay where it's at. It's not going to change as much.
Okay.
And you can see there's a lot of slush out there, and it's probably going to stay about the same.
Okay. Amateur motorcycle in the start gate. Gordy Halsey on the 4. Cody Malecki riding the 8. Lane Neiseth with the 10. Luke Wolenstein riding the 18. Travis Wolenstein riding the 21. Parker Guan on the 32. Hudson Opelt with the 41. Mark Will on the 66. And Jeff Berg riding the 72. Amateur motorcycle action headed your direction.
Zipping along here pretty good. We're almost done with the first half of ovals. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ovals left, and we'll do a consi here of rubber UTV. We'll have a consi right before junior GP, right after pro rubber. So
gotcha. And then it'll be GP fun to wrap up the big money day in Sarona, presented by NWIRC on MBTV Sports. Amateur cycles are away. Ooh.
They all stay up. That's important.
Yeah.
Made it through that first corner.
There's your top 2 headed into turn number 3, the 32 machine of Parker Kwan. Your early race leader, but he's being challenged by the 4 of Gordy Halsey. Can Gordy take the lead away? Wow, tight quarters there. Inches apart, exiting turn number 2. We've got a new leader. Gordy Halsey on the 4 out front. Parker's got a challenger right behind him, so technically a 3-rider battle here at the front of the field. Not sure, is that Cody Malecki on the 8? Holding on to the number 3 spot there? Yeah, I think it is.
Yep, that looks like Cody.
Cody's taking a look to the inside. Ooh, couldn't quite get the traction into the ice. That allowed Parker to pull away. Now he tightens it back up in 1 and 2. Meanwhile, as they wrestle for 2nd and 3rd, the 4 of Gordy Halsey has opened up a cycle length and a half maybe advantage. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our amateur motorcycle. Oh,
2nd, 3rd. You could throw a blanket over him. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Yikes, they're close. Cody Malecki was fast, but it's too little too late. He is able to improve by 1 spot, gets 2nd. Gordy Halsey, though, will hold on for the amateur motorcycle win. Oh, those were tight quarters down there.
They were. They were racing very close.
Outlaw PW Rubber in the gate now. Ryan Marion riding the Deuce. Colbin Guazda on the 12, lined up to the left. Bronson Taylor on the 19, Dax Graham on the 20, and Mason Granger on the 45.
Granger won the first round. That's pretty good for Granger. He's coming on strong here lately, and he's improving week in and week out. And it's good to see. It's a type of group of kids here.
Ryan Marion, point leader, coming into the weekend on the Deuce. 4-wide drag race. But right around the outside is going to lead him into turn 2 on the oval. And that'll be the 45 of Mason Granger.
Braxton Taylor running second.
Running second, there you go.
Oh no, Dax Graham out front. Where did he come from? He must have got a good shot, huh?
Mason Granger running second. I thought it was Mason, your race leader. Here's the 19 now of Bronson Taylor. Trying to make hay while the sun shines. Couldn't quite get up alongside the 45. Holding on to 3rd now.
Colbin Guazda is sitting in 4th.
So
lost a little ground there, he did.
We've kind of broken the 5 riders up into 3 groups. Your race leader's all alone. Then we have a 2-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd, and a 2-rider battle for 4th and 5th. 2nd and 3rd is opening up a little bit as the 45 of Granger pulls away a little from Taylor there. Coming down the front straightaway into turn number 1. It looks like there's a little character developing in turn number 2 there.
Has been all day. There's a little hump there that could have been from a snowmobile like earlier in the year where the ice was a little softer. And he just all day the riders have been saying there's just a little hump there.
Yep. Not sure if we'll see it here right about there. You'll start to see some of these quads hop, but Didn't notice it there as we were focusing in on Dax, but that's good. Dax able to get out of 2 smooth. Checkered flag for Dax Graham. Outlaw P-Dub Rubber winner. Mason Granger on the 45, I believe, held on for second. Bronson Taylor rounds out the top 3 on the 19. We're going to go
into Super Trikes.
Back to Super Trikes. Barry Sauer riding the 10. Alex Sauer riding the 12. Austin Henneman on the 25. And Michael Tanner riding the 61. 2 of the expected 4. Oh, there's the third. 3 of the expected 4.
Oh, they're all out there. They spread out.
The 2 of them were lined up so far to the right, our camera couldn't even get them into the scene, but
Father and son out front.
We've got them out there.
Oh, yeah. Barry's out front, number 10. He's our tech official.
Barry's the dad, Alex the son.
Yeah.
That's cool. That is cool. You want to talk about family fun, huh?
Bragging rights. It's a long week, I think. Uh-oh, Alex gets underneath them.
Wow, that was a great turner by Alex, and unfortunately not a very good turner by Barry. Barry pushed up from midway out of 1 and into 2 and into that outside lane. Alex just was on it, running that inside lane, and you can see what it did. Gave him that lead and then some.
It shows you one little mistake.
Yeah. Top 2. You know, there is a battle still going on for a podium finish. 3rd and 4th is still in play. Those 2 are not too far apart.
Austin Henneman and Tanner, which I believe are in-laws. I think that they're brother-in-laws, so that's probably some more bragging rights there.
White flag is out for the father-son duo.
Uh-oh.
I think Barry wants it.
Barry is.
He's
Alex is slowing down there. I don't know what happened there, but.
Nice pass by Barry on the inside. Alex going to battle back. Who's got it at the line?
Oh, looks like Barry. Dad took her home. I think he might have been toying with him a little bit.
Oh, that was fun to watch. And here's that battle for 3rd. Final step of the podium.
Yeah, that's their brother-in-laws. I think he just told him he's number 1.
I was just going to say, I think I saw a salute there. We're going pro rubber now.
Pro rubber, I won't be gone as long as Kennedy's up here, so.
You're a busy man. We totally understand it. I tell you, actually, Jason, we appreciate you coming in here and helping out. Thank you so much for spending time with us.
This is fun. I enjoy it. And I ain't going to lie, it's hard for me to be away from that line. I've been doing it for so long, but it's pretty nice. Different view. I love everything that's going on, and I love talking about our racers and how good our NW racers are. And
you got a great group here. 438 entries strong as we get ready for Pro Rubber Maine. Tyler Thompson on the 03. Tyler Allen riding the 4/. Brody Barsamian on the 4. Barry Sauer riding the 10. Mitchell Williams on the 12. Kennedy Swan riding the 18. Ashton Reese on the 22. Trevin White with a 29/. Corey Arneson on the 43. Chase White on the 47. Ethan Coran riding the 82. And Kenyon Shellum on the 96. Pro Rubber coming at you. Is it going to be another Chase White payday? We will find out here shortly. Corey Arneson actually point leader with a 5-point advantage over Brody Barsamian. Corey's had 3 overall wins. Brody's had 1 overall win, but all of his finishes on the podium. Ashton Reese, Tyler Thompson, and Barry Sauer round out the top 5 in the point standings after the February 7th activities. Pro Rubber coming up on the oval. Will Chase White make it a clean sweep on the day and take all the money home with him? We're about ready to find out. Side-by-side battle for the lead down the back straightaway. Slight advantage on the outside. It's the White family. Trevin on the 29. Chase on the 47. Leading lap number 1, it's Trevin on the outside. Chase, though, on the inside is going to complete the pass in turn number 1. And just like that, Chase White back to the front of the field and beginning the process of pulling away from the competition. The 03 of Tyler Thompson, I believe, holding on to 3rd. He's the leader of a freight train that goes all the way back to the rider at the tail end of the field. Top two have pulled away. From third on back, it's nose to tail. 96 of Kenyon Shellham. Just ahead of the 10 of Barry Sauer. Oh, we got a quad sideways in turn number 3. Look out, look out, look out. Everybody's able to sneak by safely. Sauer on the 10, trying to work underneath the 96 of Shellham. That's who's on screen now as they exit turn number 2. Your race leader, Jace White, is crossing the line as the race leader. I wish I could convey to you just how fast Jace White is ripping it on that 47. He's got 2/3 of a straightaway advantage over the 29 of Trevin White, who's running second. Trevin then has the entire length of a straightaway, separating his second place quad back to the third place quad, which is still the 0-3 of Tyler Thompson. White flag is out for Jace White. One more lap to go for the 47. Just hooked up, doesn't even appear to be struggling. Sets it up for turn number 3. Backs it in, works to the inside of a rider at the tail end of the field. Checkered flag for Jace White. Trevon White will hold on for second, and it'll be the 0-3 of Tyler Thompson. Rounding out the top 3 in Pro Rubber. UTVs. We've got the 30 of Daniel Offalter. The 0 of Chase Smith. The 23 of Brady Johnson, and I believe the 4 of Casey Green in this UTV Consi. Now what I want you to do, those of you watching the live stream, just look down the line of these 4 UTVs. Look at the difference of tire selection that these 4 racers have come up with. Drag race off the line, staying pretty steady, early at least. Who's got the advantage into turn number 2? Nobody really, 4 wide almost. As they make their way around turn number 2 of the oval out of the back straightaway, slight advantage to the 0. Chase Smith, your early race leader. The 4 of Casey Green trying to work around the outside with the big tires. Maneuver there in 4, and at the line we've got a new leader. The 4 of Casey Green out front. Green just pitching that UTV sideways into turn number 1, powering around 1 and 2. Then that side-by-side battle for position between the 30 and the 0. Daniel Offalter takes that spot away, takes over second, as a matter of fact. The 0 of Chase Smith, after getting the whole shot and leading the first 3/4 of a lap, back to third. Look at the front window, fully covered. He's got to reach out and try and clean it. I can't see. That's why the 0 of Chase Smith is off the pace. He would trade a trophy for a set of windshield wipers right now, I'm sure. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. The big old 4 of Casey Green. Out front in this UTV consolation event. Oh, 20 machine. Or excuse me, the 30 of Daniel Offalter completely sideways in turn 2. Almost almost went around. Somehow was able to save it. Checkered flag is out. And the 4 of Casey Green. He's got a UTV consolation event win. It's worth some celebrating, I'm sure. The rest of the pack make their way across the line. Junior Rubber GP, look at the 4. Thumbs in the air. Casey Green enjoying the run with the big old tires on that one. Junior Rubber GP is going to be next.
Sitting pretty good here, starting GP now, so.
Braden Irish comes into this weekend as the point leader in this class. Braden on the 99. Other racers include Kason Pretson on the 88, Logan Berlin riding the 79, Cannon Schindler on the 69, Calvin Willie on the 60, Axel Gass riding the 44, Henry Levins on the 41, Chase Fridley on the 33, Ryder Gertis on the 32, Lady A, that's what I've learned. Lady A on the 24, Caden Gullick on the 23, and Bryce Ebert riding the 15.
Way easier to say than Alora.
And I mean, no disrespect to Alora, but Lady A sounds good. Junior Rubber GP underway. This will be our first trip onto the GP track in the second half of the program here. Be interesting to see if that turn 2 of the oval is going to cause any difficulties.
It does. You
making that transition.
They slow it all down pretty hard there.
Onto the GP track. Early race leader is going to be Ryder Garrett's, I believe, on the 32.
Cannon Schindler pulling in second. Ooh, a big move by Irish in the middle there with Axel. Oh, Cannon.
Stack him up.
Sideways.
Stack him up in the middle of the hairpin turn. The 44 of Axel Gass running second. Axel staying with the leader there. Not sure if we're going to see a battle for the lead develop here or not. Excuse me. Top 3 relatively tight there. I might even be able to say the top 5 are in the mix. They begin that right-hand transition off the GP track back onto the oval. Yeah, top 5 in freight train mode. They're trying to pull away from 6th, who just looped it coming onto the oval. There's a challenge for position. 44 does the crossover. Axel can't quite make it stick. Braden Irish up to second now. Axel back to third for now.
Cannon Schindler running 4th.
Braden Irish, your point leader. Ryder Garrett, second in the points. Chase Friedley, third in the points. Cannon Schindler, fourth in the points. And Bryce Ebert rounds out the top 5 in the point standings.
Oh, Irish takes a move on the outside.
Look at that.
I am.
New race leader. Braden Irish. Ryder Garrett's back to second. There you see some of those racers battling for position. Look at how the 44 of Axel has to ride that slide all the way out, almost into turn 3 of the oval.
He's coming out a little too hot, and he allowed to open the door for Cannon to get by him.
Axel tries to battle back, can't quite make it stick, so Cannon up to third now. Cannon now actually potentially could be threatened to drop to 5th. We'll see how that battle develops. Still the 99 of Braden Irish, your race leader.
Pitt's been enjoying the fun here. 88 trying to get on the inside of Axel. Pretspin.
Let me talk with you, Jason Swan, about protective gear that we see these racers wearing. Obviously, helmets, you can't miss those, but...
chest protectors.
Chest
Every
protectors.
One of them, they have to have a chest protector on. The studded quads have to have a neck brace.
Neck brace on.
All studded quads, neck brace. Chest protectors for the rubbers. Oh, Cannon Schindler up and over the snowbank.
Gives up a position. They're wearing, as the checkered flag comes out, there's not specific motocross style boots. I have seen some racers wear them, but safety boots that will cover the ankles, obviously.
A lot of your studded guys, of course, your motorcycle guys, they're going to wear those.
A lot of snow gear you'll see on the colder days as we wrap up our Junior Rubber GP event with Braden Irish grabbing, I believe, unofficially his 5th main event win. Look at that, 4-rider battle as the 69 can't, almost took our camera out.
Just missed it.
Almost had to write an invoice for him to pay us back. No, I'm just kidding. That was a nice speed shot.
Probably my little guy's up again. So we'll see.
Jason, head on out there, cheer him on.
I think I could do it from here.
Rose Shilka on the deuce. Trip Swan coming off that win a couple of races ago on the 18. Bentley Irish on the 29 and Lincoln Close on the 33. They're away. Good start by Trip.
Rosie going around him on the outside. Oh, Rosie spun.
Rosie loops it. Rose Shilka on the 2. Quad got out from underneath her in turn number 2. She's turned it back around. These are long laps on the GP track, so we will see if Rose is going to be able to bounce back. Ooh, challenge for the lead. The 29 of Bentley Irish goes around the outside of Trip Swan.
Trip slowing down just a little too much, I think.
Wasn't quite sure maybe how that turn was going to feel. But look at this. Battles back with a crossover maneuver, trying to get to the inside. Bentley and Trip, wheel to wheel. Trip to the outside, reclaims his hold on the top spot. Trip Swan back to the front. After giving it to the 29 of Bentley Irish, Irish backslides again to second. Lincoln Close on the 33, holding on to third. Rose Shilka's got the quad headed in the right direction, but she's got a lot of ground to make up. That's a pretty tight battle here.
These two have been battling all year against each other. It's been fun.
Trip clearing the goggles there.
Trip and Rosie been battling on the oval, and Irish and Trip in the...
Pee Wee GP with a 2-point advantage over Rose, or over Bentley, excuse me.
Bentley, yep.
Bentley's second in the point standings.
Yep, this will be Trip's last year in Pee Wee. He'll be moving up now, so he's going to be on a 400 next year. He's been practicing with that. He just slows down so much for this corner. Oh, and that's probably why. Get going, dude. He's on your outside.
There a little bit. You know what he's thinking? He's thinking, Dad'll fix it.
That's his job.
This is a fun race to watch. These two are giving it everything. Yeah.
Bentley looks
tight
back
quarters
there and kind of let Trip get away from him. But
yeah, that's an unfortunate mistake there.
Trip slows down for the corners a little too much, but he's doing what he needs to do, and whatever keeps him out front, he don't spin out.
There you go.
Nice.
Bentley on the 29. Yeah, he does. It is becoming more apparent the more we watch here. He drives a little bit deeper maybe into those turns, but you know what that allows Trip to do? Then he's able to rotate that quad sooner and battle back. This time at the line, it will be the checkered flag for
Trip Swan.
Trip Swan with another win. Two on the day.
Happy.
There you go, Dad's happy.
I'm going to walk down and congratulate him, and I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Jason Swan going to head down and congratulate his son, Trip, as we get ready for amateur studded GP action. Ryder Geist will be atop the 6X. Alex Quinnell on the 8. Matthew Bloomer riding the 11 machine. Braxton Johnson on the 13. Matthew Fernstall atop the 18. Lovan Hladlik riding the 20. Emmett Salter on the 42, Cameron Stindell riding the 45, Tristan Kolwitz riding the 63, Braden Wolf on the 87, and Cole Ashbrenner on the 519. Quick update there. Rose Shilka, I believe, unofficially, I was kind of watching over my shoulder there. Rose was able to battle back and at least cross the line with a podium finish in third. Great bounce back from Rose there. Amateur studded GP. Braxton Johnson on the 13. Point leader with a 9-point advantage over Cameron Stindell. 2 second-place finishes on the podium, but has yet to pick up an overall win. Braxton Johnson would like to change that today. The 42 there, Emmett Salter, to the extreme left of the start gate, trying to fire that quad. 2-minute clock will be up to see if he can breathe some life into that quad. And I got to tell you what, if you've never been in it, you kick and you kick and you kick, and in the event that you do get it fired, you're so out of breath, your race is basically done at that time. Oh, he is frustrated. That is unfortunate. Emmett Salter can't get that quad to fire. Amateur studded GP underway. Top 4 trying to pull. On that left hand, 180 degree. Running. Oh, we've got one quad. Sideways, drops from 2nd to 4th. There's your race leader. Pick him up right before the right-hander that brings him back onto the track. I believe that's Ryder Geist out front. No. Braden Wolf on the 87, your race leader. And then is it Matthew Bloomer? Might be Bloomer holding on to the number 2 spot. There you see the 11 of Bloomer. Yep, so it is Wolf, then Bloomer, 1-2. Around that right-hander there. Before they set him up for the left-hander. This short shoot here, there is a little bit of a dog leg to this. It's not a interstate straight. There is a bit of a left kink before they get to that 180-degree left-hand turn. Here they come back onto the oval. They come out of turn number 4 of the oval, cross the line. Still green flag conditions. Top 2 are putting on a show. They are pulling away from that 3-rider battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. In turn. End off every challenge from Bloomer. Bloomer way to the inside that time. Didn't quite work for him. He's able to stay with him later.
Up front. Ryder Geist sitting in 3rd.
Has been fending off the advances in that 2-rider battle for 3rd and 4th. It was a 3-rider battle for a while. Then they were able to pull away a little bit. There you can see that separation, which has really grown. I think, as a matter of fact, our 5th place quad stalled. Not stalled, but got into the berm, I mean. White flag is out. One more lap to go for your race leader, Braden Wolf. The 11 machine of Matthew Bloomer. He's going to give it another shot here in the hairpin. He's been trying that inside exit.
It's really going to matter here on who finishes where. The 6X needs to get ahead of that 11, and he'll actually win for the day.
The 8 of Alex Quinnell was in 4th. He may have thrown a chain there. His quad has stalled coming out of the hairpin. No, he didn't throw a chain. He just stalled it. He's got to refire. Well, he might still be stalled over there. Unfortunate event, though, for Quinnell. Here come our racers back onto the oval. Battle down to the line. Top 3 battling for the win. Wow. What a charge by Geist. Was able to get up there and at least challenge the top 2. Unofficially, it'll be Wolf, Bloomer, Geist. I believe that's how they crossed the line. Whew, that was a good one.
That's a good one.
I think we're going to, you can see we're sending a work truck out there to the hairpin turn. So we'll need the tow rope here. There you see the beautiful Wisconsin sun headed towards the western horizon. So that obviously looking to the west. There's a nice bluff lands up above the lower Long Lake that we're on here today. All right, we've got our track worker out on the track trying to collect the stalled quad. We'll go split screen for a quick commercial break before we come back to wrap up the second half of our day on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin on MBTVsports.com.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Outlaw PWGP Rubber bringing the revs up, ready to hit the track. As we come back from our split screen commercial break. Ryan Marion on the 2, Colbin Guazda riding the 12, Bronson Taylor on the 19, Dax Graham on the 20, and Mason Granger with the 45.
Dax Graham, Taylor right there, Granger pulling in third.
19 machine of Taylor kind of sandwiched in between them. All four of them rode the slide all the way out to the snow on the outside of the turn. Didn't actually get into it, but they let those quads drift. Challenge for second here. Mason Granger around the 19 of Bronson Taylor. Granger up to second, Taylor back to third. Now we'll see if Mason's going to be able to reel in our race leader, Dax Graham.
Dax had top of his game today. He's having a good day.
Both Dax and Mason trying to pull a little bit away from Bronson on the 19 running third.
Granger's making up some ground here. He's there.
There's a charge coming out of the GP track. He thought about going to the left side of the race leader, and then I think he thought better of it.
Smart move. You got a lap left here, buddy. Just take your time.
Wait.
Oh, Granger.
Oh, no.
Oh, he kept it rolling, though.
Was able to refire it. Now he's got to try and hold on to second. Dax Graham all alone as your race leader. Granger was able to fend off the advance of Bronson Taylor. There's Granger, holds on to second. You know he's going to be disheartened, but that was a very mature move, able to bounce back.
Got to keep your head in it and keep racing.
Yep.
Can't change the pass. Got to go forward.
It'll be the white flag this time at the line for your race leader, Dax Graham. Now Dax has got about a half a straightaway advantage over that two-rider battle for second and third between Mason and Bronson. And, Mason and Bronson really can't rest on their laurels on this last lap because the fourth place quad is not too far behind. I don't know if he can catch him, but he's not that far behind. So a mistake could lead to a change in positions. There you can see the top three, and there's the fourth place rider, so not too far back. Is Dax having an issue? Looked like the quad kind of stumbled there a little bit in that right-hand turn, but no harm, no foul. Sliding around the left-hander. One last right-hander onto the oval, and Dax Graham gets to celebrate another win. Checkered flag is in the air. Dax Graham, winner of the Outlaw PWGP Rubber Class. Mason Granger holds on for second. Bronson Taylor across the line in third. Rest of the field across the line to wrap that one up as we get ready for some more two-wheeled fun, amateur cycle GP style. Cody Malecki on the 8, Lane Nyseth riding the 10. Luke Wolensian on the 18, Travis Wolensian on the 21, Parker Guan riding the 32, Hudson Opelt on the 41, and Jeff Berg riding the 72. This is race 29 of 38, so we are in the waning moments of NWIRC big money fun on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. There you see our two-wheelers ready to rock and roll. 41 of Hudson Opelt. You got to have one person racing in a plaid.
That's got to be wet.
Top three, top four in it. Side by side for third, at least for the moment. Ooh. Your race leader, Parker Guan. Bike looked a little twitchy coming out of that hairpin, but he Wrestled it back under control. Still upright, still your race leader. Then it's the 72 of Jeff Berg, currently running second. Right behind Berg, I believe, is that Cody Malecki on the 8 running third. So it is Guan, Berg, and I believe Malecki in third. Yeah, there we see the 8. Cody Malecki on the 8 running third. Then we've got the 10 of Lane Nyseth battling with the 21 of Travis Wolzian. Nice little two-rider battle for position. A little further back the rest of the field.
They're right there. I mean, one little mistake here, and
we've got to change. Cody Malecki up to second now. Jeff Berg back to third. Now Malecki's got open track ahead. Can Cody use that to his advantage? Maybe close the gap on the race leader, Parker Guan. He has caught him, or almost caught him. Look at this, looking to the outside. Can't quite make it happen. White flag, one more lap to go. And if you're a betting individual, you might want to think about Cody Malecki. Here he comes on the outside, power move, and into the GP track, a new race leader, right? Yes, the 8 machine out front. We'll watch for Parker to battle back on the 32. Cody goes a little wide. He's able to race out of it.
You can hear the crowd get a little crazy out there a little bit. A three bike battle here. They're pretty close to each other.
It's a good one. You know, Parker's going to give it what he can. Final left-hander here. A right and then a kind of a left hook to get back to the front straightaway out of turn 4. I think Cody's got it. Checkered flag is in the air. Cody Malecki with the Amateur Cycle GP win. Parker Guan's going to settle for second. And Jeff Berg will round out the podium positions in third. C-Rubber GP, C-Class rubber racing on the GP track. Wyatt Kettner on the 61, current point leader with a 5-point advantage over Lane Nyseth on the 10. Wyatt Kettner on the 61 is in the gate, or should be in the gate, at least in the lineup, and Lane Nyseth in the 10 is in the lineup as well. I can see the 10.
He just got done running by. He just got done running. So he's going to hop off his bike, and he's going to jump on.
Yeah, there you see him right there.
Dad Chad taking his bike from him, and yeah, it's a touch too. You know, our flag man,
the energy
Jeff.
of the youth, right?
Oh yeah, Jeff, our flag man there. That's his grandson. So the number 10.
He's going to give him a fist bump.
So it's pretty excited. You know, Jeff out there, he's flagging and doing the checkers, doing all that stuff. So
Tucker Granger will be on the 3. Noah Rudd riding the 04. Casey Green on the 4. Sidney Knops will be riding the 6. Lane, of course, on the 10, as we've been talking about. Colton Day riding the 13. Shalom Rail on the 17. Jeff Endish riding the 19. Mackin Sminsky on the 22, Mariah Sloop on the 26, Desmond Gare on the 50, and Wyatt Kettner on that 61. Wyatt, your point leader coming into today's fun. C-Rubber GP underway. Ooh. Top 2. Battle in the slide. Top 4 in it. Side by side for third. It's going to be the 6 of Sidney Knops, your early race leader. The 3 of Tucker Granger gets him alongside. Granger's going to take the top spot now. Sidney back to second. No. Yes, Sidney back to
second.
Second, the 13 machine of Colton Day up to third. Day on that 13 machine, not too far behind Sidney. Opportunity presents itself, might be able to take that green helmet up into the number 2 spot in the running order. But out front, Tucker Granger. Comfortable advantage. Oh, there's the opportunity that Colton needed. Colton Day on the 13 up to second. Sidney Knops back to third. Sidney let that quad slide and the transition onto the oval, similarly to what we saw in an earlier race, almost all the way into turn 3 of the oval, and that allowed Colton to sneak past, take over the number 2 spot on the 13 machine. There's your race leader, though, Tucker Granger on the 3. Shadows getting long here on Long Lake.
10 races left, and we've made it through 80-some races today.
What a day it has been. Hey, I got to tell you what. Congratulations on a great day. For those of you who can't see online, I'm shaking his hand. Jason, what a great program you guys have put together here. It's been fun to watch. It's been obvious while I haven't been on the microphone walking through the pits, everyone is in a great frame of mind. I think the riders, the competitors, the family members themselves enjoy what you have put together as well.
And I can't take all the credit. I got a team, one heck of a team that helps, all those girls in the car, and every week there's somebody. We have a group text, and it's nonstop. It's nonstop. They just somebody's always doing something, and we're looking weeks ahead, 2 weeks ahead. We don't have MBTV next week, but we're going to be out in front of East Bay up on Lake Holcomb. The weather's getting pretty warm. We'll probably go check ice tomorrow and see what we got, and we'll go from there. But just to watch on our NWIRC Facebook page, and we'll keep you posted on what our plans are. And here's more weeks to racing.
Yeah, here's 2 challenges I will toss out to those of you watching the live streaming coverage on MBTVsports.com. Check in Wednesday night for the live feed. Just because Facebook is Facebook, social media is important to everybody. So take a look at it, see what Jason and his crew is talking about as the checkered flag flies for Tucker Granger. My second challenge is, since MBTV Sports will not be broadcasting the program, you know what? Bundle up and head on out to the lake and watch it in person.
It's looking like it's going to be another warm day, another decent day, warm-wise. So we'll have to see, this, Sydney.
In the GP course. I think that's coming out of the right-hander. Yep.
Tow vehicle out there to get her towed off. And
so again, next week you will be in Lake Holcomb at East Bay Lodge, right?
Yep, right off of 27. That's where I got married, was East Bay Lodge.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we're going to get some new owners up there. We're going to go up, and Bill got us involved, and we're going to go out, and
wonderful.
Hopefully everything goes good.
Here's the type of question only 2 guys sitting next to each other could ask each other. Marriage at Holcomb Lodge or ice racing? Are we going to one above the other? Or
I'll be honest with you, Dan. I live a dream. I do. My wife is, we race. We race 24/7.
You are a racing family, yes. 365, right?
Yeah,
not just in the winter. Yeah.
We go from dirt track racing second week in October. We come home, pretty much get everything put away in 3-4 days, and we jump in the woods. Kennedy and I do, and we go hunting till end of November, and then we're working on quads, and then we do this for 8 weeks.
Yep.
My wife Autumn is. I'm very fortunate.
There you go. There you go. Junior Studded GP will be up next once we get the 6 machine off the racing surface. Just got her off the. Just got the 6 off the GP portion of the track. So waiting in the start gate is our Junior Studded GP class. Dalton Schweers on the 4, Emily Close riding the 22, Matthew Fernstall on the 33, Remington Gessler on the 58, Brayton Wolf on the 87.
Getting Sydney pulled off. Yeah, like I said, back to Autumn. I'm very fortunate. I live a dream. She takes care of everything. Everything's set for us, and I'm very fortunate.
There you go. Oh, look at this. Sydney says, you know what? I'm riding that quad across the finish line. Sydney did.
That girl could get after it pretty good. She seems like bad luck, though, does find her. It seems like all the time.
All right, Junior Studded GP. Race number 31. Going to be a 3-lap dance here. Who's going to get off the line first? Ooh, what a start. An 87 of Brayden Wolf. Brayden means business. Brayden's going to lead this pack down to the GP track. Compliments of a great jump off the start. Especially the way this track is laid out, getting out of that start gate, so important because the track really funnels into a tight racing surface as you exit turn 2, the oval, onto the GP portion of the track.
Number 4, Dalton Schweers, he's running second there.
2-rider battle for 3rd and 4th there. 22, Emily Close in the shootout.
You got Matthew Fernstall right there on Kloss. Yeah, Dalton's only, what is he, 12 years old?
Wow.
Running juniors, he runs Pee-wees too.
Yep.
Wolf there, he's been running juniors and racing C and B, I believe. He's been racing up a lot. You can just see the experience of these young kids there. I sure the heck want to go out there with them.
You know, it all comes down to a mantra that you hear a lot in 2 or 4 wheel motorsports: seat time, seat time, seat time, seat time. The more seat time you can get, the better. That's why we have kids out here on the ice, or sometimes heading down south to ride, just so that they can keep up their program, keep up their conditioning, keep up their comfort level.
1 lap to go, coming to the white.
Yep. Braden Wolf gets the white flag. I tell you what, I can feel the temperature dropping. It's getting cool.
It does. That sun goes down, it's going to cool off pretty good.
Yep.
You know, everybody that if you're in the Long Lake area, come up at Summers and join us for the awards.
Oh my goodness.
That's a whole another hour of giving away, watching these kids come up, get their trophies and their money and their big checks and pictures, and they have a heck of nachos up there.
Yeah.
They have a pork nacho. Oh my God, it's good.
Those of you who are watching on the MBTV Sports live stream, just imagine what the background would look like in the middle of the summer. Beautiful up here. You know, obviously we're enjoying some motorsports on the ice today as Braden Wolf takes the win. But give this location 4 months, and it'll be another sort of beautiful. The snow and the ice is beautiful, but the summer is beautiful as well here in Long Lake. So an open invite to come up here and spend some time with the family in the summer as well. And hopefully next year you'll come back and join us for more NWIRC racing on Long Lake in Sarona, Iowa. About what time do you guys start making kind of plans for next season?
It never really ends, you know. I mean, when we get done here, we'll go right and get ready for our banquet, you know. And then after that, we probably don't hear from each other for a good month. And then we start looking to see where else we're going to be going. Here we are, B Rubber GP on the line accounted for, and they're off.
Ryan Osborne riding the deuce, Riley Ginder on the 5, Jacob Anderson on the 7, Braxton Johnson riding the 13. Who's got the whole shot? 24 machine of Avery Schindler. Schindler's going to lead him on to the GP track. Nice 3-rider battle at the front of the field there.
It's like Avery and Braxton Johnson, and then Ackley right there, the 18. Ginder gets a little sideways, bunched him up.
Jacob Ackley's going to take the lead on the 18 machine. The 24 of Schindler back to 3rd, I believe. The 5 of Riley Ginder just outside the top 3, running 4th, I think. The 13 of Braxton Johnson in 2nd unofficially.
Just seeing what we had for Consies. I didn't think they had a Consi in B Rubber GP, so this will be a moto scored. Jacob Ackley out front.
And Jacob leads lap number 1.
Oh, Avery gets a little wide there, and Riley Ginder gets underneath her.
And he will seal the deal there. So the 5 of Ginder up to 3rd now. Avery back to 4th after getting the whole shot and leading him down into this hairpin turn on lap number 1. 13 of Johnson still running 2nd. You see the 5 of Ginder there up to 3rd. Now, ooh, challenge back from the 24.
Avery smart move there. Just kind of lifted a little bit, stay off him, and, you know, she really takes care of that quad. That thing gets spit shined every week. She don't want to wreck her stuff. She's waiting, being patient. Oh, and I don't know what happened there. Looks like she might have snuffed it or something. Just got in a deep.
Caught a rut, maybe. Looked like the front end lifted, and then it went around to the right and back to the left. She had to catch her breath, and that allowed another quad to get by. But she'll reclaim that spot, but unfortunately, she's lost a lot of ground now on Ginder in the 5. There's your race leader, Jacob Ackley, on the 18. Jacob has a relatively comfortable separation back to the 2nd place quad. Braxton Johnson on the 13. Here you'll see Braxton just come into the frame on the right. There's Braxton.
If they finish the way they are, there'll be a 3-way tie for first.
Wow.
And then it'll all go off to this round right here. So Ackley needs to win this, and Johnson stays in second, and Riley in third. Riley getting a run in third right now. Let's
And those of you watching the live stream, if you've never been involved in this sort of a sport where the averages will play, these riders are very, very aware of where they need to be, or I should say most of them are.
They are. They know exactly where they need to be. And, you know, I've watched guys say, hey, I could finish second. Lets them go by. And race number, Stacy, we're on race number 32.
Stacy Evans just checking in on us. Thanks, Stacy. Open Motorcycle GP going to be up next. Ethan Eben will be on the 0. Owen Lay riding the deuce. Riley Ginder on the 5. Milo Moss on the 7. Ricky Staub riding the 22. Cody Funk getting the funk out on the 25. Mark Will with the 66. Mason Barth riding the 80. Nick Berg on the 92. Bryce Backus with the 94, John Dillenberg riding the 98, and Ty Feetzer, if he got that bike put back together with the 727, remember he was hooked up in that get-off earlier in turn number 2, and they had to push the bike away, and I don't...
Looks like we're missing. Looks like we're missing several. 4 there. Only looks like 8. Oh, there. What are they doing? Slow her down here.
Trying to get the... bike up to the start gate.
Riley just got done. I don't know what they were thinking there.
9 of the expected 12 on the line now. Who's got the whole shot? Is that the 0? Ethan Eben, I believe. Tight quarters around the hairpin. Cody Funk's going to take the lead. Outside maneuver around the 0 of Eben. Funk, your new race leader. Eben second. 94 of Bryce Backus, I believe, in third. We'll get back to some heavy traffic as our speed cam is taking some roost there on the outside of that right-hand turn to get back onto the oval. Single file, but you'd be amazed at how quickly these bikes can tighten up as you see Backus do exactly what I just said. Made up a lot of ground on the 0. Bryce up to second now. Eben tries to battle back, can't quite make it happen. And here comes 4th, 5th, and 6th. So they were strung out in turn number 1. Now they're all over each other. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Little behind our race leader, Cody Funk. 6th and 7th, potentially losing the draft of that 4-rider battle for 2nd. You can see here they stretch out on the front straightaway of the oval. And then they're just going to bunch right back up as they transition onto the GP track. Ethan Eben, 3rd, holding onto that spot. And then that is the 80 of Mason Barth running 4th. Barth has been trying to find an opportunity to get up alongside of Eben to maybe challenge him. Hasn't quite been able to make it happen yet.
Gets there, just can't get the pass. As they're getting close. Cody's pretty much checked out a little bit here.
White flag this time at the line. There you see Cody Funk's number 25 leading this one. Quick downshift there, get into the hairpin. Foot out, elbow up, powers out of the turn. You know, there's people at home who will spend a night watching folks dancing on TV. This is, motorsports has got its own rhythm of dance that these riders have to go through that those of you watching the stream may not realize all the shifting that's taking place, front rear brake action on the bikes and the quads as well, of course. and you just get into this sort of a rhythm. Cody Funk going to get the win on the 25 machine. A-Rubber GP up next.
I'll be happy for Cody and them winning that. It's a good day for them. Getting down to the end of the day here. We only got
Race 34 of 38.
4 left.
Colton Froseth on the 8, Colton Buckley riding the 10, Matthew Bloomer on the 11, Tucker Kempe on the 19, Jackson Helen with the 20, Jake Brosecki riding the 21, Ty Osborne on the 28, Tommy Anderson with the 57, Parker Riedinger riding the 72, Trent Goodenough on the 73, Colin Graham on the 81, and Kenyon Shellum will round out the 12-rider lineup with the 96. Not sure if we've got all 12 of them on the gate or not. They've really spread themselves out there.
They're all there. They just spread out right away.
What's going to work? Inside, outside? Looks like that outside gate selection.
Outside took the lead. You got
73. Is that Trent Goodenough?
Goodenough up front.
Trenton's got the early lead. The 8 of Colton Froseth for now holding on to second. Then it's the 96 of Shellum. Shellum's going to try to take it away. Gets it.
Open the door for Jackson Hella to get up there too.
Yeah. So Froseth all the way back to 4th now after getting a good start. Helen on the 20 machine up to 3rd. There's the 73, your race leader Trenton Goodenough. 4 more races after this one as you can start to see dusk in the sky. Obviously, no lights out here in the middle of the lake. That's why we're kind of zipping through these races.
Well, Jackson Hella driving underneath him right now. The 96, he's there.
Helen couldn't quite make it stick. Shellum still 2nd, Helen 3rd. Nice little battle here, 2nd and 3rd on our screen now. Approaching the northeast 180-degree hairpin.
Trenton Goodenough out front here still.
I tell you what, got that whole shot and never looked back. Takes the white flag, 1 more lap to go. Getting the front wheels up in the air.
Jacks can get to him, just can't get enough to get by him.
It's a good battle here, 2nd and 3rd. Jackson has been able to get, got a yellow flag there.
We got a quad down in the corner. Let's see how this works. They both did good. Nobody passed. That's great. Did what they were supposed to do with a caution like that. They got to maintain, so.
Goodenough, still your race leader. This will be his last time making the transition off the GP and back onto the oval because the checkered flag will await him. Trenton Goodenough on the 73. Taking a peek at the competition. Here they come. Can Jackson get the spot? I don't know. It'll be a drag race down to the line. Not going to happen. It'll be the 96 of Kenyon Shellum holding on for 2nd. Jackson Helen 3rd, but out front and picking up the win, Trent Goodenough on the 73. Open studded GP will be next, then Outlaw PWGP studded, then Pro Rubber GP, and we will wrap up the day with Adult Pee-wee. 2nd main, so 4 races yet to go. Open studded GP in the gate, 4 of the expected 8 ready to rock and roll. Tyler Allen will be riding the 4, Mitchell Williams on the 12, Trenton Hewitt with the 20, Michael Randall atop the 25, Parker Guan with the 32, Jace White riding the 47, Colin Graham on the 81, and Jared Guan with the 88. Jared there lined up to the left. The 32 of Parker lined up to the right. All 4 of those racers to the left of what you'd call the doghouse in the motocross world. The center setup of the start gate. They're waiting for 4 other quads, unless they're lined up to the right outside of the camera angle. 47 machine of Jace White there, and the 4 of Tyler Allen. So those 4 racers ready to go.
I'm willing to bet somebody must have asked for 2 minutes here. That's kind of what it looks like to me. Nobody's in really of a hurry to get started here, so.
Had to pull that quad out of the first hairpin on the GP track, so we were in just a little bit of a holding pattern there. But I'm not quite sure what's up with the 4 quads that we're missing here. Like I said, I suppose potentially they could be off camera. We may just not be seeing them. We've got the track clear. Looks like the 1 quad opting to move to the right side of the start gate. I think that was Parker Guan, the 32. I wonder if he's been watching some of those other starts and seeing that that outside lane was producing a good entry into the right-hand turn onto the GP track, perhaps hoping that he can replicate that.
What's going on out there, guys?
So Deanna, just to clarify, I use DQing him in A rubber GP again today.
You're DQing your A rubber GP?
DQing him, Parker, in A rubber GP.
There's the 81 of Colin Graham coming up to the start line. Here comes the 25, Michael Randall. So now we're starting to see the rest of the competitors make their way towards the start line.
I think we're at the point where we just asked Parker not to come back.
Yeah, how are we sitting on time for the fuel guy?
Trying to fill the gate for our open studded GP event. Getting thumbs up from the competitors. Our race starter.
There we go.
6 of the expected 8 to the left of the box. Not sure if we've got a couple off camera or not. We'll find out here shortly. Starter checks in with all of our competitors. We might have a racer or 2 to the right. There they are. Down and away they go. Is that Randall? Who got that good start? What a start. Jumping out front quickly. Jumps 47. Jace White, yeah.
Then Parker, then Tyler Allen, and then looks like Mitch Williams. Very easy to get them all mixed up when I'm through that first gate there. That first turn.
Big old wad of quads, right?
I've been watching enough I can actually tell who they are just by the way they ride.
Yep. Think more money going home with Jace here? He has been a force to be reckoned with today.
As long as he don't break, I think he'll be just fine.
Jace White on the 47 race leader. There's a nice 3-rider battle at the tail end of the field. And you know what? They're pushing it just as hard as everybody else. They deserve a little screen time as well. Nice to see them battling for that position. 4th, 5th, and 6th it was.
We did $100 to every class. There's $100 to anybody from 4th place on. So it'll be a random drawing that the girls are doing in the vehicle.
Wonderful.
So, you know, there's somebody that could take dead last in their class and walk away with $100.
Still put some money in their pocket.
We got a hard luck award going out today. We had the longest haul award going out. You know, then obviously your top 3, and then I believe we go top 5 in some of these higher classes. So
sometimes at these ice racing events, once the event is done, the competitors, promoters will gather at a location for divvy out the money and the awards. Will that be happening tonight?
Yep, that'll happen right up here at Summers on Long. Well, it takes us a good hour, probably a good hour to break everything down off the ice. We got a really good group of people here that everybody just chips in, you know. The sooner we get off the ice and get up to the bar, we can do awards. And we'll go through every class and get to call all the little peewees, and they come up and get their trophies. It's pretty neat. They're pretty excited, they are.
White flag that time for our competitors as they cross the line. One more lap to go in the open studded GP. Race number 35 of 38. 3 races to go after this. There's Jace White, your race leader. Jace White, such a strong racer all day long. We obviously haven't seen every moment of his time on the GP track or the oval track, but from the extensive moments we did see, we only noticed one hiccup. Everything else has been success. Jace White on the 47 with the win in the open studded GP event. The rest of the field going to work their way across the line. Second, third, and fourth. We do have a stalled quad out in the hairpin.
Looks like they're already out there getting it pulled off.
Track workers ready to hook up. Get that quad pulled back to the...
This is where I go out and watch Pro Rubber.
There you go. Outlaw, PWGP studded.
Oh, no, I got one more yet. One more yet.
Next, then Pro Rubber. Matt back at command and control. If you want to go split screen with a quick commercial break, we can be back in just a moment with more racing action from Long Lake on MBTV Sports.
Need auto parts? You know Conrad's Auto Salvage and ASAP Used Auto Parts, 2 great companies, now 1 location near Mondovi. We've appreciated your business in Eau Claire. Now you'll find all the same parts and services at our location near Mondovi. We can mount and balance tires, plus do oil changes and more. All the same services in one incredible facility. Conrad's Auto Salvage and ASAP Used Auto Parts. 2 great companies, now 1 location near Mondovi for all your auto parts needs.
Back to full screen as we return to Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin with MBTV Sports live streaming coverage of NWIRC Money in Sarona event on the ice. Revs are up and Outlaw PWGP studded racers are away.
Like Dax Graham and Bentley Slampowski out front here. Oh, Marion sneaks in on the outside.
Dax Graham riding the 20 machine, Bentley Samplowski on the 28, Bentley Irish on the 29. Colbin Guazda on the 12, Bronson Taylor riding the 19, Dalton Schweers of the 4, and Ryan Marion with the deuce. There's your race leader, the 20, followed by the 2 and the 4.
Looks like the 12 of Colbin Guazda didn't make it out this round.
Uh-oh.
He took second last time. I don't know what happened here. Never good.
No. Dax Graham with the 20 machine. Looking strong, trying to pull away from the competition, has already opened up about a half of a straightaway advantage at the completion of just 1 lap. White flag that time for our Outlaw PWGP studded class. 1 more lap to go. Dax already headed back onto the GP track, leaving the oval. 20 machine looking strong all day long. Has been a strong showing for Dax. A couple of snowmobilers out there watching the fun.
I hope everybody's enjoyed everything today. It's been a good day. It's a long day, I can tell you that.
Do want to let you folks know that MBTV Sports will be back to live streaming coverage next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, from Steeplechase with snowcross action. Steeplechase Ski Hill in Mazeppa, Minnesota. You can see Saturday night and Sunday morning action as the checkered flag flies. Dax Graham picks up the Outlaw PWGP studded event. For myself, I'll be in Milwaukee on Friday Racing flat track motorcycles on the concrete in Fiserv Arena, where the Milwaukee Bucks play. Last year, I believe attendance was 12,000 spectators. It's quite a spectacle, so if you're looking for something to watch on Friday night, just look up flatoutfriday.com. They also have live free streaming coverage. 29 machine into the snowbank, unfortunately, so we'll need another moment here. We'll break away for a side-by-side commercial break and be back with Pro Rubber GP action in a moment.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to
It was Bentley Irish, I believe, that was having some issue as we return to Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. I'm Dan Bailey. This is MBTV Sports live streaming coverage of NWIRC Big Money Fun. Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin, we get ready for Pro Rubber GP action. Tyler Thompson on the 03. Brody Barsamian on the 4. Jace White on the 47. Trevin White on the 29. Revs are out and they're away. Daryl Rath riding the 67. Who's got the whole shot? Down onto the GP track. Top two trying to pull away from third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Oh, red flag. Gonna be a restart. Gonna need a restart. Our Pro Rubber class there. You can see the 96 of Kenyon Shellum has jumped the berm. That, I believe, right outside of turn 2 of the oval. Taking a look at him, make sure that he's all right. You can see that he took a tumble. Snow all over the helmet. The race gear. That was a barrel roll up and over the snow berm on the outside of turn 2 of the oval, right where they make that right-hand turn, or right before they make that right-hand turn to get onto the GP track. Safety crew there to check on the condition of our racer. Trying to refire that quad is Kenyon Shellum on the 96. Other racers in the gate will be Corey Arneson on the 43, Ashton Reese on the 22, Jake Simplowski on the 18 Slash, Kennedy Swan on the 18, Andrew Steinmetz with a 16, Tyler Allen on the 4 Slash. Good news, looks like Kenyon Shellum's fine on the 96 machine. We'll re-rack them, restack them. Pro Rubber GP. Another $1,250 to win on the line here. Jace White has taken almost all the money home. Is he going to do it again in this one? We'll find out shortly. Jace White lining up about 4th in from the left there. You can see the 47 machine. Goes the 16, the 67, the 4, and then the 47 of White. Starter reviewing all the riders, making sure that they are ready. Revs up. Away they go. The White family again, getting the whole shot. Chase and Trevin. I believe that's Trevin. Second out of the gate. 3 wide in a battle for third as they make that transition out of the GP track. They almost didn't make that transition. 13 machine. Or no, excuse me. Third place quad there right behind Trevin White. All in yellow. Trying to figure out if that's the 43 of Corey Arneson. But Chase White back where we've seen him all day, at the front of the field with a 47 machine. Trevin White, second, and then it is indeed the 43 of Corey Arneson, holding on to that third place spot for now. The 0-3 machine of Tyler Thompson off to the infield there, unfortunately. There's Jace, your race leader. Trevin White on the 29, holding on a second. 43 of Corey Arneson with a good run. Corey Arneson staring down the barrel of a top 3 finish in this one. This time at the line. 1, 2, 3. White, Arneson. The running order. Chase White, just smooth as butter. Doesn't even appear to be pushing that quad any further or any harder than you would expect. Thought for a moment there, it looked like he had a bit of a bobble developing. And that right-hand turn after the first hairpin, but that is not the case as he continues to lead this one. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go. As Chase White is hoping to pick up another strong finish. And by strong, I mean the W, the win. Chase White working his way comfortably through the GP track. That final right-hand turn. Down to the checkered flag, Chase White will pick up the win in the Pro Rubber GP main. Trenton White will follow him across the line in second. Corey Arneson unofficially rounding out the top 3 with the 43 machine. What a day for Chase White, the entire White family, the duo there. No problems at all as we get ready for our final event of the NWIRC Money Day at Sarona on Long Lake. It'll be adult peewee time. Look at this lineup here. 23 of them, 23 racers strong. Devin Barsamian riding the 0 machine. There you see your starting lineup, list of all 23 of them on your screen at home. Boy, I tell you, it has been a lot of fun here today on Long Lake. The community of Sarona has been so welcoming. Beautiful conditions, a lot of sunshine, warm early. Has cooled off lately as the sun sets. We've had a lot of great action, but most of all, a huge thank you to all of you at home for tuning in to enjoy the live streaming coverage from MBTVsports.com. I tell you what, one quick note. If you are a representative of a local area regional business, you like what you see here and you want to get involved, reach out to the MBTV Sports team. We would love all sorts of involvement, whether it's event sponsorship, other mentions, etc. Get in touch with us via social media. MBTV Sports would love to take you along for the ride. We have a full schedule set up for 2026, and nothing would make us happier than to take you along with us. Restream Boat saying Jeff Zimmerman, Longview, Texas, has enjoyed watching the racing. Thanks for joining us, Jeff from Texas. Slightly different weather conditions than what you're experiencing, right? Will Fowler gives us an epic. I like to hear that, Will. Thank you very much.
23 ants out here right now.
Adult Pee-wee fun to wrap up the day. You know, this is like the cherry on the top of a Sunday, right? Even though it's Saturday. We've had a lot of fun, but this is just that crowning achievement. Just going out with a bang and some fun here. A good time with adult Pee-wee action. You were telling us about these quads earlier, 90cc quads, right? Is that what it is?
90, yep.
Got to be at least 16 years of age. No weight requirement.
Oh.
Big boys on little toys. Just out having themselves a good time. Even on the GP track.
Oh, we're up on two wheels.
I tell you, that is probably one of the saving graces of a class like this. You do bite off more than you can chew. You can almost manhandle it back to the straight and narrow. Lift the quad back up, get a square. Oh, there we got a 360. Spin to win attempt.
Chris Berlin out front.
Chris, your early race leader, followed by the 3 of Daniel Offalter. Look at that. They're 4-5 wide coming out of the hairpin turn.
just
on about the narrowest portion of the track.
Trying to get some room with each other here. Oh, look at Kennedy with a double pass there in the one corner. They got a little wide.
Nice 3-rider battle there. They're following your race leader, Chris Berlin, on the 9. Oh, challenge for the lead by the 3. Daniel Offalter takes the lead and brings the sleeper with him.
Ashton bringing on Chris here a little bit, waving him on. Come on, buddy. Hopefully Ashton didn't count his paycheck here, count his money before he got rolling here.
See, this lets you know that this class is for fun. They're just out there having themselves a good time.
Ashton, you should probably quit looking behind you because you just got passed.
They're staying with the new leader, though.
Yeah.
Offalter on the 3. Dan's looking over. Oh, we got a 4th rider into the mix here.
That looks like Cody Conrad.
Yeah, Cody
got Dan, Chris, Cody, Ashton. And look at Ashton reaches down and shifting gears. Puts his foot down. Oh, look at Cody get down the inside of Berlin there. There's the 18. She's kind of getting a little wide there. And Matt Guazza coming up behind. And then
what a charge by Cody Conrad there, all the way up to 2nd now.
He's been picking them off pretty quick.
Yeah. Oop, looks like the 12 of Matt Guizda has an issue there on the front straight of the oval. His
did they put him in the snowbank?
his Pee-wee experience may have come to an early end here.
We got Chris Berlin and Conrad here duking it out for 3rd. Ashton in 4th, Kennedy in 5th.
Well, I thought Cody was closer to our race leader, but stretched it out quite a bit. There is your checkered flag, and that will wrap up a day on the ice in Sarona, Wisconsin. Adult Pee-wee action closes the fun. What was it? How much money?
$34,200.
$34,000. Going home with racers today. Thanks in large part to local and area businesses. Tossed their caps into the ring and said, we want to be a part of this. We want to make it successful. We want to reward those racers. Jason Swan, a tip of the cap to you and your staff. A great crew here. It's a long day, but that's what these days are about, right? Spending a day on the ice, giving everybody an opportunity to turn laps, maybe take a little money home. But even if they didn't get any money, they're taking some memories home, and I'm sure everybody's going to have some smiles on their faces when they recall the fun they had today. Thank you very much for joining us, Jason.
Thank you, Dan, for having me. And
MBTV Sports.
Got to thank Mark and your guys' whole crew, Carter, all you guys for coming out and doing this with us, and we appreciate you guys, and get to see you here in 2 weeks. But I guess we do have the rubber.
Oh,
well, I got a little excited. I forgot about that rubber UTV. I forgot to be the final. I don't even have the list. I suppose it's looks like we got the 4 of Green, we got the 05 of Brock Cadillac, got the 79 of Conrad, 67 of Darryl Rath, the 05 of Brock Cadillac, and the 30 of Ryan. So a lot of these guys, as you see, getting off their pewies, jumping into their side-by-sides. And but we're real quick here. We couldn't do this. And if you guys have been watching up in that left-hand corner of your screens, we got to thank the Long Lake Chamber of Commerce. They got this ball rolling and got us coming up here. They Ignite Dispensary, Pioneer on Long Lake, Kev's Body and Custom, Long Lake Box Blinds, Lubrication Station, Country Inn, Nudo Farms, Dave's Outboard, CCF Bank, L&L Excavating, Summers on Long, K&L Prop Repair, Mag Stainless. Got to thank Matt and Shauna for all their help in putting this all together. They have a cabin up here, and then this is where it all started. Tony G Disposal, Cluck Steel, Cravoza Earthworks, Frolic Farms Land and Pit, Frolic Masonry and Concrete, Olson's Upholstery, Andy Hagen. Andy's another one of those. Andy and Jesse go around collecting a lot of these checks, and we appreciate them. The Sunset Resort, Triple T Welding and Fabrication, Matthews Construction, Eggcon Fuels, of course, NWIRC, Tiki's Bar, and Rap Guys. We thank you for everything that you guys have done, and you make this happen up here.
Tiffany, guys, thank you for thanking us. Hope that you enjoyed it just as much as we did. Samantha Carpenter, it was fun to watch, whether you were watching it online, as you are, or whether you were here in person. A great day on the ice here. Thank all of you for tuning in to the live stream on MBTV Sports.
Getting pretty dark out there. Looks like they turned their lights on for the last race.
Good thing we saved this class for the last one because they actually have headlights.
And here we go. Got 6 of them out there.
Final rip of the day. The full-size UTVs.
Casey there in that big old tires. And Faith Conrad there in the 15. She's in that single. She does pretty good.
Yep. Just the oval here for the UTV rubbers here.
Looks like Brock and maybe, looks like his sidekick might be Loeb, his brother. Looks like Brody Barsimian in there with Green.
Boy, for a moment there, I thought they had people in the back seat.
I'm surprised. They could probably put somebody in that left rear. It'd probably help a little bit. Get a little left side bite.
You want to?
And there. Oh, up on 3 wheels.
That was
I hope Brody's got his seatbelt on and holding on and keeps his hands in there. Casey, he just one speed wide open.
Yep.
She's got a push.
Picks up a push. Boy, I thought for a moment there he was going to lose that right front. The flex on that tire was immense.
Conrad there, Cody. Oh, there, look at that, pulling that left front. Holy cow.
Wow. Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, there's, like I said, I part of NWIRC. I got to thank everybody that's supported us over the years, and we wouldn't be where we're at today without all these sponsors and people like Matt at MBTV and yourself, Dan, and coming out here and spending the day with us, and it's been fun.
Oh, he stays flirting with disaster, that's for sure. Gets up into the berm there on the outside.
I think Brody might be telling him, slow down just a little bit.
Oh. I don't know. We're going to see that machine up on its top side or not. White flag that time across the line. One more lap to go, but you know what they're thinking right now. I'm just going to send it. Just going to send it.
You got some that are under control and then some that are just on the edge of out of control.
Yeah, right.
Looks like Brock Cadillac going to pick up the win. Last corner here coming out of 4.
He's basically backing it into turn 4. Power's out of 4. Checkered flag is out. That, folks, will wrap up our program. I apologize. I forgot we had this.
Looks like Darryl Rath. Third place, Casey Green in the 4. They spent more time on 3 wheels than 4.
Yep. I'm surprised the right side rubber's held up there.
I'm thinking they might have a little shock issue going on, or maybe that's their setup. It's hard to say.
Well, again, Jason, thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun being part of your program.
I appreciate it.
Can't wait to do it again.
Fun. And yeah, we'll see you in 2 weeks on Lake Wissota. And thank you for all you people up here in Long Lake and at the taverns and supporting us at NW, and I hope they want us back next year and we can just keep growing and building and make this even a better program every year.
On behalf of NWIRC, all the competitors, all the family members, Matt Bowl at MBTVsports.com, I'm Dan Bailey reminding you all to stay safe but enjoy what's left of winter until the next time, which will be next weekend from Steeplechase Ski Resort in Mazeppa, Minnesota for snowcross action. Take care. Good night, everybody.
Need auto parts? You know Conrad's Auto Salvage and ASAP Used Auto Parts, 2 great companies, now 1 location near Mondovi. We've appreciated your business in Eau Claire. Now you'll find all the same parts and services at our location near Mondovi. We can mount and balance tires, plus do oil changes and more. All the same services in 1 incredible facility. Conrad's Auto Salvage and ASAP Used Auto Parts, 2 great companies, now 1 location near Mondovi for all your auto parts needs.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bowl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out. Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thank you.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AmRamp Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
Yeah, Butler Build has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day, so as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different, and guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So yeah, it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellercells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited to unveil the Kevco Drive Shaft. Our Kevco Drive Shafts are 100% made in the USA from USA-sourced materials. We have developed our drive shafts using precision machine yokes that offer more clearance with higher strength than any other shaft on the market. Our yokes are then zinc-plated black for long-lasting protection. All our drive shafts are meticulously hand-built and balanced on our brand-new Superior Driveline Shaft Master drive shaft machine. Every carbon fiber Kevco drive shaft comes loaded with Spicer 1310, solid-body, non-greasable universal joints for superior strength. We offer U-joints, U-bolts, slip yokes, and anything you may need for your drive shaft. Kevco has the ability to custom build any length drive shaft for any application you may need, whether it be mild steel, chromoly, aluminum, or carbon fiber. Call us today at 800-770-3557 or check us out on the web at KevcoRacing.com.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.